Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO. ผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านคะก่อนที่จะเริ่มพิธีเปิดอย่างเป็นทางการในวันนี้เราต้องขอบพระคุณบุคคลสำคัญท่านหนึ่งค่ะที่ได้ร่วมสนับสนุนการจัดงานของเราให้เกิดขึ้นในวันนี้จากทางภาครัฐรวมถึงการจัดงานแข่งขันของเราในวันนี้ค่ะกับ PMSL 2024
ใช่ครับเราต้องขอบคุณบุคคลท่านนี้นะครับที่ให้เกียรติมาเป็นท่านประธานในพิธีท่านเห็นความสำคัญของกีฬา e-sport ครับทำให้เกิดเวทีดีๆแบบนี้นะครับกับการแข่งขัน PMSL นั่นเองครับซึ่งต้องบอกเลยว่าท่านให้การสนับสนุนเราเป็นอย่างดีเห็นถึงความสำคัญของกีฬา e-sport ที่ทำให้น้องๆหลายคนนะครับที่เป็นเกมเมอร์กลายมาเป็นนักกีฬา e-sport ได้เลยทำให้กีฬา e-sport นะครับได้เติบโตขึ้นอย่างรวดเร็วและในวันนี้นะครับประเทศไทยของเราได้เป็นเจ้าภาพในการจัดการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ด้วยครับในโอกาสนี้นะครับขอเรียนเชิญท่านประธานในพิธีนะครับให้เกียรติกล่าวเปิดงานอย่างเป็นทางการเลยท่านผู้เกียรติครับขอต้อนรับท่านวราวุฒิศิลปะอาชาหัวหน้าพรรคชาติไทยพัฒนารัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงการพัฒนาสังคมและความมั่นคงของมนุษย์ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับ
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event,
ฉันขอเรียนเชิญนะคะ คุณแอนดี้ค่ะ Country Manager Thailand ค่ะ
เรียนเชิญจาก VSPO Dickinson Lee Director VSPOC และคุณ Clement Hu Business Development Director VSPOC Please welcome ขอเรียนเชิญครับ So let's begin the countdown.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Em cảm thấy rất là tự hào khi là một trong những đội tuyển mang lá cờ Việt Nam ra SEA thi đấu. Bọn em cũng cố gắng hết sức để mang lá cờ Việt Nam lên cao nhất có thể. Từng gọi là trong team có nhiều sự thay đổi về mặt nhân sự và lối chơi, nên là cá nhân cũng phải thay đổi theo, nên là bọn em mắc nhiều. Em cảm thấy màn trình diễn của mùa giải vừa rồi đối với team thì vẫn chưa tốt và cần phải cải thiện nhiều hơn ạ. Bọn em có mục tiêu giành vô địch SEA lần này vì bọn em đã bỏ lỡ rất là nhiều lần.
MVP ở trong trận thi đấu cuối cùng và top 1 gọi tên Dingo Xavier với pha mở cánh thông mình.
Vâng, mở bát thành công của Dingo Xavier trong hôm nay và các đầu tiên ở vòng sơ sân này.
Nằm xuống hạ gục thành công trước của Parazin. Bây giờ thì 9 Noi hay là 10 Noi hay là 11 Noi đây đối đầu với Lamborghini. Một nửa cây máu còn lại và đó vẫn là winner chicken dinner dành cho Dingo Xavier.
Vâng, mang người Indo ra,
sau đó là đẩy ra đến từ phía Fake OP đối đầu với Lamborghini.
này thì ra đây
trong tay của Lamborghini và đó là cái winner chicken dinner thứ 3 liên tục dành cho Dingo Xavier.
Vâng, cơn địa chấn mang tên Đinh.
Ui, đây nhảy lên và đó sẽ là những quả net trả thẳng vào chiếc dẻo và đó là cái winner chicken dinner thứ 4 ở trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay dành cho Dingo Xavier.
Cú ăn bộ.
Perasaan kita orang of course sedih gila sebab saya rasa first season PMSL tu peluang yang paling besar sebab momentum memang dah dapat dah masa last moment, tapi sayang tak ada rezeki lah dekat last map PMSL hari tu. Kita orang rotation pun tak tahu gameplay macam mana last game tu, and lepas daripada PMSL tu kita orang dah belajar untuk last game gameplay kena tukar. InsyaAllah lah, kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Semua tim Malaysia pun akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang pun memandangkan tak pernah pegang piala lagi. Kita orang memang nak sangat piala. Piala yang buat kita orang tak pernah pegang lagi kan si. So season ni kita orang akan berusaha lah. Usaha sehabis baik untuk Malaysia bawa pulang balik.
Agak pasti kerana Yohai seolah-olah dah tak ada apa-apa langsung untuk mencari pihak lawannya, dan itulah dia kemenangan untuk U2 Alliance. Winner chicken dinner. Senang cerita, hari yang sangat kosong. Cuba tak berlawan dengan Conti. Tembakan dilepaskan. Tembak. Conti jauh rendah. Nice. Satu saya lagi tinggal. Kenny Loyu lawan Batman. Yang benar sekali di mana sekarang ini. Itulah dia. Winner chicken dinner untuk Malaysia.
Mungkin kalau dari kita, kalau dari aku sendiri mungkin kalau dari aku ya udah biasa lah karena waktu itu kan aku lagi sakit juga. Dan kalau dari anak-anak kemarin kita emang di in-game waktu 2 hari awal itu emang lagi komunikasinya emang lagi nggak bagus, lagi beda pendapat lah satu sama lain. Jadi kita nggak terlalu perform waktu itu, dan di hari yang berikutnya dimana kita eval besar-besaran, kita perbaiki semua itu dan kita bisa melakukan yang terbaik lah walaupun kita belum mendapatkan juara gitu waktu itu. Kalau dari kita ya udah pastilah, kalau dilihat dari liga kan kita udah ngegas nih dari kemarin, season kemarin kita di liganya bapuk banget atau bisa dibilang kurang banget. Ya di kali ini kita perbaiki dan kita bisa mendapatkan hasil yang sangat mantap sih. Nanti kita di final bisa melakukan yang lebih baik lagi daripada stage kali ini karena kita belum puas dengan hasil yang kita dapat.
Dan Alter Ego Ares, tapi Alpha sedukung sebuah nade akan dilemparkan seorang Rezi. IGL melawan IGL meletup di sana, dan ending kemenangan untuk Alter Ego Ares di game yang pertama. Didapatkan rekor baru terjadi di Summer kali ini, bahkan 14 dari seorang Yami. Oh itu 13 tapi ini 14 karena bagian depan dia maju, dia belum punya eliminasi, tapi setidaknya dapatkan 1 dan menjadi eliminasi paling meledak di PUBG Mobile Super League.
ก็ซีซั่นที่แล้วรอบลีกเราทำได้ค่อนข้างดีครับผมซึ่งตอนนั้นก็คิดว่าแบบว่ามันไฟนอลไม่น่าจะแย่ขนาดนั้นนะครับแล้วพอตอนที่มาแข่งจริงๆแค่3 วันแรกเรายังโอเคครับผมแต่ช่วงหลังวันที่2กับวันที่3เหมือนแบบว่าคะแนนมันเริ่มห่างแล้วเหมือนเรากุไม่ขึ้นนะครับก็เลยแบบว่าเหมือนเสียความมั่นใจในการเล่นในการไฟไปครับผมส่วนหนึ่งครับผมก็เป็นทีมที่แฟนๆคาดหวังไว้ด้วยครับ
ตอนที่นูซี่กับมิล่าออกจะเป็นเอาคนที่มันมีประสบการณ์เข้ามาครับบวกกับIGL ก็คือกอตทานี่ไปจีนอีกครับก็เลยรู้สึกว่าเคว้งมากช่วงนั้นก็คือพอเอา IGL คนใหม่มาการเล่นมันไม่ใช่สิ่งที่ผมอยากให้มันออกมาเป็นที่ผมคิดอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับมันก็เลยแต่ตอนนั้นก็ไม่ถือว่าแย่ที่สุดก็เข้ารอบก็คือได้เล่นแต่ก็ไม่ได้เก่งเหมือนแต่ก่อนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับก็ปรับเปลี่ยนมาเรื่อยๆครับ
ก็พยายามนะพยายามไม่ว่าจะเป็นรายการไหนที่เราจะเริ่มแข่งเราก็จะพยายามให้มันจะไม่เป็นท้ายพายุนะครับแต่ก็มันก็จะเป็นท้ายพายุอยู่ตลอดครับซึ่งน่าจะเป็นเรื่องปกติของFaZe Clanไปแล้วครับ
เซอร์เซียชุดนี้นะครับพวกผมก็เป็นทีมน้องใหม่อาจจะแบบนอกสายตานิดนึงครับแต่ว่าพวกผมค่อนข้างที่จะมีความมุ่งมั่นกับการแข่งขันมากๆครับแล้วก็ค่อนข้างที่จะจริงจังกับการแข่งขัน PMSL มากๆเพราะว่ามันแบบว่ามันก็เป็นความฝันของใครหลายๆคนครับของน้องๆในทีมด้วยทั้งตัวผมเองด้วยอีกอย่างคือพวกผมยังไปไม่ถึงฝันสักทีครับก็เลยมีความคาดหวังค่อนข้างเยอะครับก็รู้สึกเสียวสันหลังอยู่ครับเพราะว่าแบบว่านั่งไปเสียวสันหลังไปครับวูบวาบตลอดเวลาแช่งคนอื่นตลอดเวลาผมกลายเป็นคนแช่งคนอื่นตลอดเวลาไปแล้วครับ
ใน PMSL น่าจะยากกว่าครับแล้วก็ความกดดันสูงกว่าใน PMNC ครับผมแล้วก็ความง่ายความยากก็ PMSL ยากกว่าก็ฝากติดตามทีมงานของทีม NKT ด้วยนะครับพวกเราเป็นน้องใหม่ก็จะทำออกมาให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
แต่อย่างนั้นก็ลากมาได้ครับอย่างน้อยถ้าจะเป็นแชมป์ของ Infinity โอ้เอาดิโอ้แล้วเมื่อกี้ต้องยอมจ่ายนะเซอร์เซียก็ยังลากมาไปก่อนแวมไพร์ทั้งที่แวมไพร์เวอร์ชันดีกว่า
ดูครับว่าหลังบ้านชัดทางซ้ายสวยคิกตั้ม
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวเต็มข้อครับตรงนี้แล้วสับปาครับจากล็อบบี้ตรงนี้ไปหนึ่ง
อยู่กลางเนินโล่งๆกับ UMP
เรื่องหนึ่งครับไอ้ขาโผล่ระเบิดเรียบร้อยFaZe Clan
ไก่ตัวนี้ลุ้นยัน
โผล่ไอ้ตัวนี้ใจเย็นครับเรียบร้อยแวบไป
เห็นไหมตอนนี้มา
แต่เนฟไม่รู้รออยู่
แล้วยัดตรงนี้เรียบร้อย NKT ปลดล็อกแล้วอันนี้จบกลับบ้านได้วันนี้สวัสดีครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the 16-team finalists of 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Final สุภาพบุรุษและสุภาพสตรีคะขอต้อนรับทุกท่านค่ะกับการแนะนำ 16 ทีมสุดท้ายกับ PMSL SEA Summer Final 2024 ค่ะ
First up from Vietnam, we have Team Flash, a team that made a strong impression by securing 8th place in the 2024 PMSL SEA Spring ทีมแรกนะครับจากเวียดนามเลยนะฮะที่ต้องบอกเลยว่าเปิดตัวได้อย่างแรงมากเพราะว่าได้ลำดับที่ 8 ในการแข่งขัน PMSL SEA Spring 2024 ที่ผ่านมาทีม Flash
Next also Vietnam, please welcome Xerxia, the champion of PMPL Vietnam Fall 2023 และติดตามมาด้วยจากประเทศเวียดนามค่ะซึ่งเขาเป็นแชมป์จาก PMPL เวียดนาม 2023 ค่ะ
Now let's welcome our teams from Malaysia. We have BARUZ making their debut into the PMSL Finals after an impressive qualification through Super Sunday. เอาละครับตอนนี้นะครับก็มีทีมจากมาเลเซียแล้วนะครับก็คือ BARUZ นะครับที่ต้องบอกเลยว่าเปิดตัวได้อย่างดีมากเลยที่ได้เข้ามาในรอบชิงชนะเลิศของ PMSL นั่นเองครับหลังจากการแข่งขันและก็คัดเลือก Super Sunday
And following in with the Sim 9, a team have finished at the second place in the PMPL Malaysia Fall 2023 และติดตามมาด้วยนะคะSim 9 ค่ะซึ่งจบที่รองอันดับ 3 นะคะจาก PMPL มาเลเซีย 2023 ค่ะ
Here comes IQOO Alliance, a team that clinched 4th place in the 2024 PMSL SEA Spring ขอต้อนรับนะครับ IQOO Alliance ที่ได้ลำดับที่ 4 ในการแข่งขัน PMSL SEA Spring 2024 ที่ผ่านมาครับ
Now let's welcome a team from Indonesia. Make some noise from the PIGMY Esports, the champion of the 2023 PMSL Indonesia. และลำดับถัดไปนะคะกับทีม PIGMY Esports ค่ะซึ่งเป็นแชมป์จากเวที PMSL อินโดนีเซียปี 2023 ค่ะ
Please welcome TALON Esports from Indonesia, a team that secured 3rd place in the 2024 PMSL SEA Spring ต่อมานะครับ TALON Esports จากอินโดนีเซียครับเป็นทีมที่ได้รองชนะเลิศอันดับ 2 หรืออันดับ 3 เลยนะครับในการแข่งขัน PMSL SEA Spring 2024 ที่ผ่านมาครับ
And next, following with a legendary from the Indonesia, please give it up from the BIGETRON Red Alien. In the 2023 PMRC vs PEL Champion. และติดตามมาด้วยนะคะกับ BIGETRON Red Aliens ค่ะซึ่งเขาได้เป็นแชมป์นะคะจาก PMRC นะคะปี 2023 ค่ะ
Another powerhouse team from Indonesia, finishing 4th in the 2023 PMPL ID4. Let's welcome Rex Rigam Kyunryu. อันนี้คือทีมนะครับที่ได้รับเฟเวอร์ในการชนะการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้เลยจากอินโดนีเซียนะครับซึ่งเขาได้อันดับที่ 4 ในการแข่งขัน PMPL ID4 2023 ครับทีมนี้มีชื่อว่า Rex Rigam Kyunryu.
And ladies and gentlemen, next here comes from the team has dominated PMSL SEA twice. Please welcome Alter Ego Aliens from Indonesia. และติดตามมาด้วยอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะจากอินโดนีเซียค่ะซึ่งได้แชมป์นะคะ PMSL ถึง 2 ครั้งด้วยกันนะคะกับ Alter Ego Aliens ค่ะ
Now let's turn our attention to the home turf here from Thailand. Please welcome Team NKT. NKT are the champions of PMNC Thailand 2023 and here they are from Thailand.
And another team from the Thailand as well. Please welcome XERXIA, the runner-up of PMPL Thailand for 2023. และอีกหนึ่งทีมนะคะจากประเทศไทยเช่นกันค่ะซึ่งสำหรับการแข่งขันในปีที่แล้วนะคะกับ PMPL Thailand 2023 คว้ารองแชมป์มาได้ค่ะ
Please welcome the Infinity Esports from Thailand, the champion of PMPL Southeast Asia Championship for 2022 ลำดับต่อไปนะครับก็เป็นทีมจากประเทศไทยเรา The Infinity Esports ครับซึ่งได้เป็นแชมป์ PMPL Southeast Asia Championship for เมื่อปี 2022 ที่ผ่านมาครับ
team from the Thailand, please give it up for the FaZe Clan. A team had secured second place in the PMSL SEA Fall 2023 และติดตามมาด้วยนะคะกับ FaZe Clan ค่ะจากประเทศไทยซึ่งสำหรับ PMSL ในปีที่แล้วนะคะเรียกว่าคว้ารองแชมป์อันดับที่ 2 มาได้
Next, the two-time PMWI 2002 champion. Please welcome Vampire Esports from Thailand. แชมป์2 สมัยเลยนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขัน PMWI 2022 ครับนี่นะครับทีมจากประเทศไทยของเราอีก1ทีม Vampire Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a big round of applause from a big team from Indonesia, Boom Esports. And they are the champion of the 2024 PMSL SEA Spring. And today, they come here from the defense at the title and they bring honor back to their homeland. และอีก1ทีมนะคะซึ่งเรียกได้ว่าเป็นทีมที่ยิ่งใหญ่เหมือนกันค่ะจากประเทศอินโดนีเซียค่ะกับ Boom Esports ซึ่งวันนี้เขาจะมาปกป้องตำแหน่งและแชมป์ของเขาอีก1 ครั้งนะคะขอเสียงปรบมือนะคะให้กับ Boom Esports ค่ะ
So 16 teams are now here and in place, ready to compete to become the champion. So if they become the champion, they will win this trophy right here, be crowned the champion and go to the global stage. นี่ครับ 16 ทีมของเราได้มาพร้อมเพียงกันแล้วนะครับและเขาจะแข่งสำหรับถ้วยนี้เลยในการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้เลยนะครับซึ่งคนที่เป็นแชมป์นอกจากได้ถ้วยนี้ตำแหน่งนี้แล้วนะครับเขาจะไปเวทีระดับโลกไปแข่งในเวทีที่ใหญ่ขึ้นกว่านี้อีกครับ
และนอกจากนี้ค่ะ 16 ทีมที่อยู่กับเราทางด้านหลังนี้วันนี้คุณจะไม่พลาดอย่างแน่นอนนะคะกับการแข่งขันที่เรียกได้ว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในประเทศไทยณขณะนี้เลยค่ะ
Yes, this is absolutely the biggest tournament not only in Thailand but probably in Southeast Asia as well. นี่นะครับคือการแข่งขันที่ยิ่งใหญ่มากนะครับในเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้เลยแล้วเราก็มีหลายทีมนะครับจากหลายประเทศเลยในกลุ่มอาเซียนนะครับที่วันนี้จะมาแข่งขันกันเพื่อเป็นแชมป์กับถ้วยรางวัลนี้ครับเพราะฉะนั้นเรามาเริ่มพิธีการกันเลยดีกว่าครับSo after 3 intense weeks, the moment has finally arrived for the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Finals. 16 teams have fought it through blood, sweat, and tears. They have trained for so long, worked together for so long, and today and this weekend, we will decide who will be the champion of the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer. Allow us to introduce ourselves.My name is ทศ ทศธรรม I am honored to be your host วันนี้ผมทศ ทศธรรมนะครับได้รับเกียรติเป็นพิธีกรครับ
และดิฉันค่ะอลิศ ลลิชัด ชัยศิระวรกิจค่ะ It's my great honor to be here as your master of ceremony of today And so ladies and gentlemen without further ado I would like to let all of you to the first match of the day the caster here overall to you Let's start the action
So ladies and gentlemen a big round of applause and good luck to all 16 teams Let the games begin
We're back here, ladies and gents, and today you guys are witnessing the grand finals for the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Split with me, Chiu and XERXIA. But thank you so much, stage host just now. I love the outfit, by the way. But what an opening we had just now!
Oh yeah, telling the history of all these teams. In case you guys are not up to date, you got a good summary there, and of course that trophy, brilliant looking trophy. I wish we could take a picture with it, but we're a little bit too far. But it's okay. We get to enjoy the side of it together with you guys.
Yeah, well, speaking of the trophy, it's back on the podium to snatch by any teams for today. We have 16 teams back intact. But speaking of which, is more at stake here. Don't forget about the advancement towards the global stage later on. And speaking of which going to be only 5 teams qualified later to Riyadh for the World Esports Championship. And not just that, this is going to be one of the toughest battle. And speaking of which, this season, will Alter Ego take the trophy back in their hands since they got a good start?
Oh yeah, I mean, they were the champions of the league stage, so they have maximum amount of points there. Definitely will give them an advantage as compared to last season. And if we talk about comparing last season, Boom Esports, they were champions of the league stage and they had a good head start. So this time, the head start is given to Alter Ego, but it's really all down to the last 3 days.
And speaking of which, congratulations for the teams that advanced to the grand finals here today. We have Alter Ego, BTR Red Aliens, D Xaviers, Boom, U2 Alliance, FaZe Clan, Team Flash, RRQ, Sam9, the Infinity, TALON, and we also have VP Vampires and KT, PIGMY, XERXIA, and BARUZ, or PEA BARUZ.
It's PEA, ladies and gentlemen, so take note of that. But anyway, this was their journey. We started on the 8th of May. They went through the league stage for 3 weeks back to back. And now we're in the finals. Today's the 31st of May and we'll be playing throughout the 2nd of June. And we will find out who will be the champion. The top best 16 teams have been filtered from the 24 teams during the league stage, and they are all here together with us after a grueling Super Sunday grind that they had to go through.
Now it's down to crunch time, grand finals, last push, everybody. We're done with the group stage. We had bottom 16 before. I mean, like, you guys missed the entire league stage if you actually don't know what is happening. But it's okay. At least you guys still stay true to yourself. You are present during the grand finals here. But we're done for the bottom 16 last chance, and Super Sunday, we had that as in the past. But also when it comes to the league stage, why these teams get extra points. Now, due throughout the 3 weeks of the accumulation of Super Sunday, they do have a head start point, which Alter Ego take away the 30 points at number 1 there.
Oh yeah, so that's going to be Alter Ego, and of course it depends on which team is placed at where. Then they will get a certain amount of head start points. So for example, BIGETRON Red Aliens, followed by D0 is number 2 and number 3, so it just goes all the way down. Now when it comes to the point system, this is pretty standard. Winner chicken dinner per round will receive 10 points, and it goes all the way down to 8. 9 onwards per round, unfortunately, will not receive any placement points, but every elimination will be equivalent to 1 point. And what is most important, it is the moolah that these teams are going for, $200,000 US.
Ooh, lion's share of it is going to be enough for you guys to have an entire year of your food, probably. Some teams, no, maybe. But when it comes to league stage, we had it before. Our top 4 teams, we do have Alter Ego, BTR, RRQ, and TALON. Seems to me it's going to be a lot of domination of the Indonesian teams. Will be the same when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, the top 4 gunslingers during the league stage, and they have been showing a very good performance overall. Stacking up on top of our charts. Number 1, number 2, number 3, at least in the top 5 are by Indonesian teams. So they will definitely pack a punch here at the grand finals.
And speaking of which is going to be your favorite players, seems like we do have a lot more contenders this season. Rosemary at 512, but look at the gap of the second place. BTR Lapar placing himself at 368 damage. Snake at 356, while we have Tony K this time being pushed all the way down to 4th place. Usually it's between Rosemary and Tony K, even in last season, but this time we do have more contenders, especially hailing from Indonesian side.
Oh yeah, with Snake being one of the newer names among these 4 names up here, and of course he was with the RRQ last season, but he has shown a lot of consistent performance for the team. And speaking about performance, we gotta give it to PEA BARUZ, ladies and gentlemen. It's PEA here. What a significant improvement for PEA this season.
Not even having any Super Sunday at all. Forget about grand finals last season, but look at how everything happened to be just doubled, twofold. If you actually compare with last season, this is going to be the most progressed team throughout the entirety of this year's league so far, from spring to the summer split here this time. And we don't know about fall yet, but so far Seems like there's no limit for this team, and they're definitely one of the teams that should be inspiring you guys watching at home or anywhere you're at to just be part of the tournament as well.
Yes, and yeah, there are upcoming tournaments depending on your region, so keep an eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. And when it comes to the schedule, it's going to be the same map sequence. It's going to start off with Sanhok, 3 Erangels back-to-back, followed by 2 Miramas to end the day. And this time is according to GMT +7, so wherever you're watching this, based on your time zone, do adjust accordingly, but do adjust your seats as well, because it's going to be a bumpy ride here coming into the grand finals.
Extra bumpy, I call it, because first and foremost, we have to hope that the fact that the circle won't be that cruel or just bizarre when it comes to the grand finals. It's going to be crunch time, 3 days, and there's going to be only 3 Sanhok maps. And now, if the players do have a hard time since the start of grand finals, I don't know how they will cope for the rest of the day here.
Yeah, you only have like what, 18 games in total in the grand finals, and then that's it. We'll decide who will get the trophy. So room for error is very small, especially if you're one of the teams who start off at the other end with a lesser amount of starting points. Then you have to work a lot harder as compared to the teams on top.
I agree, but we've seen it before. It's not impossible for teams to actually make it through, even though they are at the very bottom, but it will be a bit more challenging. But we do want to also don't forget the fact that this can be seeding to the Riyadh later on. The top 4 will go straight into group stage. 5th place we go towards the seeding of the last chance qualifier later on for the World Esports Championship, which is going to be Big and Mullah, of course. I think Vampire is definitely motivated to go there in the first place, because it's all about the kaching from them. But speaking of which, we do have, like we mentioned earlier on, the Indonesian team's dominance so far when it comes to this season. But we're looking for a different flag or different team to give a bit more challenge, or maybe just overtake the title this season.
Well, speaking about different flags, so I personally have different flags down here. You have as well, because yeah, I guess because it is the grand final, so I want to pick based on what we think or who we think are the best of the best of the best. So for me, Boom Esports, Sem9, and well, I guess a producer just wanted to add an extra name there, both Vampire and Yudo Alliance. I'll take them both. I'll take them both. So I have 4 teams to focus technically.
Oh, switch it. Okay, thanks. Fast hands, bro. Thank you so much, your producer. Egan, you're the best. But as we're speaking for my side, I mean, like Vampire is definitely, when it comes to the global stage or something that's very big, they definitely have a pace of it every single time. Their name will be dropped like everywhere across the entire world. But for Vampire, the biggest issue is going to be just securing the title of Southeast Asia Champion. Seems to be a bit more difficult than the globals from their statue right now. But for me, I do want to root for the teams that seems to be the dark horse, which they didn't even step into any Super Sunday last season. So I'm looking for what they bring when it comes to grand finals. Well, Vampires are pretty much straightforward. And TALON, this can be another Indonesian team that not actually a lot of teams putting the highlight or spotlight for them, because they are the teams that's unpredictable. But when it comes to unpredictability, Thursday is always the best to, vote for the unpredictability teams.
Yeah, I do agree though, because TALON, they do their stuff, but then again, probably overshadowed by other teams like Alter Ego, like Boom, like even RRQ, who held a good record at some point too. So a lot of highlights went to those other teams, but TALON is definitely one of the teams to put attention onto. And who knows, they may come up as one of the newer champions this time around, especially with the new addition that is Yoru, that be performing well together with them.
True. I want to see as well if there's this going to be... I personally wish the Dark Horse team, even NKT in the side from the Thai teams, if they can actually change the era of PUBG Mobile, even when it comes to this season. That's what really happened across the years of how PUBG Mobile has been growing in the competitive scene, by the way. But speaking of which, before we start the game, I want to thank all of you guys that are actually with us here today, being the audience at home and wherever you guys at listening to the English channel. We heard your shout outs. We definitely love you guys too, but we hope you enjoy the grand finals, because this season is gonna be extraordinary.
Yeah, and some of the big people in the esports scene as well. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves for day number 1. So shout out to the boss of Yudu, Takman, who's also watching the English stream as well, and also the boss of Genexus, which is Edwin Yo, who's also watching the English stream. Thank you so much for being together with us. We truly appreciate every single one of you, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here. But of course, without these players, all of us wouldn't be watching this as well. So big up to all our players for making it to the grand finals. We will be beginning a game number 1 inside of Sandhawk real soon, ladies and gentlemen. I truly can't wait to see what's going to be on the table here. And it is Sandhawk. Let's go.
Buckle up, ladies and gents. It's starting our grand finals, and the first map is commencing here when we come to Sandhawk. And I love the arena so much, with audience as well. I miss that so much. It kind of reminds me, the setup is almost similar to a PMCO days. If you guys happen to be that old as I do, yeah, we do have that kind of audience right inside the middle as well. So many players will have this motivation and energy from the audience. Hopefully we can get to be in the part of the arena one day, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, so for us to be there and for us to be there together with you guys, you know, put a lot of support to the English stream. We love you all. But we also love good action as well. So since the fly path is somewhere on the northern side, we might see some early clashes, maybe individual clashes instead of team clashes, because something's brewing in the middle. And here we go, PIGMY is in it.
PIGMY versus XERXIA, right on top of nearby quarry here right now. A bit split apart for XERXIA. Seems like they're winning the fight over PIGMY. PIGMY, Billboard and Dimsy seems to be a bit too far apart. Dubranki will have some problem to be saved by the rest of the team. Crowded by triplets of XERXIA. He will be finished off in one corner. It's gonna be impossible. He got one. Not gonna be enough.
And XERXIA being the home team. Looks like a little bit of a home team buff here for them to win that first fight against PIGMY to score the first 2 points in the grand final. So PIGMY, 2 casualties. We'll be probably playing a bit more passive this time.
Well, it's still a duo. If it's a duo, there's always hope. Even a solo these days, Cloud, we've seen that before. As long as they know how to survive, they're gonna be okay. As long as they know how to hide and just pop their heads when needed, everything will be still bearable and doable. But Trexie coming up from PEA, seems like RRQ do have some visitors across the other side of the river.
Yeah, and it's a long-range knock by Trexie. The other members of RRQ nowhere to be found yet, and Trexie wants to try to secure that point, but no mercy. Okay, he's probably able to get himself behind some covers, so he should be fine for now, unless it bleeds out. But by that time, the other members of RRQ should be able to save him, I guess. But it also depends on where they are. We still don't see them yet.
Now, for PA, it is going to be a normal drop for them, just right on the northern side of Camp Charlie. I'm not sure why RRQ happened to be just crossing all the way towards that bridge of Camp Charlie, trying to reach out for PA in the first place. Maybe trying to scout out some information. That's going to be one of the many factors in. But BTR seems to be running and gunning very actively, trying to get themselves as fast rotation after their looting phase as possible, get themselves in those elevations, trying to get dominance over the map control early on. BTR seems to be spreading across in center of a map as well. Since we don't really know where the circle will favor for the last few ones, we might as well get themselves in the center here.
Yeah, it looks like likely to be a main peninsula circle. Obviously, we don't know exactly where it will end, but being in the center, since it's a main peninsula, it should be a common move for a lot of these teams, since they don't need to worry about like, oh, do we need to get onto the other island or something like that. So expect that to happen. And if a lot of teams think the same way, we might see a lot of early fights in the middle. Maybe not as early as stage 1, but maybe stage 2 or 3. Then we get to see more. But Billboard eliminated, now leaving Dimsy alone.
From XERXIA to FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan, they supposedly taking themselves around boot camp as per usual, but it feels like they're just moving it about on the northern side of boot camp right now, going a bit on the outskirts and spotting out the last player of PIGMY, Dimsy. Tough start for PIGMY. We did mention about them trying to play the survival game, but the moment you be spotted out, there's going to be a rough exit for the side of Dimsy. Pretty difficult while we're looking at the prep cook nade by Miller. Seems to be just dropping at the right angle there.
Yeah, trying to find that one good moment against Dimsy, and Dimsy 80% of health. Mela, he probably doesn't know that Dimsy is alone, so he's playing a bit safe, trying to find the advantage before rushing forward. But now, probably the call is that, okay, Mela, you go, we back you up, and he will come in, UMP in one hand, on the other, an AUG against the DBS in the hands of Dimsy.
Oh, Mela!
Oh!
Down to 2! Oh, close enough. Almost clutch it for the side of Dimsy. Valiant effort on the side of PIGMY players, but unfortunately, at least they didn't go empty-handed their first round of the day. Also for the first map in Grand Finals, at least scored 1. There's going to be a good momentum push, slowly but surely on the side of PIGMY. But speaking of which, and KT have very fast rotation. They're coming up from Mong Nai and then going down all the way towards where FaZe Clan were fighting, just around the cross intersection area on the southern side of Paradise Resort just now.
Yeah, so it looks like they do plan to play as close as possible to the center of the circle. And that's why they make their move. They don't plan to play from the outside too much, perhaps. But for teams who like to take a slightly safer route now, the Infinity, there's one player here, but where's the rest? Not too sure. I think okay, it looks like they're on the other side of the river still. And for Team Flash to saw that one member of the Infinity, they're trying to chase him down, but no good clear shot. And so far, the Infinity is A-okay.
Just on the opposite side of the Bridge of Harteen, where they used to drop around top one. That is going to be a normal rotation for the Infinity. Surprisingly, usually Infinity love to just cross towards a Paradise Resort. But I think they don't want to challenge against these Avis who love to drop themselves there. So trying to find another way around to get into the circle in the center as soon as possible. This time we're looking at a lot of Sunhawk teams. A Sunhawk map when it comes to the teams in the Grand Finals. Everybody wants to rush into the center. Even though it's stage 1, usually it's going to be around 30 seconds left, but it's still 50 seconds on the clock. This is a bit too early.
Yeah, well, I guess one is that because of the circle is at the main peninsula, so you don't need to think about playing by the edge and the circle goes to another island and that kind of thing. And what I do notice is that at least since last season, teams start to like to play in the middle a little bit more. So maybe that's being the trend still in the Grand Finals. But expect that trend to change if everyone has the same mindset or the same thinking in games to come. Because sometimes you don't want to be caught in the mix of everyone else doing the same thing, and it will be a big mess. And sometimes you just want to avoid those unnecessary fights.
Speaking of unnecessary fights, it's going to be a lot of those conflicts later on because the circle will shrink now highly. It will be right on top of Paradise Resort, around this other side of it. Now that's why maybe FaZe Clan trying to rotate as fast out of Bootcamp as possible, as Alter Ego already overtake the Bootcamp area. But southern side we do have, as per usual, PA is coming the latest down there on top of Cave. But it's not just them, we do have RRQ sharing the same vicinity with them.
Yeah, it's a very PA thing to come in later. And so happened that RRQ made their rotation towards Cave. One of the members of PA just right below them. Not spotted out yet by the members of RRQ, but at the same time, gotta consider the fact that PA is on the outside of the circle. The blue will close in about 45 more seconds, and Blaze don't want to overexpose himself. Okay, RRQ passes by.
Oh my god. Close one. Lucky for him, they didn't actually just have a pick out of the window. Blaze saved by the bell, I have to say it, but RRQ seems to be passing every single member of PA unnoticed. Now kiddo, hold that trigger discipline. You definitely don't want to open fire, but for the side of PA, like you mentioned just now, they need to get out from the Blues. And we do know when it comes to this, Sunhawk these days, it cannot last long enough. Despite still stage 1 and stage 2, the Blues are still going to hurt so much. And it's so scarce when it comes to the first 8.
Wow, we move over to Alter Ego now, knocking down Kwang from afar. But on screen, we don't really see Alter Ego, so that's a long-range shot. So for them to really rush in, the chances is pretty unlikely. So Flash should be able to reset themselves. But anyway, Alter Ego, what they did is that they went down the utilities of Team Flash to force them to use their healing utilities at this stage of the tournament.
Alva repositioning himself, knowing the fact they got a couple of gunshots behind. trying to make extra precaution for the team. Scout out any information if there's anybody coming up from the other flank side or different angles entirely, while Rosemary keeping his eye out for the side of Team Flash, having a close, tight grip on that team. PA migrating themselves slowly but surely. Playing safe is better than nothing now. And Katie split themselves around the fork of this road, now taking out different compounds and different buildings entirely. The Xaviers, on the other hand, just going to stick with their gut here. They're going to play with elevations instead of playing on top of Paradise Resort, because we do know Paradise Resort will be their comfort zone.
Yeah, but at this point, Paradise Resort is not too centered, so perhaps it's an area that they're prepared to move away from as well. Coming to the next stage, it will appear in about 45 more seconds. As for RRQ, who left a PA behind, now they are safe on this high ground around the area of Barn. But we saw a couple of knocks, or at least a knock happen with a member of Judo Alliance elsewhere.
Sam9 just hugging the rim of a circle, playing around the edges, trying to find the safest, clearest pathway in, but the Blues won't be that friendly. But at least they got a couple of first aid for each of the players. I assume everybody got themselves minimum 2 first aids here since the start, because we do know for a fact they might tank out a bit of a blue zone just to be a bit more safe, just a bit more precaution. But Kiddo might be spotted out by Sam9. They do know, a lot of teams do know PA will rotate very late. But when it comes to the center of the circle, we have XERXIA, FaZe Clan, NKT, Boom, Udo Lions, Xaviers. Seems to be all the crowd, the big numbers are in the center.
Out of this, I'll be interested to see what's going to happen to Sam9 on the south side, since they have to move into the circle, and there are a couple of teams in front of them, and they also need to navigate around the area of Quarry, a very rough spot to play with. So let's see how will they overcome that sort of challenge. As for Vampire Esports, playing for the outside the circle, they do have a trend of doing that as well, especially during their winning run at the PMWI. Looked for eliminations from the outside in, and that's how they collected a lot of points. As a start, so far they seem to be still doing that, but no targets in front of them for now.
Gonna be a rough spot for PIGMY, waiting for any battle to commence while they're waiting for the next lobby to actually be a remake for Erangel next. Have to wait and watch while these teams still not willing to break the silence yet. 15 teams still intact, nobody willing to open fire to give away the position, but some of them even putting a lot at risk here, including our PA taking so much of a blue zone and quite spreading out. On the side of Sam9 coming up from the southern side, where they do have vehicles, but they are taking quite a number of blue. I'm not sure how many first aid. Last one for Loyu, just using bandages, but the problem is if you want to cut across straight down, it's going to be Vampires biting him back.
And that's going to be their big challenge here to cut across. So Sam9 got to be prepared for that. But look at the elimination feed. 2 heavyweights, Boom Esports and D Xavier. With one player out, D Xavier knocked down. No follow-up yet from Boom. So I guess another long-range knock onto the member of D Xavier. Should be able to recover himself there.
Team Flash already ready himself with the DBFs, as we saw just now when they swapped into their secondary weapon. Alter Ego Boys reposition, trying to take the elevations, but we do have some skirmish early on. Vampires versus Sam9. Well, Sam9 picking a fight head on against Vampires, despite it might get gatekeep, but still taking the blue zone. Have to just take up the challenge straight on, but they're rushing straight into Vampires as less Stone on the ground bleeding out. Bit of a one-to-one trade. Tony K, off angle shot it is.
That's a little bit of a revenge from Tony K towards Yuhai. If you remember, there was that one moment where it was 1v1 to get the chicken dinner, and this time it's Tony K to land the blow onto Yuhai, leaving only Sam9 with one active player, with one player down currently, but the Stone is not having a good time as well.
Gen Force trying to take advantage. Oh, this is going to be third party at his deaths. Spotted out Tony K. There's also TALON on the other side. Where would Tony K go? Where would he drive that UAZ against? There's going to be BTR waiting across the other side. Vampires. The moment they just walked away, that's where they're meeting the wrath of the other teams out there waiting. I hate to break it, but Vampires feels like they're going nowhere, where Fluketh will be the last one probably going down, leaving with only Tony K is also down. I don't know who else remaining for Vampires right now.
Oh, but what I do know is that 3 different teams took out the members of Vampire Esports. Picked up 4, including Sam9 Kenny, who scored a point out of Vampire. And with that, we thought that Vampire, they were playing the gatekeeping role, but no! So many other teams gate-capped them. And now they're only down to the last man for Vampire, and still tanking out the blue.
FaZe Clan waiting for the right opportunity. IQOO, on the other hand, super low right now. BA, despite it taking their longest time to get into the circle, hey, everything seems to be bear fruitful for their side. Getting a couple of knocks from the sidelines and edges of the circle. But inside of FaZe Clan, they're waiting for any victim to cross by. Now, we talked about Alter Ego can actually maintain their dominance here when it comes to this season, but this is going to be the start to set the tone for the rest of the entirety of the grand final. But Rosemary on the ground, the rest remaining of Alter Ego will fight back just a bit over torso on side of Octa.
Oh, Rosemary eliminated. So they'll be playing, Alter Ego will play the rest of the round without one of the top fraggers. Alpha knocked down as well by Batman. It's like Team Flash winning this fight against Alter Ego, but they have to do it fairly quick. Because right now the blue might land on top of Kwang anytime soon. But the bigger pressure is onto Alter Ego since all of them are still on the outside. Octa knocked by Kwang.
Kwang pretty low himself. There's also XERXIA behind him, going in very close towards his distance. They need to wrap things up for Team Flash. They might actually be in the same boat as Alter Ego did. It's 0 eliminations this time. The team that went out with the 0 is going to be the #1 team right now. As Team FaZe try to find himself a better spot crossing the street, while Team Flash slowly pushing into the safe zone slowly but surely. But look at the crosshair FaZe Clan. They're just guarding this as tight as they can.
Well, other teams guarding the area as tight as they can as well, including XERXIA now taking out Snake from RRQ. TALON and BTR in the skirmish as well. As we can see here on screen, for these teams on the outside of the circle. PEA Traxy took down Pombi from Boom Esports. But look at what's happening on screen right now. 3 different teams fighting each other.
So many third party coming out. RNJ casually just take all the eliminations while he can. XERXIA trying to pick any fight and poke all the teams. It seems to be focusing, turning their vision towards what's in front and forgot about their off angle entirely. Vampires do have that one particular play that still remains, taking a bit of a small shot. Traps taking just at the left side, while the entire crowd FaZe Clan will cut him, will pass through him. Good luck defending it by himself. But on the side of XERXIA, 6 eliminations when it comes to the grand finals, day 1, map 1.
Yeah, doing so far so good for XERXIA. But the next challenge to try to get into the circle with other teams actually waiting for them on the inner side, and that's going to be RRQ. PEA, who came from the south side, now up against Boomies. Well, Kido knocked out Razy. Traxy's pretty low at this moment. Traxy knocked out by Frenzy. Now Frenzy taking it back. Yummy May on the rooftop tries to stop the members of PEA from coming by. This nade could be big.
Yummy May waiting for the right time. 2 in 1. What a Kobe. And that's wiping out PEA as a whole. Now that's going to be Yummy May. Nate that can actually finish all teams down there. Back towards another team, NKT. Mr. Joe had to save Triple F, but it's a bit of DBS plays coming up from Udo Alliance. Spider 10 across the other side. Another. Wait, what? Jimmy? Jimmy?
Hello? Jimmy? Hello? Hello, Jimmy? Okay, that's very interesting. And now, we gotta worry for them. But anyway, he's still defending his ground. Managed to take down one member of NKT. So time is still bought for him to reset his teammate. Better not do that again, Jimmy.
Worst plays and worst timing to do that with 3 teams across the other side. We have Team Flash on the high ground, but they managed to dodge that nade being tossed by the side of Infinity. Here comes another one by Tiger X. Possibly just swap it over for M416. Just change his mind again. But DZave is taking on BTR. What's going on the other side of a map?
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of fights happening at the same time, including Jimmy OP knocked down now. So the members of Udo Alliance now gotta pick him up quickly. No big moves yet from either side. It's because they're waiting for the next phase of the circle, and so happened none of them has it.
It's going to be a bit of a tension here between the 3 teams. A crossfire, triangle fight between Udo Alliance, NKT and Infinity. Well, Mr. Joe just next to Udo Alliance. Seems to be a bit of a stalemate between the 2 teams. But unfortunately, these 3 teams will not be favored by the circle. It's shifted away. The one that actually taking the reign on the southern side will be the Xavier's Vampire's last player still alive.
The Xavier with a high ground advantage now, knocking out the members of FaZe Clan. At the same time, RRQ loses the Peko. RRQ out at number 9 with 3 elimination points. Now we're starting to collect a placement points, but NKT needs to try against the Infinity. Tiger comes in, but that's going to be one. Tiger with the DPS from behind follows up nicely and takes out Spider-Tan. NKT out at number.
Heroic coming up from NKT, but we're not done yet. Yudu Alliance next trying to take down Infinity. Oh, Infinity, they're holding the ground so strong here. Two teams at the same time, why not? Next is going to be across the other side of the hill, which is going to be Boom. Spotted out Razy. Oh, he got the shot. He's shooting it. He might actually get a knock. He got it. Will he execute? That's the question.
That was a very good angle there for him to get it. But Razy is not out yet, so anything can happen to Razy. At the same time, look at Team Flash right now on the other side of the road. Although they have circle, but they have to be prepared to cross the road with potentially other teams waiting for them.
Pop the smoke, trying to migrate in, have to fight Boom. Now they have to deal with this multiple angles. They have to cover themselves, but unfortunately, it'll be shot from afar. It's going to be Team Flash taking out Infinity. The moment they want to jump out from the compound, that's why they're being shot down straight away with the blue zone covering them at the same time. Seems to be no help for any sort of they can. I'm sorry, but the Infinity, unfortunately, will place themselves at 5th place. These Xaviers, Team Flash, Boom, and Vampire. Seems to me we might actually have these Xaviers taking the chicken here for the first one.
Oh, it's a good potential there. 45% goes to them with Yummy knocked down by the blue. We are talking about stage 7 now, ladies and gentlemen. As for Team Flash, they have to cut across this road. It's going to be their biggest mission now. They do have smokes on them, but it's a matter of timing right now. The time is definitely not on their side. 30 more seconds till the zone closes entirely and we see stage 8.
Everybody seems to be not willing to move from their original position here. But Team Flash, they have to know the fact they have to go and cross the street. They don't have smoke perhaps, that's why they didn't pop too much of it. But lucky enough for Batman, he managed to just place himself across. But unfortunately for Kwang, he's going to be placed and finish them. Same goes for Yummy May, the last player of Boom. It's going to be him trying to carry out the rest of the team. These Xaviers start to move as well. They are on the hunt, trying to find all the remaining members. They're still burned off by the blues and all shadows. Levi trying to just finish off the rest of Team Flash, but heard a couple of crawling movement from behind, which could be Yummy May.
From this high ground, Shadows. As long as he stays there, he can lock another team out. But for Team Flash, they managed to get across the road. Good for them, but now it's going to be even harder for them since they have to hike up with D Xavier knowing exactly where they are. But Yummy May from behind, he could be the one to surprise D Xavier.
No smoke, 2 nades left. You have to play a bit more conservative here coming up from Yummy May. Lambo being shot! Ooh. What a nice tap coming up from Brosi just now. A headshot and then a lean shot back to his Batman. Left, right, center. Yummy May wants to steal that one away. But it's down to Yummy May versus the entirety of these Xaviers. Can you do this, Yummy May?
Yummy May against the world. Let's go. I mean, he is the top eliminator record holder so far for this season. But let's see if he can pull off a big one here against the 3 members of D Xavier who knows pretty much where he is. With Yummy May 40% of health left, 1 pull on there, 2 bullets on the head, and D Xavier scores chicken dinner #1.
Setting the tone for Grand Finals Day 1. These Xaviers hailing from the Vietnam region, taking the first chicken, and also look at the smile across their faces. This is definitely going to boost their morale in terms of the entirety of day #1 of the Grand Finals itself. It wasn't the cleanest chicken, but hey, all 4 of them still alive, so it's pretty okay. It's pretty still clean up there. But it's going to be a big of a push, as the Xavier is also one of the top 5 teams when it comes to the head start points from the league stage.
And they are also the holder of the most chicken dinners in a single day, that is 4. They have done that before. Well, who knows if they could do that again. But it's only game #1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out how many points did they collect this time around. Starting with the elimination points, and it is 12 elimination points collected by D Xavier in the Sandhawk match, with the most damage dealt by Shadow, 711.
It's quite a number. A lot of steals by his own teammate as well. But still, it's going to be a lot of Shadow's work up there. 711, 711. There you go. 157 damage received with 20% team contribution. I assume every single player of the lineup coming up from the Xaviers actually dished out equal amount, pulling up their own weight when it comes to this first map of the day. But when it comes to the Xaviers, yes, I agree, they are the kings of Super Sundays in week #1. It's not impossible for them to have 4 or 5 chickens in a day, I guess.
Yeah, it is not at all. So this is going to be interesting looking at how they had a good start. But of course, the circle isn't too far away from their regular draw spot, which is Paradise Resort. So that is a slight advantage to these here. But still got to give it to them, the fact that they came out of Paradise Resort to take that high ground. And they managed to lock out a lot of teams while collecting elimination points in the process. So great work. Game 1 for D Xavier. But other than D Xavier, got to give credit to PUBG Sports, Team Flash, and the Infinity.
No, sir. If I can actually squeeze another team, that might actually be XERXIA. They have been very aggressive in the first few stages as well. A lot of teams leaving their comfort zone or their initial drop spot, knowing the fact that it's going to be a lot different when it comes to league stage and grand finals gameplay here, which going to be more aggressive. But let's see a bit of a highlight for our first map of grand finals.
And it is D Xavier coming in with the first chicken dinner for the grand finals with 22 points collected. PUBG Esports with 15, and we got Team Flash with 11 points. And other than that, the home team, Vampire Esports, 7 points together with the Infinity 8 and FaZe Clan 5, doing not so bad, including XERXIA as well with 6. So we got at least 4 Thai teams up here on page 1.
Yep, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's going to be the points gathered by the teams of the home country teams. But when it comes to the team that didn't actually have the greatest head start here, Alter Ego unfortunately ended up with the 0. The only team with no points as a start. Hopefully their head start points will help them in a way, especially in this case.
And on page 2 though, look at this. On the other end, the heavyweight Alter Ego, the only team to not collect any points at all. But of course, it is only game 1. We still have at least 17 more games to go, so anything can still happen. So fans of Alter Ego, don't worry too much. They're still on page 1 and number 3 so far.
Pushed down straight to number 3 for Alter Ego despite 30 points at a head start. Unfortunately didn't gain any points now. D Xavier is taking the reign at number 1 while Boom push up to number 2. Team Flash also push up to number 4. Well, we do have a bit of swap on second page here when it comes to second half of the first page. Infinity also pushing up from previously 10th place up to 8th place at the start of the day. But we do have a couple of swaps, but not so much for PA.
And look at the total points. We have a good amount of teams with a single digit. Number 11 onwards, starting from SEM9, followed by XERXIA, TALON, NKT, PIGMY, as well as PEA. So these teams will need to work a double time to get into at least the double-digit bracket to put them in a better position in pursuit for the trophy. And I'll be looking forward to, of course, seeing PEA as well, since it's their first time in the grand finals, and of course NKT as well, also the first timers in the grand finals, to see whether they can catch up to the pace of the grand finals.
Yeah, but for side of PIGMY, well, they were in the last season's grand final, so they got definitely a bit more experience compared to their other rookie teams, which can be NKT and PA. All three teams hailing from their respective national championship previous season. But these Xaviers, we do have Shadows, or aka Levi, and Gosu as a comparison from Team Flash. When it comes to damage, we saw how Shadows actually did so much work with 711 damage, 609 coming out from Gosu, but Gosu, when it comes to team contribution, he did so much work for his team.
Yeah, a lot more teamwork there by him, and definitely teamwork makes the dream work. But Xavier with Shadows dishing out a lot of damage for his other teammates to collect the points out of them. At the end of the day, the points go back to Xavier itself, so that's absolutely fine. 711 so far is the highest number so far in the grand finals, but I'm sure the number will be caught up later on.
Speaking of numbers, we have more numbers here. When it comes to the first map just now, the Xavier is actually contributing to the most damage output across all the four teams on top of this screen right now. 2,188 damage is still considered high when it comes to Sun map, because it is a very small map. But Boom, despite it got quite a lively number when it comes to eliminations, it's 1,618, 1,434 from Team Flash, XERXIA 1,296. No Malaysian teams, the only region that's not in the top gunslingers when it comes to the first map of the day.
Yes, and maybe in the following round, we'll keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen, because we're moving on to a bigger map that is going to be Erangel. We'll be playing in match number 2 real soon, and in case you're wondering about the time here, you have to adjust yourself according to the time zone. This is, of course, according to GMT +7, so tune it based on wherever you're watching us from.
Now, speaking of the next one, Erangel. Now, since we do have these Xaviers as the chicken dinner start of the day, I'm not surprised. It will be a really extremely good run if these Xaviers can score like how they did in week number 1 with 4 chicken. That's going to be the record for this season. 4 chicken in a day, not across the entire week, in a day. We had that before. And still, the numbers to break when it comes to top elimination across the entire league previously was 24 eliminations by a team in one single round.
Yes, and 4 chicken dinners with multiple scenarios. It's not like, oh, all 4 of them, you get the circle on top of you, you don't need to do much. Nah, you gave them, they were given like, okay, cool circles for them, great. And then they were challenged with tough circles as well, and they still could score the chicken dinner. So these guys can definitely overcome all sorts of scenarios. So I look forward to seeing Xavier today as well. Definitely one of the teams to watch. If only I could put like 10 choices, right? Then definitely Xavier is in it as well. But of course, we can only put a limited amount of them, and we have 3 days to go. So within the 3 days, definitely Xavier would be one of my picks.
You had 4 just now, man.
Oh yeah, technically 4.
I had 3 of it.
I had an extra one.
You have more.
Bonus.
But the Xavier is going to be one of the teams that nobody should just underestimate or disrespect when it comes to their performance. When things are so tight, when it comes to the sprint, as we call it, when it comes to the grand finals, the Xaviers usually will try to save it. Also, another team that everybody should watch out for is going to be FaZe Clan. I think this is going to be the other team that will surprise us when it comes to the last minute push as well. But nothing to be too grim when it comes to first day here, because more actions, and especially when it comes to second day, it's going to be more spicy than today. But when it comes to today, mostly a lot of teams trying to read out and revise the other team's rotation, what adjustment they actually made from the league to the grand final stage after they've been through so much analysis with their coaching staff.
Yeah, I do agree on the FaZe Clan thing, right? They have always been known to come up at the last minute, and well, though they haven't won a major trophy before, but it's always the fact that the last minute they come up, they still manage to get a slot onto the next stage. PMGC that happened, PMSL that happened. I mean, they are like masters of performing under pressure, right? They can somehow do it from the start, do it early, and gain that level of momentum from the early stages of the grand finals. Who knows, they could come up as the champions in their home country.
I agree. I mean, like, of all the teams out there, right? FaZe Clan is one of the teams that always been in the grand finals, always been in the big tournament, but never touches the trophy.
Yeah, it's a similar case with IQOO Alliance as well, right? Even in PMPL, Malaysia or MYSG, whichever edition that you're talking about, they have not lifted a major trophy before, but they're always in the grand finals and they're always pushing for it. But like what Aditlu said in the interview, he also mentioned something about like they have always done well, but they have not lifted the trophy. So this is also another opportunity for them to do that. And according to the interview, just to do a light translation, he also mentioned that they learned from the past season because they had a good momentum at the start, but not so good at the end. So they learned how to do things differently after X amount of games. So maybe this time we might see a very different performance from IQOO Alliance.
It's never about the destination, it's always about the journey, especially for the players. It's about how they grow themselves across the entirety of the league stage with so many seasons going on. And do they want to rectify the mistake? Do they want to be better or not? It's down to the players. Whether they quit or not, that's also another question. And because there will be a time that some of the players seem to be burnt out and just don't know what to do next. It feels like they're stuck in the same rut. So hopefully some of the players that actually do in that certain condition can overcome that. That's where you start to reach out for the diamonds and stars. So hopefully they will not stop pushing themselves up there, because we see a lot of high potential when it comes to this season, especially when it comes to the Indonesian region. We saw a new name coming up, like example Hunts for You. It's not just Alter Ego Rosemary under the spotlight anymore. We do know Nepeko, Rat FaZe, even Yami May is always under the radar as well. But when it comes to different players across the entirety of the league itself, we can see a lot of, pick and choose certain teams or certain players. They are a bit more flashy than the other.
And even though they are not as flashy, but like NKT, for example, I really like the fact that they stuck with their same lineup from the past season. Even like teams like PEA, they actually made a couple of changes here and there, but of course they're doing well. NKT stuck with the same lineup previously, and this time they're doing not too bad as well. So looks like they have the philosophy of perhaps trusting the process. And players like Mr. Joe have been very entertaining for us, coming up with mind-blowing chicken dinners in which I think he was mind-blown himself as well.
I see a lot of players when it comes to the opening ceremony just now actually groom up themselves, including like I do notice that Yuhai actually have a very sharp haircut. I think it's going to be coming up from the Thai's barber's haircut. And yeah, that's where you try, and go for a different hairstyle across the other regions if you get to travel. There's the perks of being a pro player, by the way. Also, I do notice Mr. Joe did actually shave off his small moustache around there. So you look a bit more baby face, a bit more younger in that sense.
Yeah, well, I would prefer him to keep the moustache though, but hey, you know what? Maybe he's just trying out something new. Or like in certain beliefs, right? Like you're coming to the grand finals and then you like kind of want to make a promise, like you shave your head and you do that kind of thing, right? Maybe for him it's like instead of shaving his head, maybe he just doesn't want to. He shave off his mustache instead in hopes for getting a good run here in the grand finals.
That's something that, it's actually very beneficial for the players too. I mean, they don't have to have so much effort to just go and shave their hair or color their hair. Surprisingly, this season, we don't have that much fancy of colors when it comes to hairstyle. I was looking forward for that for every single season. Maybe for the globals, we get to see something new.
Yeah, Yoru did not do his green hair. And there was this Thai player as well. His name slipped my mind. But he always had this red hair, big red hair and all that. It's like something to do with his hair. Schweppes used to have this hair. Wasn't Nine Noise. He's not playing now, but he was playing like at least the previous season or the last season or so. But he's not here, so yeah, unfortunately. So no one took over like these iconic hairstyles this time.
True. And apologize for the hold up, ladies and gents. We're definitely going to go into Erangel very, very soon. Now, knowing the fact we're going to head into Erangel, there's going to be a lot more fights than compared to Sunhawk. But when it comes to Sunhawk, it was a bit of a pause. At the moment that PIGMY being eliminated, stage 2 and 3 seems to be a lot of avoidance of certain fights, but we do have a bit of interview.
Này thì mình đã tâm thế của mình sẽ thay đổi như thế nào sau khi mà mình ăn gà ở trận đầu tiên luôn vậy anh?
Trước khi bước vào trận đầu tiên của trận chung kết thì hầu như tất cả các cầu thủ sẽ đều rất là hồi hộp và lo lắng. Nhưng mà cái top 1 đầu tiên này sẽ giải tỏa áp lực cho 4 cầu thủ và để họ có thể có tinh thần thoải mái và ổn định hơn để thi đấu nốt 5 trận còn lại.
So before the first game, they were very nervous because this is the final. But after winning the first chicken dinner for the day, they kind of released the stress and the coach think that they will perform better in the next round. Với lại là một câu hỏi nữa là trong những cái vòng trận thi đấu tiếp theo thì không biết là chiến thuật của mình có thay đổi hay không anh?
Trong tất cả các trận tiếp theo thì bọn mình vẫn sẽ chơi theo chiến thuật cũ và đã có một chiến lược cụ thể ra thì các cầu thủ cứ sẽ thi đấu như vậy thôi, không có thay đổi gì nhiều so với cả vòng league.
Okay, so the strategy for the next match would just be the same. We already planned the strategy ahead and we will still keep that way.
That's a good insight from behind the scene regarding how these Aves actually do have a bit of insight regarding their last chicken dinner, despite they got themselves the chicken dinner. But we do know these Aves, they are perfectionists, they want more.
Yeah, that's why you did point it out, like even when they got the 4 chicken dinners like Lamborghini, it's also like it's just like well, we could have done better, you know, maybe more eliminations and all that. So maybe that's the perfectionist in them, like speaking, something like that. But speaking of perfectionists, look at his smile. Yep. That's a perfect smile.
The camera crew really loves Stone, man. I don't know why, but he's really know how to play with the camera, all right. But Mormon, the only one that's quite cheeky when it comes to the opening. I do hope if, like PUBG Mobile or any personnel of the higher management listen to our English cast, it would be really cool, like when the players actually being called for the introduction during stage, like the moment they stand themselves, all 4 players, that you have to strike a pose for like 2 seconds, you know, just do some weird poses, just to see a bit cheekiness for the players' side that nobody else knows. That everybody knows that they are super pro players, they are superstars, they are also like all the way serious when it comes to the game. But we do want to see a goofy side of the players too.
Yeah, I want to see what pose will Stone come up with. Like if you were to be able to request like a pose from Stone, right? Like what kind of pose do you want to see?
You just grab a rock and just pose with it, I guess.
Okay. That's a very simple request. If it was me, it's like I think for him to post like cool stuff, it would be like it just goes with his vibe. So I want him to do something opposite. Like I want him to post something funny. Like pose,
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, do something funny, like cheeky, like don't do the cool stuff because it's already
just like a monkey pose, that kind of stuff. A goofy pose. It would be pretty fun to watch. And Mormon have to be the one that pays for something very serious because he's always been goofy all the time.
Yeah, it's like you get the opposite side of them just to see how they look like.
True.
Yeah. True. Yeah, and if it's a Lamborghini, Lamborghini gets the goofy pose. Because he seems to be always serious on camera.
He needs to laugh. His pose should be laughing because every single time, last time we had 4 chickens in a day by Xaviers. When he did the interview, he looks like he's gonna cry.
Oh yeah. Get him to laugh pose.
Oh, just tickle himself on the stage or something, just ha, it'd be fun to watch too. Just because, we want to see a bit of a more different facet of the players that nobody actually seen them through before. Because a lot of audience or a lot of netizens or their fans or even us sometimes, like me as a caster, do kind of a bit shy to approach them because they look too serious. They look like a person that don't want to be approached. But you want to get to know them personally, deep down inside. What kind of a person are they? Sometimes,
Yeah, just like all these players that we can see here on screen, like you gotta actively approach them. So if you happen to be in Bangkok, or if you have any plans of going there, ladies and gentlemen, do try to catch them and actively approach them, because you know, obviously they won't be the one approaching, because yeah, they'll be in the zone, they'll be like thinking about the game and all that. But if you want to say hi to them, I'm pretty sure they'll be pretty happy to respond back to you, just like how Stone is always very good responding with the camera. We appreciate that. And the camera guy loves Stone, come on.
True. Unfortunately for my case, right, I actively try to approach the players, but most of them are like super shy because I'm probably a different gender, and then makes them a bit more. Except for like these twins, of course. These twins, I don't even have to say hi to them. They're just, hey, Ju, or just, you know, so random. They're super friendly, by the way. And some players, like Tony K, he's super shy. Even if I say hello, he's like, he tried to converse, but he's so soft-spoken, by the way. Very soft-spoken person.
Yeah, Zaxi will say, hey, Chu, check out the chewing gum on my forehead.
No, oh, you don't want to know their jokes. Their jokes are so dumb sometimes. I cannot even think. How did these guys crack a joke like that? That's so random. They did it.
Okay, so FaZe Clan's pointing at Vampire. Okay, I wonder. Because Vampire pointed at FaZe Clan. So, I don't know. Are we gonna see a civil war here?
That would be fun to watch. But if they have to be rotating in the same direction, of course. But if they just navigate across the other side, so they won't be meeting up anyways. But there's going to be some friendly rivalry between the Thai region teams so far. Seems like they're having a good run when it comes to day number 1 of Grand Finals. But all seriousness on the side of RRQ so far.
Yeah, RRQ. Also one of those teams that you gotta think about it, right? They perform fairly well like every season. Like Nabeko comes up as the top eliminator in one season, but they have also been in a situation where they have not won a major championship, at least at this stage, in Southeast Asia, that is. So, yeah, despite them always having a good run, but yeah, it's always something that's missing with RRQ.
They're the FaZe of Indonesia. The FaZe of Indonesia, it's gonna be RRQ. The RRQ of Thailand is gonna be FaZe Clan. That's how it is so far on the side of these two teams. Always in the grand finals, always one of the top teams, but never touch the trophy. You can just see it, but you cannot touch it. That's gonna be the statement given to all the merchandise stores, usually the souvenir stores out there as well.
Yeah, for someone who only goes shopping and just to window shopping, yeah, I see that all the time.
You do a lot of shopping, huh?
Yeah, a lot of window shopping, that is. Yeah.
You buy a lot of windows then?
You're learning from the twins now, yeah? I can see that.
Oh, you can learn so much, I assure you. And these guys can actually speak more than one language sometimes, you know?
Yeah, who knows? They could surprise you. Maybe by staying 1 month in Thailand, they can all speak Thai now. Gotta try them out.
I'm not surprised. Some of the like when I was hosting the global stage, right? Like they can converse very basics like Spanish from the twins sometimes, just to like have a bit of exchange of words in Spanish. Surprisingly, I was like, oh, it seems like gaming is not just gaming anymore. You can actually be so diverse when it comes to having a languages. You get to learn more culture, more of the culture across the other side of the globe. You get to actually learn their language as much as you can while you're meeting up, because the only way for this play is like it's so hard for them to meet up across the other side of the globe, right, when it comes to global stage. So they're trying to communicate with each other, they speak the same language of PUBG Mobile, but how do they want to share their ideas sometimes? So they have to learn from each other when it comes to language.
Yeah, you can switch language packs inside the game. So maybe that's a start. Yeah, on purpose, you deploy a different language pack just for kicks. And that's where you start off with. Just like how we are also anticipating the start of this game, just like all of you there, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, on the caster's desk, we don't have the power to start the game, just so you know.
Yep, we can only just watch and see and talk. At least we got the power to talk about something. You guys are being forced to listen to our voices. Sucks to be you, man. But yeah. But hey, hopefully we have been entertaining enough for you guys. If you guys have any ideas, if you want to know about certain teams that we might actually do have some infos regarding that, we will share with you guys. But these Avis, when it comes to the stats, now you saw that just now. We're waiting for the game to actually start, but surprise, surprise, we do have another surprise for you guys. It's gonna be drum roll. Us.
Yes. Welcome back to the Castles Desk, ladies and gentlemen. We know you miss us. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. We know you're done looking at the players. It's like, oh, okay, even the players don't know what to react anymore on camera. And so that's why it's back to us.
It's pretty awkward for me right now. I don't know what else to talk about since it's not only just gonna be us.
Okay. So maybe we can talk about like the fish that you
yeah.
barbecue. Yeah. What fish was it?
Is it barbecue?
Is it barbecue?
Other than
roast? It's not really roast. Burnt fish?
No, burnt fish is
Yeah.
just burnt charcoal, man.
What's ikan
What's the
bakar
English word again?
in English? Yeah, I actually never knew. Like, is it burnt fish? That's like the direct translation.
Let me just G it up, man.
Yeah, G it up. So what does the G say? Burnt fish.
Grilled fish. Oh my god, we even forgot about grilled fish, man.
But I thought grill is like you need to like have oil in it, and that's called grill, no?
It's pan frying.
Okay, all right.
It's grilled fish.
That's why I'm not the one cooking.
Yep, I will
So-
be worried when you're cooking. I
Yes,
definitely
you
will not
should.
eat it one day because
Yes,
I
you
don't want to
should.
get sick.
I have burned the pot before. True story. Making instant noodles. So true
Instant
story.
noodles, you burn the pot? Are you kidding
Yes.
me?
So do not hand me the kitchen utensils. Don't hand me the key to the kitchen. If
No,
there's
just
any
don't
key.
allow him in the kitchen. That's the only rule you have. Not
Yep.
even washing the dishes, I guess.
Not at
But
all.
you know what? We do have another surprise, I guess, which is gonna be we'll let you see the numbers of the countdown. Let's head into the break. See you guys in a bit.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight, and the glider will maintain its altitude, while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour, and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship. So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. we're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions, use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
You.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow, a secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. We're still here with you. My name is XERXIA together with Choo. And after that extended break, hopefully that didn't cool off those players.
Yep, especially the Xaviers who just got himself first chicken of the day, and not just that, we apologize regarding what happened just now. At this point, we have no clue what really happened, but yeah, we apologize for the wait, ladies and gents. But regarding of that, we're done and that's it. Hopefully, everything seems to be gonna be smooth sailing after this.
Yes, and 10 seconds on the clock before we jump into our next game. And attempted fist bump there by Bombit, I think, but it was not responded. But it's okay. Let's jump straight into it right now.
Finally, we enter our second map of the day. Seems like forever just now, but forever just started now. But speaking of which, we don't have forever for the grand final. It's just going to be 3 days. It's starting off from Hospital down to Noye for our first flight path of Erangel here. We had a very rowdy first Zahnok before, so hopefully the momentum is still up there for all the players.
Yes, and with a flight path that is fairly kind to majority of these players, at least it's a decent restart for them. With Vampire Esports, this kind of flight path, they will drop down to Primos, because if it's not Primos, it's going to be Zaki, but still it's skewed towards the southern side, so Primos it is for them. Other than that, I guess because it's a bigger map, then every team would get their regular drop spot. Shouldn't be an issue for the start of this round.
So if the circle just happened to be on the right side, then we might actually have the migration from hospital area, which can be XERXIA. I'm not sure if Infinity would drop around Milta Powers, in XERXIA dropping on top of the North Jogopol area. So we have to wait and see for the circle to pop, which is going to be any second. But it's like usual, like you mentioned just now, Cloud, it's going to be same drop spot like we saw throughout the entirety of the league, but it's going to be a northern circle. Now, we assume that XERXIA or teams that actually love to drop themselves on the northern side, including PEA, who love to park themselves on top of Stalber, will try to rush into the circle as soon as they can.
Yeah, PEA will have a good time in the circle as a start. And not too far away, Yasnaya, Poliana, Team Flash, and TALON, who normally likes to drop there as well. They should have a decent start as well, and they can pick pretty much wherever they want to be at, as long as they decide to, that is, since they are closest to the center of the circle. We might see some teams play in the high ground of Starboard. Look at this kind of circle, because anyway, if the circle does move away from Starboard, it's easier to go from the mountains of Starboard down rather than from down to up, when you have other teams already stand by at the mountain of Starboard.
Now, so far, no early skirmishes, and yet we don't see any pick-off by any teams towards all the scouters. Assume talent is going to be around top of Roshok as per usual, possibly after this. But like you mentioned, I don't think that a lot of teams want to trot themselves way down south. Correct me if I'm wrong, because the circle is just going to be so far away. Speaking of early rotation, like we expected, a PEA might actually take on top of Stalber as soon as they can. They're already on top of Savani right now. So it's down to the next few circles to see if there's any skirmish. When it comes to on top of Roshok, high chance we might see a lot of crossfire there.
Well, if you talk about the southern side, and if we go all the way down south to mid to the base, there's only one team there. And then that's because Team Secret isn't playing, and they did not qualify into the grand finals. If not, we will have at least 2 teams. So to be fair to them, why they dropped there is because, well, you would drop first before the circle comes up. So yeah, so naturally that happens, and then you just kind of deal with the circle. But coming in a little bit later with this sort of circle isn't a bad idea as well, as long as no other team gatekeeps them at the bridge, and that's always the issue with mid to the base drops. But as long as there's no other team that gatekeeps them, they should be fine, since they have the entire mid to the base to loot.
For PIGMY, that the only team that dropped around SMB. Well, they can actually go for boat ride if they want to, but it's going to be a very long boat ride up to Stalber Komishki. But speaking of which, there's not many teams who will take actually the boat ride here, so it's not really a bad idea from my opinion, by the way. But the teams that coming up from Primos, Sem9 on top of Europea, we do know Vampires love to drop on Primos just now. It's going to be a lot of skirmish when it comes to stage 2 and 3 possibly. I don't know if there's going to be RQ gatekeeping around this, the edges of the circle, but high chance we might have a Yasnar Poliana circle. Then we get to see teams trying to take over dominance of Yasnar Poliana quite early on.
Well, preferably, of course, if it goes to an open space, there'll be a little bit more open fight. Of course, that's a personal preference. Because Yasnaya, then, well, our night is going to be extended, naturally, in the urban warfare. But on the topic of boat rides, one thing that why teams don't really take boat rides from military base is because of the gas. So something that sometimes we, maybe from a viewer's perspective, we don't really take that into consideration because we don't get the indication of gas for their vehicles, and there's nowhere to stop in between. It's like, okay, one boat ride all the way, but is the gas enough? Did you happen to loot enough gas before you get onto the boat? So that probably is also another consideration why the boat ride that far isn't that popular. So at least if you take the ground vehicles, whichever four-wheel vehicle it is, you can stop somewhere in between and can still refuel yourself, try to loot up for gas.
It's going through now. Crossfire shot. There's going to be RQ rotating him. Might actually bomb into Boom. But they made a bit of a U-turn just to avoid the conflicts early on. All the teams knowing the fact that nobody being eliminated yet, not even a single player this early on. So we're going to expect probably stage number 3. That's where every actions will take into place. But when it comes to the early few stages here, everybody wants to avoid from being the first blood. But never mind, that's XERXIA PA. It's going to be a bit rowdy on top of Severny.
Well, infiltrating the house of PA is going to be XERXIA. And PA, there's just one player out on the outskirts of Severny, playing as an off-angle support, but probably he can't find a good angle. That's why Blaze is coming in to support his teammates inside of Severny itself.
Both teams trying to out-corner them each other. But XERXIA taking a lot more damage inside of PA. RNJ need to have a bit of reset. Going for a retreat will be covered by the rest of Megamind and Nezzy. Molly and Grenade being tossed over the other side. Blaze don't have a clear view on this, but being shot from afar. Those bird coming out from Z just now did take a bit of damage there. AUG and Blaze's hand trying to figure out an off angle to break through. XERXIA rush towards the compound here.
Yeah, nice move here by Blaze to come in from the side instead from the front. At least you have a different angle against XERXIA. That would kind of keep XERXIA on their toes, but XERXIA, look at their movement. They shifted themselves to the northern side of Severny. Now they kept themselves on a straight line, and all they need to do is face front against PEA. And the fact that Severny is inside the circle, at least they have the time as well to really position themselves well to take this fight against PEA.
True, and the circle was way up north with a lot of water ratio in it, around 20%. Severny might be in the next stage as well. Two teams happen to be having a stalemate here. B8 and XERXIA. Both trying to find any sort of way to squeeze into and break their formation. Kiddo, Trax and Mizzy regroup. Or Blaze still trying to find an off angle, but they definitely know where he's at right now. It's difficult for Blaze to find an opening for PEA. We might actually have a new contender coming in soon. If, example, Boom happen to be interested to be just passed by Severny.
Potentially from Rosa, move up to shooting range and to Severny. It would be interesting if Boom actually comes by. I often don't see them being a fan of getting into Severny directly. They normally have to play on the outside. But let's see where they are right now. Yeah, they're still on the northern side of Rosa. So, outskirts of Severny. Circle! Wow! Okay, at least stage 2. Nice split there. And it's going to be a headache for these teams to decide the north or the south.
I'm not surprised we have the Lake of Yasnaya Poliana once more for this grand finals of Zerangel, second map of the day. We've had that before, we're probably going to have it again here. And most teams start to migrate themselves just across a Roshawk and straight to Yasnaya Poliana. And XERXIA don't want to waste any more time. Here comes the craze of repositioning all the teams towards the second checkpoint or third checkpoint in this case. Try to play alongside with the circle.
Yeah, we can see that teams are really deciding on where to go right now because of the split. But we're gonna see also Rosemary knocked down. Early on in Sanhok, he was the first player from Alter Ego to be eliminated. And now an early knock for Rosemary. Not out just yet, so it could be saved. But it's Team Flash we're talking about. I'm gonna try to take advantage of it, but thanks to Alpha being the off-angle guy, kind of stop Team Flash from just rushing in.
Yep, Team Flash have to go for a retreat. They try to bait out Guang just now, going in circles. But the problem is, it's not just Alter Ego there. There's going to be Talon on the other side. Hence, that's why they're retreating. Their support just now giving some information from the back line, saying that they're not alone here. They're not going to be just one team that they have to focus on. It's going to be a three-way battle. If Talon just seems to be interested and will pulled over, I feel like Talon definitely won this fight here.
Yeah, not executing without an advantage, perhaps. Just monitoring the situation. As we can see, everybody is still intact. 64 players still in the game. As we are approaching stage 3 real soon. So this is where it will get rowdy. If we enter stage 3, stage 4 with still 64 players, we'll potentially see multiple fights happening across the map. And plus, let's not forget about the current split that we have because of the circle.
Now for PEA, they're coming up from the northern side, entering Yasnaya Polyana straight on the north. We've seen this before. They're coming up off Severny, just wait around the lake. The end lake of Yasnaya Polyana. That's where the circle ended up last time. If it's going to be the same pattern of circle, they actually won that chicken dinner. Almost won that chicken dinner, by the way. Or it actually won that chicken dinner by placing themselves around the ledges of the lake of Yasnaya Polyana. There might be a chance it's going to be the same pattern of circle, so they're probably going to have the same mindset or idea as before. Well, XERXIA, despite they having a bit of tension against PEA, taking a bit of rotation towards the left side, while Roshok seems to be a bit more crowded than it used to. We have Yudu Alliance just next to them. Vampire is right on top of Roshok. Last time we saw even Boom is around here. But speaking of the lake of Yasnaya Polyana, a lot of teams already taking up the north. 79 all the way up here.
Well, and majority of the circle on the northern side. So it's a planning time for teams on the south. Vampire Esports, Yudu Alliance, PIGMY, the Xavier, BTR, and a bunch of other teams as well, who is on the south side. Choke points is going to be interesting, especially at this stage 3. If any team chooses to run past by the bridge, even if they don't, if they take the right side in past the Yasnaya Lake, look at the amount of teams around this area, including NKT as a compound, PIGMY is on the other side. So if they pass by, they could be sprayed by 2 different angles.
It's going to be the war of a river here. Thailand might be one of the teams that will be targeted down since they are in the center. Since the northern side of Yasnaya, we do know there's some elevations up there. But Boom taking a bit of 79 fight. Everybody want a bit of edges and ledges of the northern side of Yasnaya Lake. This is going to be one of the prime spots that everybody worth fighting for. Boom tried to take it down, but Talon across the other side of the bridge straight away, giving some headshots. One knockdown, but the problem is that you have to have abundance of utility to play around these ledges, around this coast area. If not, there's going to be trouble, like how Boom popping a smoke a bit too late. Well, at least it lost only 1 man for now.
Speaking about trouble. Even bigger trouble for SM9. They lost that crash in by Boom, and now they're only with that one last player left. Not a great start for SM9 since they only started the grand finals with 9 points. So they definitely want to put themselves in a better position. I wonder where the final member of SM9 is, but the fact that he's the only member surviving, all he can do right now is just to play for placement points, and the fact that we have 16 teams left is going to take quite a bit.
Irony just now seems like Tony K, the one that probably executed Rosemary. One of the top fraggers in the top 4 lists of our MVP of the season. PEA slowly marching in, knowing the fact that the usual parking spot around the northern side of Yasnaya Polyana Lake just now being taken by 2 teams at the same time. Spot out Snake from afar. Blaze repositioning himself, trying to find covers. Couple of vegetations in between, that's it. Quite a flat plain here. Not really too much of elevation, but enough for them to have a bit of a view, while XERXIA taking the middle ground. It's going to be RNJ and Megaman have to cross straight into the circle now, but unfortunately they might bump into a different team entirely.
And they could probably still play by the ledges in, just like where RNJ is at right now, so they kind of avoid the view side of Alter Ego. survive this stage, but plan for the next stage because it will show up in about 10 more seconds. And that is where XERXIA is starting to make that move as well, sending 2 players in to scout for the next checkpoint. And let's see how far it is away for them. 3 more seconds and we'll know the answer. And it's at least not too far away. So sending out Mega Man and UBZ, great decision.
It's going to be a dangerous game for XERXIA, but still worth it. Boy chill down on the ground, leaving 1 player at the back, but PA next trying to take down the last player of Sem 9. It's not just them as well. We talked about UDO Alliance, or the Infinities happen to be across the other side of a mountain, but PA managed to secure this. It's going to be Dap around the corner. If they're not being careful, didn't check all the corners of all the room in this building, it will bite them back in the back later on for PA.
So Dap all alone here and does not have the circle. PA surrounding Dap. Dap with the first shot. He saw Blaze, but triggered discipline by Dap. The UMP in one hand, AUG on the other, but look at the elimination feed as well. It's running wild.
Alter Ego having another go against Vampire. Tony K. It's going to be revenge of the execution of Rosemary just now by October. Unfortunately, Infinity facing RQ, where Alva taking on Schraps. RQ taking a fight head on with Infinity, trying to blow them up and rush them out. But it's going to be Infinity, one of the strongest teams to play defense at this point.
Oh, no mercy. That was a close one, but comes with TBS on the other side. Alter Ego out at number 16 with 1 elimination point. Only 1 point collected in 2 rounds of Alter Ego. But focusing back onto the Infinity, Tony K and Tiger Axe are stuck in this building. And this moment, is still not letting them go, but no mercy is pretty low.
Tiger Axe, last play remaining, burn off the molly, but unfortunately, it's going to be hard for him to swing it 2 different angles there. Just on top of the attic, inside of the house, 3v1, Infinity. Seems like they are in shambles, not able to hold their ground just now. Faceman passing by RQ. Well, there seems to be a very greedy. Why not take away Mela out of the equation, out of this map, and 1 more down for the elimination feed and also for the points. But back towards Infinity Tiger, taking advantage while they're distracted with the players of FaZe, but unfortunately, there's no eliminations from there.
Wow, Asa came in at the right time to be the hero for RRQ. He almost punished for the distraction, but Asa had to come in to break from Asa. Now Moment on the road against A. Moment 1v3, but he's still able to get a knock, and perhaps he managed to steal 1 elimination point away. But anyway, oh no, he did not. Oh, so Moment was out without getting anything at all out of the fight.
Now PA just finished another team just now. PIGMY on the other hand happened to be gatekeeping against NKT. But the problem is NKT divided in 2 different sides here. The other 2 are quite busy against these Xaviers across the other side of a bridge of Yesnaya. Well, it's going to be a lot of teams trying to gatekeep this bridge, not just these Xaviers. PA on the other hand, they're taking a small shack and putting all their work in there. 5 elimination, dominating right now northern side.
Alright, and they still have 4 players intact. But the bigger question will be teams at the bridge. How are they going to get across, especially on the southern side teams? NKT, one of them, they're also gatekeeping RRQ, or in that team there. But we'll move back onto PEA now. They're busy with RRQ. And looks like a lot of smokes been deployed here. One circle went up north, so at least they still have the circle to play with. But they still need to win the fight against RRQ. And Nate sent across by Snape, knocking 1 member of PA down. But not only RRQ, Bullbeast was probably had to shoot from afar.
Oh, BTI is here as well. They're being sandwiched, just crammed down all angles. Their PA stuck in a corner, 1 small shack to take covers and a couple of barricades by the burn out or the burn vehicles. Back towards the side, trying to find elimination as much as he can. Kido is still bleeding across the other side. He couldn't spot him out just yet. Blaze still hiding it as low as he can be, but the problem is the moment the smoke dissipates, it's gonna be clear to anybody to view him out. Boom is around there, BTR on the backside, RQ right across the shack. That's done.
There it is, 1-8 to NPEA. But at least they went out with 5 eliminations. Not too bad considering it was a 12th place finish for them. But look at the elimination feed. PIGMY now is in the fight. And we're going to see this bridge go insane at this moment because the circle is not here at all. PIGMY crashes on the NKT.
The bigger fish is going to be Talon way at the back. PIGMY and as well as probably NKT will not win this as these Avis keeping them at bay, denying their entry towards the circle here. Well, these Avis taking them a bit of a mushroom tower cover. Next to them is just going to be Talon. Boom might actually spot them out if they're unaware and just under their vision on what's in front. You do a line taking on Vampires. A bit of a long shot by Atul, hoping it will connect somehow. It did. But there's no execution down there. PIGMY taking a bit of an edge fight. Just around and the ledges there. A bit slippery. Xaviers is going to be presented. PIGMY by himself.
Now Jabranki is in the water. And how is he going to get out of that? Anyway, Nate is there together with him. So the moment he docks himself, Nate will be prepared. But at the same time, the teams eliminating each other. Yudo Alliance scoring 5 eliminations, dominating at this point. Running over Team Flash, and Team Flash is our number 9 with 2 elimination points. Lots of fights happening across the map here. And Xavier is still gatekeeping teams coming across.
Trying to be a third party as much as they can, while 2 teams are running amok in the map right now. Yudo Alliance and IQOO trying to push their numbers up to double-digit eliminations out there. Barjin, a bit disappointed. Definitely, he can see a couple of shots across that side, but the curvature of the terrain makes it so difficult for him to just view them from this side. He needs to get out to find the shots. But Nate going all the way into the blue zone just to finish off the swimmers out there.
And the God gave himself to the blue, so NKT did not give away an extra point, but they're out as well. And look at this. We're at stage 5, but we already only have 6 teams left. This is running wild right now with the elimination feed not stopping just yet. Frenzy from Boom Esports taken out by No Mercy from RRQ. As for Yudo Alliance, Smoke, Leon's from afar putting pressure onto Boom Esports, trying to get anything out of this. But Yoru taken out by Jimmy OP himself.
Trying to control as much circle as they can on the southwest side. It's going to be Yudo Alliance spreading far thin among themselves. Trying to dominate and capitalize over the left side of the circle, but Boom, despite, well, RRQ, despite their being a bit distracted against Yudo Alliance just now, is going to be BTR against Xaviers, against RRQ at the same time. Xaviers taking shots whenever they can see anything that move. Here comes a Nate. Lambo in trouble, but he still managed to dodge it anyhow. Here comes another one. Will it finish the rest of BTR? That was a golden one. Lambo scored a big one for the team.
Nice one by Lamborghini to finish off our BTR. 5 eliminations already by himself. By Lamborghini, and 2 of them was by the Nates sent towards a BTR to eliminate them. Lamborghini is on a roll.
He's doing so much work by himself, by the way. Keeping the numbers up, making sure they're on par with the rest of the team, and trying to just take the lead and just stabilize the position at number 1 spot. Taking a podium spot and still survive in top 5 here for these Xaviers. Can they score another chicken? Because Yudo Alliance still having a full squad, Talon having a trio, Araki still having a trio as well. And they just naded down on Barjin, just shooting down his vehicles just now, leaving Lamborghini to do all the work for and by himself.
Unless Lamborghini can save his teammate. Still a chance though, but Lamborghini is quite far away. Anyway, RRQ, they have been very active in this round, and now they'll face off against a Boom Esports with RRQ on the outer side of the circle, trying to take out the members of Boom. Nate sent across onto Yummy. Boom onto Yummy by No Mercy, not showing any of it. Bobby now is going to be the last man standing for Boom Esports, and the Nate sent by another team from the side.
Oh my.
The next one, oh man, where is Bobby going to go now?
Oh, here comes the rush coming up from Masai. He knows exactly who's in the shack. Snape's coming in for the help. And left, right, center. There's going to be a lot of people just trying to hunt down on Bombit. And that's going to be a jump shot from Masai. But he got shot down instead. Bombit still has the fight in him. Now No Mercy next, willingly giving a body one by one to a side of Bombit. Can he clutch against the entire crew of RRQ?
Oh, here we go. RRQ. Looks like they are on a rampage mode. No Mercy. Who got it? Oh man, it was Lamborghini who's throwing away from afar. My goodness, that guy, such a thief from that angle. Now it's between Yudo Alliance and Talon.
Now, this Xavier is still consistently getting himself at the top 3 just now. Before he went down, he still take another one, 4v3. Talon with lesser percentage, but we talked about how Talon can just turn things around, but based on the position of Yudo Alliance, they do have a better spot and a bit of elevation when the spread coming up from Yudo Alliance pretty much cornered down Talon into one particular angle only, targeting one building. They're kind of clustered up as well. As long as they have a lot of nades and a lot of smokes, they can start to push in for Yudo Alliance.
And Yudo Alliance already has 10 elimination points. They're pretty confident as well with the full squad still. So their chicken dinner chance is 63% against Talon. Now with the circle shift, Talon, they don't have the circle. Look at the positioning of Yudo Alliance. They have talents around them. Nowhere for them to go. The moment they step in the house, Yudo Alliance will shoot them down from multiple angles.
No disrespect being shown by Yudo Alliance, knowing the fact they have the circle, they will wait for it. Wait for Talon to present themselves to save for Talon to just away from the blue zone instead. Without being burned down, they don't have that much time. Clock's ticking with less than 10 seconds to go. Talon have to decide now with Misery open up the angle, but will be shot down by Adik. Look, he needs to reload down to 1 HP. Misery still shot down anyhow. Down to 2 players. This is 100% Yudo Alliance's circle, and it's going to be their chicken to take. They will never botch this, hopefully, and it's going to be their chicken to take as long as they can secure 2 more eliminations.
Well, they were started off by taking out Axel. So 1 more to go. It should be clean one here by Yudo Alliance. 11 eliminations already. They're prepared to make 12. Red face, final member for Talon. The blue is just right behind him. He could potentially deny himself to the blue. So it would depend right now whether Yudo Alliance is able to score that 1 final point out of Red face and not allow him to deny the point. Red face popping up the smoke. Jimmy OP is going to make sure that he does not deny away the point. He's going to come in with a close quarters combat.
It comes head on with your DBS versus UMP. The jump shot, UMP stronger than DBS in the CQC, and Yudo Alliance hailing from the Malaysian team, scoring themselves the second chicken of the day in our first Wrangle map. Well, you scored it this time, Sir Cloud, and they definitely secured it.
And it's Yudo Alliance putting in a performance in day 1. Just like last season, they got 3 chicken dinners in a day of 1. Starting off with 1 here in this season's grand final. And also, I got a sticker a little bit early there. So, Mr. Duckman, when he says the sticker, you know what that means. You know what that means. But great work for Yudo Alliance. Clean win for them, not losing any points or not giving away any point at all.
With such a huge amount of eliminations in the bag, with Adik taking 5 and with the most damage dished out by himself. I mean, 964 with 5 eliminations. That's total up like what? 13 points in total for the teams here. This is definitely going to push up the numbers, probably in the top 3 now.
Yeah, so doing well for Yudo Alliance. Plus, they are one of the teams that need to catch up on the overall points. But Adik is our MVP. 964 damage, 5 eliminations, 231 damage received, 33% team contribution, and maximum survival time of 24 minutes and 39 seconds. Our MVP for this round is Adik. Has always been a top fragger for Yudo Alliance, and even back in the day when they were known as Farang Legends, still doing very strong.
I agree, one of the most consistent players coming up from the Malaysian side. Yudo Alliance, IQOO, they were going on rampage. These 2 teams just now were running amok across the entirety of the map. These Xaviers, I mean, they're balancing in both when it comes to position and eliminations. So they definitely still stand at number 1 with such consistency here today. Talon seems to be on the rise. We're going to have to wait and see. Will they drop the ball? Or will they keep the momentum or just keep shooting up the numbers? But so far, when it comes to the nades, look at the teams that are most impressive, the numbers big. But let's rewatch the highlight just a bit more.
But it was not an easy one for Judo Alliance as they had to cut across from the south side to be on the northern side where the circle was at. And they scored themselves 23 points in this round, followed by RRQ, 14 points, and Xavier still up there, top 3, 12 points collected. TALON, 11 points, and that's the double-digit club for you. And for the home team, this time around in page 1, only Vampire Esports with 6 points.
Yep, it seems like Vampire is still trying to push a consistency up there, and KT and Zedge seem to be dropping the ball, including Infinity and FaZe Clan. There's going to be 2 zeros down there. Sam9 migrating way too early into the center of the circle, will be shut down by RQ early on. While PIGMY, they're coming all the way from south just now, so they definitely had even a bit of a difficulty to get into the entry of the circle if they're late into it. But Alter Ego, unfortunately, despite their head start points, they might actually be pushed down to even 4th place now. Judo Alliance shooting up to 2nd place in an instant.
Yeah, Alter Ego only managed to collect 1 point so far in the grand finals. Now down to number 4. And like what you mentioned, after scoring that chicken dinner, Judo Alliance moves up to 2nd place behind Xavier by 10 points at this moment. Boom Esports, let's not forget about the last year's champions as well, still in top 3, 39 points by them. And they are just 3 points behind Judo Alliance as of now. Still a lot of Indonesian teams on page 1, 4 of them up there, including BTR and RRQ.
But Team Pleasures will make it through despite the only 2 Vietnam teams marching into the grand finals, but still getting themselves at the first page. Unfortunately, a lot of the home country teams, Vampires, Infinity, XERXIA, even and KT, will push down to the 2nd page. Turner slightly pushed up. PA just budged themselves from 16th place, exchanging the spot with PIGMY. Now, there's not much of a difference when it comes to the 2nd page, but it's all about the small steps. Also, all they need is just 1 round to turn things over.
Yeah, 1 good round can switch things. Like what we saw, Judo Alliance and Xavier, 1 good round, and they are like number 1, number 2. But we'll compare these 2 players, Luke, as well as Yummy, who is currently holding the record of the most eliminations by a single player in a single round. With this time, Luke 5 eliminations versus Yummy 4. Luke 964 damage, Yummy 862. But Luke came up with 4 assists, while Yummy took all for himself.
Well, Yummy did a lot of work just now, where a lot of Boom players didn't seem to be surviving as long as he did. So that's why we have this sort of numbers before. But speaking of which, we don't see Boom like how they did in week number 1 of this season's league. Seems like they're changing maybe too much. It feels like things been cooled down a bit when it comes to their performance. But you do 2.4k for the damage, 2456. It's a beautiful number. If we can squeeze in a tree in there, it'll be a very beautiful sequence of it. But 1812 for RQ, Boom with 1692, 1345 by Xaviers. All they need to do is just keep this consistency, and the trophy will be theirs to take.
Oh, it's only 2 rounds in, but Chuchu's already calling it. But let's see here. We still have at least 4 more rounds to go, ladies and gentlemen. And if you just joined us for today, Xavier scored the first chicken dinner, and Judo Alliance scored the 2nd chicken dinner. Now, 2 different regions getting their flags up there. There's still a possibility of different regions getting their flags up there as well, with the 4 remaining rounds to go.
Yeah, but speaking of which, we don't see any domination coming up from the Indonesian team when it comes to the chicken, but still maintaining the first page here with 4 teams up there still speaks a lot when it comes to the consistency, when it comes to balancing the elimination plus their position as well. So speaking of next Erangel map, we probably gonna have final week or league stage week 3 sort of circles, because so far that's what we have been witnessing for today's Erangel map so far. If it's still going to be the same case, the next circle will be tough and very unpredictable.
Yeah, I mean, this circle is fairly hard as well, because you had that split in between. Teams need to decide, like, okay, down south or up north, and they have to cut across if you're like south, and if it goes any harder than this, then it's going to be real hard. But of course, it's the grand finals, and it's going to be entertaining for us in the end to cut a circle, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of that. And maybe a dose of military-based circle.
Probably gonna have one. We've seen that in week number 3. Why not? Because it feels like it will be sort of the same rotation of pattern of circles, with which we don't see a lot of common circles in this sort of pattern. Hopefully that's going to be the case, because we get to see players adapting when things are not how they hope it will be, and how do they cope with the heart shape of the circle, especially where it's going to be a rare circle in the first place. But so far we do see some consistency coming up from especially the Xaviers. For the other teams, I don't see a lot of BTRs just now. Alter Ego dropped the ball 2 times in a row. Hopefully they bounce back, because I do know a lot of you guys happen to be one of the biggest fans for Alter Ego too. But don't forget about Boom. Boom, the thing is, the moment they start to wake up, they start to steamroll all the way.
Yeah, so Boom has that tendency of doing that. I totally agree with that. And even like we saw like during the league stage as well, like you thought that, okay, one day they're having a bad day and then they might carry forward that bad streak to the following day and all that, or even like at least half the day. But no, you give them like the break time, half a day, they're back and they're just booming away, just like how we knew them from the previous season. So they have a tendency of doing that. So even though they might look like they are not at their best form, or at least the championship winning form, that is a team that you cannot look down upon.
True, especially when it comes to the first day, right? I mean, let's reset and have the start as a clean slate here. We're talking about, yeah, league stage, we do know when it comes to initial drop spot for some of the teams, but how do they want to play? Will they want to play as how they used to be in during the league stage? Will they start to change the momentum? Will they be a bit more quicker when it comes to the rotations? But we do have Hans for you now coming into Alter Ego. We do know Hans for you, one of the top rising player when it comes to MVP probably, or one of the under the spotlight players when it comes to having the same standard as Rosemary.
And much needed a change for Alter Ego, being a team that is feared and the top team in the league stage. But they only managed to secure only 1 point in 2 games. Definitely not the standard that Alter Ego is expecting. So hopefully that kind of change will be able to swerve their course to more points. And that's the best thing about like a team like Alter Ego. Whoever that you can bring out from the bench, they are as good or might be even better. So great substitution there by Alter Ego, I must say, and also great bench.
True. I mean, they can rotate in and out of any players they need to. Same goes to like BTR, Red Aliens, everybody that's been sub in and out. All of them are actually star players. Nobody actually playing as a sub. But all chitter-chatters aside, we're dropping ourselves into the next wrangle, which is going to be the 3rd map of the day. Now, are you guys ready? Because buckle up, we're going another fight here early on in the next wrangle.
And it is Wrangle number 2, match number 3 of the grand finals. We're going to get a different flight path this time, starting off from Starboard down to mid base. And with this kind of drop, or with this kind of flight path, it's going to be interesting to see some of the changes here. There's a PA, normally drops into Suburni, but because the flight path is right on Starboard, they would change that drop spot to Starboard, that is. As for Vampire, since it still passes by Primos and they're still able to land on the Primos directly just a little bit later, they will probably still stick to their regular game plan.
It's all down to whether they can stick with the circle or not, because regardless of how they want to go in a second checkpoint, a third checkpoint later on, they have to reroute themselves based on the circle, how it will actually fare. But this time, when it comes to Jogo Pool or Hospital, it's a bit too far-fetched for the teams, a bit more favoring on the right side when it comes to the flight path. So we assume some teams will try to find vehicles early, and that's where we get to see some early pickoffs, when the players are trying to fight their way for the vehicles early. And Alter Ego will drop himself on top of Lipovka, which is going to be the second drop spot up there. So we do see PA dropping himself quite early towards Starboard. It's going to be one of our favorite ones, but we probably, yes, going to have week 3 of the league stage circles pattern here when it comes to day 1 of grand finals. We'll be on top of Lipovka. We've seen that before. It might happen again.
Wow. Lipovka, he has to pull all the way to the right, and Alter Ego will be hoping for that since they drop in Lipovka this time with this flight path. And other teams close by, like TALON, Team Flash, India Snaya, on top of the circle, somewhere in the middle, so they'll be pretty happy with this starting of the circle. PA will be pretty happy as well, so they don't really need to move that far. They can play around Starboard, they can probably stick there for a while, probably maybe 1 or 2 stages depending on how the circle shifts. and decide on how they're going to move from there. Anyway, PEA is a team that likes to come in later as well. So even if like the circle shifts slightly away from Starver, they could still take their time to come in as per their game plan.
But just now we saw how many teams love to rotate on the northern side, knowing there's only going to be PEA taking on the north, so as far as we know. And we do know that's going to be PIGMY dropping on top Severny this time. They're not dropping around SMB. So we might actually have either PA try to rotate early. That's what happened when they tried to change their strategy in week number 3. Or maybe they're just trying to wait it out. And just hope that they won't actually clash against all the other teams early on. Because we saw just now, Cloud, regardless of how a lot of teams happen to be in the main peninsula or just down at the bottom, some of them want to take the rotation, navigate themselves into the northern side, knowing there's not many teams that happen to be gatekeeping there.
Yeah, coming in from the north is always the easier route if you're able to land yourself on the north side. Just because of like what you mentioned, not many teams start off at the north side. You only have like what, Severny, and then Stauber Kamishki, and maybe Zarki, but that's like all the way on the other side. So your chances of bumping into a team if you start off north with the circle, it's not too bad. And then if the circle goes down, let's say it goes to a shelter or mansion, then you can have a few options. Like you can come from the middle, slightly slower, potentially having other teams to take fights with to gain points, or you can just like go all the way to the right side and hug the beach and come in as well. So a couple of good options if you start from the top.
Sure. But also there's some teams, an example here, it's going to be Vampires. They're dropping themselves way down north, way down south. Last time I checked, Stone seems to be a bit spread out from the rest of the roster, dropping himself right into SMB, which is quite vacant right now. I think they're just trying to loot up as much as they can, and probably just going to cross over the other side by taking the right side bridge on top of Novorotnoye. That might be the case for Vampires if they want to go down to SMB, just trying to get himself through looting stage, a bit more peaceful day, and trying to avoid conflicts early on. But PA is on the move. Seems like they're going down slightly towards the south part of maybe Kamishki, around the area nearby Yasnaya Poliana, trying to just avoid the north teams, which are going to be including PIGMY or even XERXIA.
Yeah, and for PA, what I observed in week 3, they have been diversifying their playstyle. Like there are some rounds that they go into the middle of the circle and they play from there, rather than playing their regular, coming in a bit late, avoiding fights, and see you in the final circle sort of gameplay. So this kind of diversity is very much needed, especially with a league that you have played for a month now, and you don't want to be too predictable to the other teams or what you might want to do. So for them to switch up this round, to play in the middle instead, different from the first 2 rounds how they played, that's great work by PA.
Mansion seems to be a bit of scuffle here. BTR. Wow, BTR against RQ against Alter Ego. So it seems like Alter Ego already left prison or Lipovka, just going straight towards where the fight happened to be commencing in the center here, just on top of Mansion. So there's 2 teams migrating at the same time and bombing to the Xaviers even. I think that's the Xaviers. They're leaving Pachinki already.
Ah, the Xavier left Pachinki since Pachinki is not within the circle. So I guess they want to try to get into the middle, or at least as close as possible to the circle, so that they can make that next move. And plus it's a circle that has a lot of land in it, so they have a lot of options if they move away from Pachinki to pick their spot within the circle, whether they want to play in the high ground or they want to play in any of the compounds within the circle itself. There's abundance of areas for them to choose from.
True. Trying to avoid early conflicts, especially the team that did not gain as much as they hoped for the first 2 rounds early on today. Now XERXIA taking a bit of a blue zone. They are last seen around hospital area, so they will try to take things slower. It's unusual to see XERXIA playing that slow, because we used to look at PA. But speaking of PA, I love the way they grow. We can actually see them grow throughout the entirety of the league.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if you want to take into account like last season to this season, and that's the best comparison. If anyone wants to see how much they have grown from not meeting any Super Sunday at all last season to this season coming to the grand finals, it's a significant growth for PA. And not only they are in the grand finals, like they are also fighting their way through. Like they've shown some good fights as well in the previous round, and now at least, though they have not reached a double digit, but they are not the last team. So there's always this potential for PA as long as they don't be grounded like at number 16 and not move away from there.
That makes me kind of excited to see what they have to offer when it comes to next season. If they actually grow stronger for next season, they just pretty much up to par with the rest of the teams up here. Because that's where we get to see such a tremendous growth during the off-season, how they actually train. These guys are relentless. They are so hardworking, by the way. They just non-stop, even during the break time off-season. They're still going for scrims and go for small tournaments, community tournaments, even trying to brush up their experience and the skills. But back to it, the teams that we didn't mention enough. FaZe Clan. Just now, Mela in the first map pretty much did a lot of work for the team, but unfortunately when it comes to the second map, which was our first wrangle, Mela did come to some troubles to just find himself any sort of opening for the team. But we do have another Yasnaya circle.
Well, I mean, as long as the area is within the circle, there's always this possibility because it's all about the RNG of the circle. Though it's up north, but yeah, I mean, there's always this hardship thing that could happen, so the possibility is there. But for the teams, they don't seem to be anticipating the Yasnaya circle that much. A lot of them still playing on the outskirts, the Medusa intersection, as what you like to call it. And yeah, the majority of them seems to be playing there. Unless stage 3, if it's a hardship up north, then we might start to see Yasnaya be populated.
Oh, we had a Medusa intersection before, also in week number 3, by the way. But we do have Sam 9 coming in very late compared to the last one. Maybe last time when they try to migrate into the center of the circle as fast as they can, things they work out for them. So they're trying to change the tempo up a bit or just switch it down a bit due to how they were being eliminated without any points early on. So they're trying to make do and trying to rectify or even redeem their last round, which might actually be a better outcome compared to the last one, because you know sometimes later it seems to be better in this state.
Yeah, I mean it's like a roll of the dice because you got 16 teams in total in the game. That it's very hard to tell like okay what the teams are going to do, unless if it's like okay one team versus one team, then you can kind of like okay have an easy anticipation. But with 16 teams, for the most part, you probably just need to focus on yourself and your timing and where you want to be at. Just like what the Yummy is doing right now to Moment. Finally shows up. Still trying to get away from Yummy's crosshair, but not able to. But yeah, finally he did. And he found this ditch where Ventoris is.
Playing around the ditch here for FaZe Clan. They need a lot of smoke to play around this area. And Misery just trying to find those elevations to view from above. Talon seems to be surrounding FaZe Clan. I'm not sure where are the rest of FaZe Clan members right now. It seems to be just Mormon and Ventoris around this side. The other two, no clue. Maybe they already got themselves in the center of the circle, playing a bit of half survival, another half going for frags at the back. Probably that's going to be the case.
So far, speaking about frags, not as many as before. So far, only 2. And both of them have been taken out by the members of BTR. And BTR, if you gotta think about it, like today, based on the first 2 games, not really explosive by BTR yet. So we haven't really talked too much about them. But I guess they went under the radar because we haven't got them much on screen. By the time we know, it's like, oh, they only left with 2 players, 1 player. So far, not a great day for BTR.
Probably going to see major swaps later on for BTR even. But we do have on top of Mansion, northern side, we have exactly this sort of circle before. So we've seen that before, and definitely going to be a different outcome this time when it comes to the grand finals. PIGMY and P seems to be sharing around the same vicinity, but moving in the same direction. Talon and Alter Ego might bump into each other, probably just Team Flash giving some warning shot across the other side. But we do see FaZe Clan just next to them as well, playing around the edge of the circle. TALON seems to be in the center here, while FaZe Clan finally found themselves a compound. Vampires seems to be wanting the same compound, but the moment they saw FaZe Clan repark themselves in here, they made a bit of a U-turn and go straight instead.
Yeah, no doubt this stage is going to be real interesting. Look at all these migrations happening. Vampire Esports going towards the area where Alter Ego is at. Down the lower ground on Mansion Stone, knocked out by Rosemary from behind. Tony K focuses into the area where the mansion is, but look at the spread by Alter Ego. Floop fights back.
Oh, he's now Flukes down on the ground. Vampires having down to only one last player standing. Shrubs trying to play it around for Vampires. It's going to be a stack case game 2v1. But here comes the Xaviers as well. The entire team seems to be just passing through. They're not interested with a scuffle between this team. But Hans for you try to bait him out for Vampire. Last member Shrubs. He comes down. He's shot down. Rosemary managed to score alongside with Hans for you. Personally, I feel like this is what they needed for Alter Ego. Hans to play alongside with the roster for first day.
And they start off well with the off angle by Rosemary to take down Stone at first. And with the Xavier passing by, not interested. Instead, they're interested to take over this high ground where Artur happened to be at. Artur executed. The other members of PIGMY can only watch from afar.
Right side, I think that's going to be Boom. The Xaviers have to be extra careful because Boom's cross is just aiming towards the side of the Xaviers right now. PIGMY right across them behind, probably NKT. The Xaviers playing a very dangerous game. But they have abundance of smoke. It's PEA on the other side, sorry. But the Xaviers definitely trying to save themselves from the back. To see if there's anybody creeping in from behind. Nate give a bit of a support from the back as well. The rest of the team of the Xaviers uncomfortable where they at. Quite open here in the center of everybody else.
Oh, here we go. RRQ. Whoa! Snake flying car. Man, somebody gotta check his license there.
Yep, it seems a lot of cars flying these days, but here comes even a flying native. Alva side chip down to 50% of HP. Try to return the favor, but Nepeko dropped right in his face. He's down on the ground. Alva bleeding out, hoping for somebody to save him. Rosemary repark, trying to make a U-turn and trying to drive back in. And there's no drive-through here, buddy, but Rosemary coming through. Here comes Ring Around the Rosie with the vehicle. While Sam with the UMP trying to find a vehicle across the smoke. It's going to be difficult. He's going in with the F1 rotation. Driving fast, Rosemary finally reunites with the rest of Alter Ego.
Well, the vehicle going in for it together with Slate out with that EBSs. Rosemary trying to win the fight against them. With his M4, makes it one knockdown, one more to go, but the DBS will win against Rosemary. And Rosemary close one, he almost got it. Look at Snake's health. Unfortunately, he lost that fight and Alter Ego out.
The scream just now coming out from those fights. One more bullet to shut down the players that just finished off the entirety of Alter Ego. And unfortunately, despite his trying to confuse our RQ players, didn't work out for the side of Alter Ego, but at least they scored himself 5, better than the last few rounds. But back to it, the team is still trying to find their survivability inside of the circles, trying to find a bit of a safe spot. FaZe Clan trying to play a bit late rotation compared to all the other teams who are already in the center, including RIQ and TALON seems to be a bit tension here.
Yeah, and TALON is monitoring the situation on the other side. They just came by. But I guess they felt to themselves that, oh, it's a little bit too late. The fight's over. RRQ have reset it. So until they find an advantage, then they might go. But speaking about advantages, both sides trading off each other. But we're back onto the other side, where Sub9 is at against BTR.
Last player, I think. BTR Satar. Prep the Nate, cooking it up. Changed his shotgun, knowing the fact that Sub9 will try to flush him out. Oh, he opens the door, finds another one. Wild, might as well just take it away. Well, he can before he will be rushing by the teams here. Sub9, will they actually botch his prep? The Nate, see that through coming, but you are still being knocked out by you. The Alliance, Leon DZ from the back line all the way.
All the way from downtown. Satar. Man, he got a little bit of help from Udo Alliance. That bought him some time, and also he managed to secure another point thanks to Udo Alliance. But 30K had to spoil the party just when Satar was celebrating. Satar eliminated by 30K, but it's now the Infinity.
scanning. He didn't manage to reset himself yet. He got actually the time to find a couple of first aid. They opened fire. The moment he opens fire, Infinity already parked himself in. It's going to be 2 down. UDO Alliance seems to be helping indirectly at this stage. But Sem9 in trouble too. They cannot overexpose themselves because NKT, UDO Alliance, NKT, Sem9, Infinity. Well, we have 4 in the frag of the getting himself this compound.
We'll say hello to UDO Alliance as they have arrived into the compound as a third party. Tiger K navigating around. And now the Molly is buying time. This is time for him to reset. Time for him to heal up. Will there be enough time for him to pick up his teammates? Probably not, because UDO Alliance waiting on the outside, just waiting for the Molly to go out. And they will come in. Leon with a nade onto Logan. 30K is out as well, leaving only Tiger.
Had a look. It's going to be clearing the corner. Nade coming in, and that's going to be the last of Sem9, but they're not done yet. Tiger still wants to fight for an effort, but UDO Alliance 2 in 1. Why not? 2 teams in their hands with 6 eliminations across the scoreboard.
Well, now that the circle will shift away, the house is no longer valuable. Time for UDO Alliance to move. NKT, D Xavier, and RRQ within the circle. But we're back onto the left side. The area I mentioned is that TALON is still here, but they have Team Flash in the area.
Now, both teams, D Xavier and UDO Alliance, having a full squad still, especially UDO Alliance going rampage across the map, bulldozing all the teams whenever they can. Well, Kwang, on the other hand, trying to flush out your talent. They do have a bit of elevation, but there's going to be another contender at the backline, which is going to be RRQ's gatekeeping from the inner side of the circle. So even if Team Flash down with talent, it's going to be tough for them to just take out RRQ off this map.
Yeah, with 3 teams locked in with each other, it's going to be hard for TALON or maybe Team Flash, depending on who wins the fight. And plus, they'll be pressured by the blue when the blue arrives onto them. Look at this. RRQ keeping a close watch. What is happening on the outside circle. Right now, we can see that both teams still locked in with each other. Even if they want to exit, they can't. Yoru! Vehicle blown up by Gosu. Knocks him down. Opening probably for Team Flash.
Axel, chipped down to 60% of HP. Another nade drop, and he knows he's trying to pick members up, but just a bit overtossed there. Kwang repositioning himself on the flank, trying to find an off angle. Ghost is still trying to cook up the nade, calculating about the angles. Might drop onto Misery, but close enough. Axel will return the favor. He's prepping his nade as well. Ghost will need to reposition here once to overexpose himself regarding his position.
Here we go. Time to move here, but RRQ is not only interested on the team on the outside, they're also interested on the FaZe Clan. With our start putting pressure on the FaZe Clan, trying to get anything out of the spray. And Misery knocked down. Now TALON, they need to move as well. Look at this, they're still locked in with Team Flash, and Team Flash really not letting them go, despite Team Flash also on the outside circle.
RRQ taking whatever they can while waiting for TALON and Team Flash to be done with the fights here. It's kind of hard for them to visualize due to the compounds and the buildings in between. There's so many structures that cover their view. They're blocking time to see Team Flash and TALON at the same time. But for Team Flash, they need to make it fast. We have less than 1 minute and the blues start to shrink. And even furthermore, they'll be actually taken down because next is going to be stage 5 burn. It will be nasty. It won't be that friendly. Team Flash taking on Yoru once more. It's so difficult for them to just pick over the slashes.
Yeah, just look at this, right? Because they have to take care of Team Flash, of TALON and also RQ at the same time. But okay, looks like Team Flash, they're gonna leave it for now. They're gonna try to find an angle to come into the circle, prioritize the circle instead. But for TALON, they're still stuck on the outside. Now they have no choice but to fight their way through. Yoru knocked out by Bilbo from PIGMY. From afar, PIGMY also became a nuisance to TALON.
Resources running dry for these 3 teams right now. Team Flash especially down to only 1 nade and 1 molly for Conti. We've seen Conti clutch before. Definitely doable. But for Team Flash, they need to go on the other side and fight against RRQ next. TALON, they have to deal with Napako holding the ground and holding the angle, but all 3 teams are not favored by the next circle. Here comes a nade over toss. RRQ still clustered up. Slowly, Team Flash seems to be breaching in on the other side because they're focusing on towards TALON too much for RRQ. This is going to be a dangerous one.
Honestly, I'm amazed the fact that TALON as well as Team Flash managed to move towards the inner side of the circle. But now that the circle is shifted, even RRQ does not have the circle. Going to be a big mess here. Axel now down on his knees. And the Beko just right beside him. And let's take on the Beko. There's no way for them to save Axel. But the Beko comes in! And nice shot by the Beko. Tries to take out Red Face on the other side. Now Red Face will be the next target. But Asar managing Team Flash at the same time. Talon out.
Down to Team Flash to fight against RRQ. Do they have enough, or their resources seems to be too dry for them to fight back? Well, PA is also start to take some action. Just now, a couple of Team NKT, especially down to one last member due to the crossfire between PEA and NKT. Team Flash, on the other hand, trying to find a different route in. They need to get themselves without fighting RRQ since they don't have too much troubles anymore. Spot it out in Peko. It's going to be who's he who FaZe goes to have a sharper spray indeed.
Yeah, past the smoke, beautifully done by Gosu. But RQ fights back with no mercy, taking out Kwang. And time is on their side. Look at the timer. The zone will come in onto them. No mercy. Shut down by Gosu. They trying to get a member of Team Flash, but they have to do himself. He's able to get into some space. I think that Batman will not want to let them go. Batman wants to secure that elimination point out on the Beko. As Batman heals up, his other teammates moving.
Seems to be a bit massive for RRQ. They are in shambles, down to only one player, despite they actually hold the high ground. They got the elevations advantage just now, but they were waiting indoors too long. It's going to be a different team. Take it out. It's still going to be Team Flash. Batman repositioned to off angle. Next, PIGMY, Xaviers. But we do have the elimination of PIGMY just now.
What a name! My goodness, sent across to NBC. Now it's going to be Yudo Alliance and FaZe Clan playing by the edge of the circle. With Mormon now going to be the last man standing. Picks up Onsen, but he has to do it quick. Leons! Nice long range spray by Leons. Secure that elimination point. And now looking for more.
It was Conti. Secures on the different angle, steals away. Leons has scored that one. Managed to steal by the side of Team Flash, and Conti forced himself in like that. Despite he got himself that finisher to a side of FaZe Clan members, he didn't see that. He didn't thought there would be somebody else there. Lucky for FaZe Clan, they have 2 more remaining members, but Team Flash as well. These Xaviers on the other end, still having a full squad once more. Same goes for Yudo Alliance, our last chicken dinner in a wrangle just now for Yudo Alliance.
Well, here we go. Adilu with a nade, send across onto the area where Mormon is at, but only chip about 10% of his health. So Adilu not able to get a knockdown at all. Anyway, they still have the circle, so they can play the patience game against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan only 2 players left. Yudo Alliance, Adilu knocked out by Mormon. But Leon from the other side, Mormon almost down. Mormon knocked out by Leon's beautiful long range spray.
Here comes Jimmy, trying to do some finishing touch down there. But they need to wrap things up quickly because these Xaviers and PEA might actually just come through for the third party plays. Onzen, Jimmy OP, try Jimmy 99 now, but here comes another long toss from Olio that secures the deal. FaZe Clan no more here. We're down to only top 4 teams. These Xaviers and Yudo Alliance again with such consistency. While Team Flash just obliterating the rest of the teams out there. PEA also having a full squad.
Yay, into the top 4 with a full squad. Only team that is still complete. Up against D Xavier on the inner side of the circle. So PEA trying to find the advantage, but the nade almost took out Lamborghini. The second nade. Lamborghini down.
The rest of these Xaviers down to only 30% of HP. Managed to reset. Here comes the finishing blow coming in with the rush. PEA going in full force in. Playing around the door. The door is so confusing, by the way. I'm confused as well. But regardless of that, that's how the door finish off these Xaviers by PEA's hands. Next is going to be top 3. Yudo Alliance, Team Flash. PEA didn't lose anybody just now.
Yeah, and they have a good position on the northern side. Still with the compound, while Yudo Alliance on an open area, and by the side of them is still going to be Team Flash, but Team Flash only has 2 players, while Yudo Alliance has 3. So the man advantage, of course, is towards the Yudo Alliance. Now Team Flash trying to find that opening. You can see here Batman trying to be sneaky about it, but no good angle for him just yet.
Yudo Alliance on the other hand, trying to score a double digit once more. 9 eliminations right now. But when it comes to utility-wise, I think it's more to a side of PEA. They have been quiet for a long time. They start to take action when there's only 8 teams left just now. Team Flash crawling, slowly trying to advance, but the problem is that you couldn't see anybody from here. The curvature of the terrain is difficult for him, but it's spotted out 1-1. Jimmy being shot down, giving away the position here. Relay back the information towards the rest of the roster for UDO Alliance, but PEA, will they start taking actions as well?
Oh, look at this. The circle favors UDO Alliance. But PEA, without the circle now, they have to move. They have to find their way into the circle. Potentially, they must fight against UDO Alliance, but be aware of third party. They could potentially come out of Team Flash. Now, Trexie, position compromise. UDO Alliance, but it's an idea that he's there. But again, because of how uneven the terrain is, it's hard for UDO Alliance to spot exactly where Trexie is.
Reserving his first 8s. Pop the smoke will give away his positions. The UDO Alliance will try to open up. They dominate over the circle for now. Have such map control on the side of UDO Alliance, but next stage, no more circle. It's down to who get more bullets to connect, and plus who get more first 8 to survive a bit longer. Utility-wise, it's more to a side of UDO Alliance with a lot of smoke, but when it comes to damage-wise, PEA do have the numbers too. For Team Flash, they have nothing other than that one smoke to survive.
Yeah, one smoke to make it happen. It's going to be real interesting here to see what's going to happen at the grand finale of this round. Top 3 teams surrounding each other. Batman coming into the circle as well, playing it as quiet as possible since Team Flash only has the 2 members left. And Team Flash with that one smoke, if they pop it, they will somewhat give away the position. So they're going to keep it for now, and when actually needed. Not yet.
PA knows exactly where position of Team Flash plays. They try to deal with that one first. That's going to be a closer target for the side. A bit difficult due to the terrain. They do have a couple of vegetations, but Team Flash not so much. They have to run on their foot right now. A bit too close towards the blue zone. The moment they're trying to stand out, here comes the nade. My God, what a toss by UDO Alliance. Off angle, Leo, he opens up the opportunity for the team. Batman will have to force to stand up here.
Okay, yes. Because right now the blue is just right behind him, putting a lot of pressure. If Batman stands up, then he will definitely expose himself, so he has to make the right decision. At this moment, he left his back behind. Extra cover. Batman, he's Leon. Hit marker, definitely did his work. Oh, Leo on the right side, Batman pressure by blue at the same time. When is he going to be able to stand up?
Barely make it through, but UDO Alliance in shambles now. PA taking advantage. They spotted out Kid to finish off Team Flash. Oh, it's down to Team. UDO Alliance 2v2, 2v3. Leon's been targeted down. Mizzy with a spray. PA, can they score this one? Don't you, Leo. To do all the work, he's putting him out as well. PA down on the ground.
Oh, Leo, last man standing for UDO Alliance. Pressure 1v3, but the answer is no. PEA scores the final blow until Leo to take it back home for themselves. Winner, chicken dinner. Day 1, grand finals debut. Grand finals debut chicken dinner as well for PEA. What a great start of the day.
First grand final, never been to Super Sunday last season. First ever entering a Super Sunday this season. First ever grand final and first chicken for the grand finals. My God, I'm looking forward for the next season performance here. But also, don't disregard these Xaviers and UDO Alliance. Such consistency, my God, when it comes to UDO Alliance. Did they manage to secure double digit or not? That's going to be another question later on. But when it comes to BA, they definitely scored double digit eliminations.
12 eliminations for PA. And, well, perhaps it's not even next season. Let's look forward to see what they can bring to the table in the grand finals. They may be able to surprise us, ladies and gentlemen. 12 eliminations, switching their strategy, playing from the middle of the circle this time instead on the outside, and being versatile with their gameplay. I really like what PEA did this round, and it just shows that they are truly adapting. They are truly making themselves not being able to be read out easily by the other teams. And the MVPs, IGL himself, Trexie.
Wow. I mean, he's newly added towards the roster for PA compared to last season, which was Lax taken out and being transferred in as even the IGL. BEA definitely have more to offer when it comes to the next season, but don't forget about Team Flash as well. Team Flash has been on the rise in the first day of Grand Finals, and RG, as usual, they love those shooting all across the map.
Yes, and also Judo Alliance. Let's not forget about the consistency. They scored the chicken dinner before, and now they scored a second place finish. But let's moment here in round number 3.
Two teams getting high frags up here. Judo Alliance close enough. One more to actually score 10 eliminations up there. But 12 eliminations with 22 points in total, despite they're starting at the very bottom with 1 point in this grand finals, shooting high up there when it comes to ranking. But Judo Alliance, such consistency displayed. Did they actually overtake the Xaviers at #1 spot now?
There is a high potential here because of the gap difference. Okay, it was 10 points before, so no, not yet. But they definitely closed up the gap because the Sabres got 8 points this round. About on page 2, the home team, Vampire Esports. 0 points. Not only them, XERXIA as well, representing the home team, also 0 points. Boom Esports, last season, so many zeros this round. Boom as well as TALON, 0. What? TALON 0? What? After all that is 0? Seriously? After all that? Wow.
I know, right? The fight between Team Flash, RQ, and TALON ended up with TALON 0. What really happened? But these Xaviers, they should be, you know, sweating right now in their seats because it's just going to be 3 points different. But the gap between Judo Alliance and Boom is still quite big. But look at PA from the very 0 to hero in the first page.
Yeah, welcome to page #1. One good round, switches a lot. But on the other side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 home teams are on page #2. Not the spot that they want to be in, considering that they are playing it for the home fans as well. And that includes XERXIA, NKT, Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, and the Infinity. They definitely need to work out something to get back to the home fans.
Yep, especially the live audience happen to be seated inside of the arena as well, waiting for their teams that they have been supporting since day #1 there of the league until the grand finals here. But maybe they're cooking up something at the back. Who knows? When it comes to day 2 and 3, it's unpredictable still. But so far, when it comes to day number 1, we see different teams getting a lot of chickens in, and it seems to be a good day for the Malaysian team so far. But don't worry, guys. Next, we don't have a break, so it's gonna go straight into map number 4.
Yeah, so even though these teams are feeling like, they are not performing, they could use a break. Well, they probably won't get much of it, so they have to be prepared for the next round, including Sem9, who has not really been showing up as well. And we all know Sem9's fan base is huge. The fact that they are down there, page number 2, not something that the fans would expect.
Same goes for Boom and Alter Ego. I mean, Alter Ego definitely have some improvement after they transfer in Hans for You. Maybe that's what they needed, a bit of a change of a perspective and approach of a fight. When you have Hans for You, it's a bit more aggressive compared to Alter Ego that play a bit more balanced with that Hans for You, when Alter seems to be the overall fitting into the role and try to play all-rounder for the team. But Hans for You a bit more aggressive, trying to find the opening and trying to take a fight whenever he can. It's a bit of a different approach when it comes to transfer in and out of the players. But also don't forget about teams that we mentioned earlier. NKT and PIGMY also seems to be hailing from the championship, the champions of the regional national championship by their respective regions PMNC. So if you compare with PEA, I mean PEA, the thing is, it's not consistent when it comes to performance. Sometimes you drop the ball entirely early for the next round. Hopefully I didn't jinx it, but yeah, usually that's going to be the case. But what about NKT? What about PIGMY?
Well, NKT, PIGMY, yep, on the other end of the chart. So NKT is also their first grand final, so they're probably like trying to get the feel of like the grand finals with the audience, with the crowd and all that. It's definitely a different feeling. But for PIGMY, it's interesting, right? It's not their first time on this kind of stage. But anyway, looks like we'll be taking a short break, Choo Choo. So we'll see you guys after this breather.
We're back, ladies and gents, after a very quick break just now, just to make sure that everybody have time to go to the washroom and just in case, just in case for the players too. But speaking of which, we're heading into our last wrangle for day number 1 of the grand finals. We can assume this one is going to be a bit more rowdy than the first two.
Well, but this may tell us the rowdiness story of it. The Judo Lions coming in with 2,362 damage, despite them not getting the chicken dinner, but still consistent performance by them. Coming in next is going to be PA, who's got the chicken dinner, 1,804 damage, followed by Team Flash, 1,664, and RRQ, 1,568. And Judo Alliance still showing that they are very, very consistent in day 1 so far.
And PA, despite they didn't actually push out as much damage as Judo Alliance, they do actually secure more eliminations. That's playing smart and being the third party whenever they can. RRQ, one of the team that fought against TALON and as well as Team Flash just now, managed to squeeze in while TALON did gain nothing out of this. PA 12 elimination, a lot of 9s, 999 up here, don't call the 999.
Well, police then, because these teams have been wrecking havoc in the map. With the PA 12, the Judo Alliance, 9, same goes with RRQ and the Infinity, 9 eliminations apiece. And interesting enough that what still surprised me is that the fact that TALON got 0 after all that action, after all that lockdown, after all those whatever globals and all that, but still 0. So gotta feel for TALON in that round.
I think it's being stolen away by the likes of Team Flash, possibly, or even RRQ. The one that actually in the middle will actually the one that loses the most in that case. But next we're heading to the last wrangle of grand finals, day number 1 here. Then we're gonna close up and wrap things up our day number 1 with double Mirama later. But so far, when it comes to the circle, it was quite unpredictable, a bit ping pong, and not just that, a bit of an sort of an uncommon first stage of the circle even.
Yes, so 2 wrangles played, and the circle was first one was a little bit more tricky, second one was kind of okay, but a lot of fights at the mansion area that was pretty interesting. But it is what it is, that kind of circle. But in general, both circles are on the right side of the map, so maybe we'll get something different, which is on the left side, or hopefully, fingers crossed, military base circle. We gotta have at least one of those in the grand finals.
Still hoping for that, aren't you?
Oh, of course.
For the next one perhaps, or even the last day when everybody tried to fight their way into for the trophy, or even get themselves into the World Esports Championship slot. Oh, don't forget about that, because there's going to be higher stakes later on for the teams, especially when it comes to the title defenders. Boom, can they still defend their championship this year? Will Alter Ego also try to take back, or will be a different team this time entirely, possibly?
Yep, so far the results are looking pretty interesting, that we might see a new name, but of course there's still a lot more games to go. We have a total of, well, half of today, or 3 more games to be exact, and we have another 2 more days to go. So even teams on the other end of the overall charts can also boost themselves up with the amount of games left. So anything can still happen though. But yeah, looking good so far for some of the newer names, or some of the names that we don't normally see being champions.
Yeah, but also speaking of the teams that we normally see, even a legacy team example here. BTR, Vampires, FaZe Clan, I mean, we don't see a lot of them for the past few maps for now. So it kind of make me question what really happened. Is it something to do with internal, or they just having a hard time to cope with the players' rotation regarding the grand finals itself?
Yeah, and even like teams like BTR, they always have this, back in the day, they always call it a prank team, or in Indonesia they call it ngeprank. So who knows, they will take this as one of their ngeprank sort of storyline. Like day 1 doesn't work out for them, and all of a sudden like day 2 they just go all in crazy, and maybe they were surprised.
BARUZ, okay, so coach, macam mana coach rasa selepas mendapatkan winner chicken dinner pada game tadi, apa yang coach akan buat selepas hari ni habis, and apa preparation yang korang buat untuk mengekalkan prestasi yang bagus pada hari ni?
Okay. So untuk tim BARUZ,
selepas mendapat satu chicken dinner, so maknanya kita dah dapat rentang untuk grand final ni lah. Jadi apa yang kita akan prepare untuk next day, saya akan personally akan pastikan diorang punya mental, diorang punya physical, diorang punya tune dalam keadaan yang baik dan betul untuk diorang just sebenarnya macam have fun je dekat final ni. So itu saja.
Okay, after we got a winner-winner chicken dinner on the last match just now, of course the player momentum has been brought up and they are confident. So for me as a coach, I would personally motivate them, give them a lot of motivational talk so that they can make the gameplay more consistent in the last 2 days. So I just want them to have fun, of course. So that's it for today. I'll see you on the next interview.
Interesting interview, and that was one of the golden coach from Malaysian side. I call him a golden coach because he can flip a team by his instruction. If you remember NC back in the days, and we do have a bit of swap for Frenzy and Flyboy here. Flyboy is in. Now back to as a coach interview just now, Aduka. He can flip a team who was a nobody and make them superstar. But he's super humble. He never liked to expose himself too much in the public. And also when it comes to his insight, it's so valuable. Whenever I ask him, how do you actually coach your team? He actually take account every single player thoughts, feelings, emotions regarding whatever they have in their mind and try to analyze and break it down to very specific reasons.
Yeah, I so happened to text Aduka recently after they went to the grand finals, and he recalled the days where we knew each other when he was still playing with MPX Redline, and they were one of the best tier 2 teams around, and they almost made it into the PMP at that time. But of course there were a lot of reasons and they went to NC instead. But here we go.
We're down to our last wrangle map of the day, up from Stalber. Seems like a very similar flight path as we had before, but a bit more, slightly slowly, just shifting more towards the right side this time. It will be SMB, sort of a circle, because the flight path seems to be ending there, when it's not going to be a name place on Son of Skull military base. So high chance we anticipate that sort of circle if that happens to be for our last wrangle map of the day.
Yeah, similar flight path and not too different from the one before. So we're going to see some familiar drops. 3A dropping back into Stalper as per the previous round. Vampire Esports probably going to go back onto Primos again with this sort of flight path. It's just now the circle. If it goes to military base, there will potentially only be one team there. That's going to be PIGMY. And they wouldn't mind that kind of circle because at this point, PIGMY, they are struggling. So they could use some help from the circle guards if it's upon them.
We talked about Vampires just now. They dropped themselves all the way to its SMB. That might be the case once more, but never mind. It feels like Tony K and Stone will move up towards Primos. But yes, it's going to be a SMB circle. It's going to be PIGMY circle. But can they defend? We anticipate, we expect a lot of teams will try to rotate, made a bit of a U-turn for Vampires. Even if they are parachuting, the moment circle pops, they made a U-turn all the way to SMB.
Will be interesting. A slow drop on them, and they open the parachute early. So that's why they can glide, and when the circle pops, it's like, okay, we might as well turn behind. So, okay, interesting strategy there by Vampire Esports. But let's see how much loot they can get, because if they loot just by the houses at the side, it's always a risk that they might not get as many utilities as they would have liked. And instead, it is going to be PIGMY with this kind of circle. They'll be the happiest of the bunch. But what the other thing that Vampire Esports can consider to do is that, okay, you drop around here, basic loot, and then you move to Novo because Team Secret isn't playing. So that's another option for them. But BTR, who drops at Milta, seems to have a similar idea, and they will move to Novo instead.
It's going to be a bit of a slow and steady for the teams that drop themselves quite early. Sam9, Billboard already parked himself to bridge cam here, but it's gonna be Billboard against 2 players of Sam9. Yuhai just take a bit of a pause there and drop down on his knees. PIGMY, that's the question. In regard, even though they got himself a circle, yeah, PIGMY isn't too great when it comes to forcing the fight, especially in CQC. But when it comes to Jabranki, there might be a slight of hope here. Sam9 also losing a lot of men in the trade. Well, PIGMY, they have early visitors way too early.
Well, very quick move by PIGMY to park themselves at this bridge area to try to block out Sam9. And so far, it has been giving them returns. But they have to finish off Kenny, and that is what they will do. 4 points in the pocket of PIGMY without losing anyone.
XERXIA, Rosemary going in to finish off RNJ. Z cooking up the nade, but it's going to be a lot more seconds to go. Oh, the nade taking too long to cook. And Rosemary knocked down Z a bit later, but better than never. Alter Ego not happy one day of the top fraggers being pushed down to his knees. Now it's from push to shove. They're trying to just shut down on Z, but it will not connect. On the side of Urzi, unfortunately, couldn't finish off and translate into 1 point. But despite of that, they have to start off with only duo on the side of XERXIA.
Yeah, and Alter Ego will be able to save Rosemary, though they lost one vehicle, but that is a small matter for Alter Ego. Definitely be able to get something else along the way. But for Alter Ego, at least this time, they kept Rosemary alive, unlike previous rounds.
Oh, XERXIA, they're resorting to swimming. Oh, probably are. They're just going to swim over to Asambi, knowing the fact, you know what, we don't want to fight any more team. We're going to go and play a survival game. Might as well get into in the center of the circle as soon as they can. But it's not just them having themselves an early rotation. It's also Sam9. Sam9, unfortunately, twice in a row now. We look at Sam9 trying to rotate in the center as soon as they can. Do work out quite well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay decision by Sam9 to cut across quickly because it's a SMB circle. But I guess they were also kind of caught off guard by PIGMY. The fact that PIGMY is supposed to be in SMB, and then, timing-wise, normally they would stay inside on main base just to take their time to loot and play a more defensive position. But looking at what just happened, it felt that PIGMY was the one to do something different than the norm, and that caught Sam9 off guard. Now, BTR, they were kind of lucky to escape that because they normally drop in Milta, so they have quicker access. So they escaped the bridge camping of PIGMY. But the one that came after, that was Sam9, and that was just what happened.
Tough for Sam9. They didn't score as much for the entire day here. Zingers at the very bottom of teams, XERXIA and NKT as well. TALON, on the other hand, last map, my god. Didn't score any after such a rowdy start they're having off. Sam9 didn't score any points today, except for 2 points perhaps across the entirety of the day, by the way. NKT didn't score anything at all for the entire day. That's quite alarming for these two teams right now when it comes to performance-wise. Despite they're having a bit more head start than PEA even. PEA already shoot up to top 8 already. But these Xaviers, they start to lose their position at number 1, their podium spot, if they not playing as how they used to during the first week of Super Sunday.
I happened to glance over during the break time, in community groups, and obviously a lot of them are talking about Sam9 as what we kind of expected, being one of the biggest fan base in the Malaysian region. A lot of feedback from the community and a lot of concern naturally. So hopefully Sam9 is able to come back and give back something to the community at least. Because right now the gap between them and also the number 1 team, D-Xavier, is 50 points. And we also have to consider that D-Xavier and whoever is up there will continue to collect points as well. So the gap will be even bigger if this continues to happen.
And we already can see a stretch here. Second and third place, already a big stretch, a big gap, but it's still turnable. But they need to have a big one, a big round for teams that want to push the numbers up. We're talking about double-digit elimination plus the chicken dinner as a day. But Alter Ego, yeah, well, they're gonna take the boat route, knowing the fact that you know what, we don't want to go for swim. It's gonna be tougher for swimming because a lot of players might actually try to fish out They're probably going to enter from all the way south of SMB. We do know a bit slightly on the left side on the south. We're one of the most favorite entry for the teams that try to take a boat ride or boat route for the teams. But speaking of which, just for the sake of the fun of the chat, by the way, these AVs, yeah, they won previously, but it's been a while. So we give credit for the teams that actually get themselves the championship title quite recent, since last year and this year. If you want to actually credit to all the teams that scored championship before, it's like 6 years. 6 years of titles in there, guys. There's going to be a lot of mentioning up there. But we do have SMB as per usual. It's going to be shrinking down with a beast 50-50 of the bridge.
Well, if you want to talk about Xavier, my fondest memory of them was when they won PMPL Southeast Asia. And they won by being at number 1 from the first game. And they ended the 3-day tournament number 1, obviously. So they have never ever dropped from that number 1 spot at all that time. Like, they were the undisputed kings. Like, they didn't even drop to number 2 at all. So they were like number 1 from the start to the finish. So that was the best moment for DZabe at that time.
I agree. That was like their prime time during that time. And it feels like they're trying to rework for their prime once more for this season, this year for these Xaviers. But first contact made, Infinity Tiger X, despite he's always the last player to survive, this time is the first one to knock down, caught in a transition and trying to transfer migrate. It seems to be a FaZe Clan taking a bit slower. A bit of a blue fight, never ends well for both teams here.
At least FaZe Clan victorious 4 first 8, and they managed to score their first blood, and that's opportunity for them to loot up as well. But they're looking for more. You can see one of the other opponents from the Infinity, Turney K, knocked down. So FaZe Clan want to finish up the job. Might as well score that point and potentially loot up whatever first aid that he has.
Mormon easily finish off that one. Infinity, I think they're just gonna abandon it and just go straight into the circle now, knowing the fact it's a bit too deep in the blue. 1.5 kilometers away from the SMB circle. It's not worth waiting all this while, not worth investing overextending himself for the fights here. Now back towards the bridge camp we go. It's gonna be TALON and BTR. I assume that's gonna be probably what's the other red color, by the way? NKT, yeah. Around the same area.
Well, let's see who will be the next team to come by this bridge, and TALON is ready for them. So far, teams waiting behind, but not coming through the bridge just yet. So I guess it's a matter of time now. But TALON doesn't seem to be too interested. Send 2 players out to scout. Perhaps planning that next stage. Anticipating maybe the next circle might not be on top of them. So a little bit of a pre-planning there by TALON. So that's pretty okay. But for PEA, who dropped in the area of Starbuck Kameshki, it's going to be a late rotation for them. So hopefully they'll be able to have enough healing utilities to survive the blue.
Just gonna use bandage when it comes to the first few stages. Yeah, probably start using first aid when it comes to stage number 4. It's not healable with band-aids. There's gonna be a lot of teams coming in very late here. We're talking about 5 team boom, even PA, FaZe Clan just marching out, but the circle just make it more difficult with last land this time. Yudo Alliance seems to actually spot himself in a best spot ever. That's going to be the prime spot in the center.
At least they're not lining up at the beach this time, playing sandcastle or something. But yeah, pretty similar position like how they did before this last week. Very entertaining view for the observers, of course. But speaking about entertaining, Flyboy has a lot of entertainment here, and it came in the name of FaZe Clan.
FaZe Clan, boom, Flyboy just debut in, trying to shut them down. It actually clipped quite a number of damage on Onz's Mormon. Flyboy with the Bison, dropping another nade down, but it's already avoided by the rest of FaZe Clan. It's gonna be a stare game. DBS versus Bison. It's gonna be DBS wins. So unless you got yourself an UMP, it might be a high chance for you to actually win this one round. But on the side of FaZe Clan, we can hear the cheers from the live audience. IQOO next versus PIGMY.
Inside of SMB, that is. And PIGMY, this should be their ground. They should know this place like the back of their hand. Taking out the Beko, the one top brackets for RRQ. Snape is coming across. Snape is going to be the last man standing for RRQ. He does have first aid. I'll probably want to heal up. While Yellow members. Ooh, that is it. That is it. Nate on point, Bacho.
On point indeed. Finish off the rest of RRQ twice in a row now. RRQ thought they can actually go aggressively well. And last time I remember, RRQ can play pretty well when it comes to this sort of circle. But unfortunately, it wasn't those days anymore. But PIGMY, on the other hand, they defended their circle well quite a bit here with their eliminations, gatekeeping so many teams from entering into their compounds. So all they need to do is just keep on relooting, making sure they don't run dry with their resources, because there are gonna be a lot more teams coming this way.
Yes, they have to do it fast. Potentially that might happen. But what is not a potential, what is definitely true, is FaZe Team Flash are spending time in the blue. They're going to have to cut across this bridge. If they go through the middle, it's going to take quite a while. So they have to prepare themselves for, in any case, anyone's waiting on the other side. But the last we saw, we don't see anyone else. But of course, for them, they have to be sure that it's safe before they get across.
Speaking of cutting across there, FaZe Clan, they cannot stay here any more longer because Stage 2 will finish very soon. They need to get out of the blue zone as soon as they can, while Mormon still want to go for the eliminations, trying to secure it just to make sure they will secure the points. 4 in the back for FaZe Clan, but they need to cross the bridge. Hopefully there's nobody waiting at the other end, but high chance there will be. One of them will be the remaining members of Infinity. Logan, ambitious, but it's a bit too fast for his tracking to go, but
Moment again and again. This guy, not only entertaining, but quick on the fingers as well. But look at the circle. Man, it's going to be hard for FaZe Clan, especially with PUBG Esports on the left side. It could clash into other teams. But Moment, first things first, got to make them move fast. But Alter Ego now up against BTR.
Lapa, spot out on Boy Chill with an AKM, spot out on but can go for another. Close enough, Boy Chill straight on the ground. They didn't spot him out due to the killing suit just now. Rosemary to do some work by himself here. He can actually spot them out. Hans for you, cooking up the nade, dropping on Lapa. Lapa is healing up and trying to trade with the nade. A bit too far for the toss, but fortunate enough, Hans for you, he's still with the hands of Rosemary as well. A great duo between these two players. I pretty much feel like they are in perfect sync right now for Hans for you and Rosemary to do all the work.
And at the same time, they'll be able to save Alpha. So great work by Alter Ego, perfect execution by them. But PUBG Esports, yep, we did anticipate this to happen. They blocked out FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan, how many do they have left? One player left. Not looking good for FaZe Clan. And that one player is not going to be able to do much against the entire Boom squad.
Yoru trying to fish out any swimmers, mermans in the sea. Been some trouble for them, and Yoru's for easy. This is gonna be tough. PA, we talked about how they might actually drop the ball. That's why a lot of teams will not try to swim over this side. The moment they try to resurface themselves to take a breather, that's why they're being spotted out by the players that are around the ledges here, waiting at the coast area. Just trying to take out one by one easily. They can't even fight back. That's the worst case when you're swimming.
Yeah, you're like sitting ducks right now. In the hands of TALON. They can hit the target and that's going to be it. But Kiddo actually knocked down by Utilize or Leo. But that's only a knock. And the most important part is that who will secure that point.
What can you do even if you docked up? There's nothing. There's two different angles. They hold by these guys. Either you pick the fight against TALON, you dock and just go fight Utilize. It's going to be rough for PA despite he got himself the last chicken dinner. Yeah, swimming is going to be the worst option in this case. Unfortunately, PA, they're coming in late. There's going to be the consequences of their actions and their decisions. FaZe Clan, well, they're playing a lot in the blue zone. Mormon, unfortunately, also being eliminated. There's going to be them at 5 eliminations. Still have 11 teams to go.
Yeah, it was a matter of time for FaZe Clan. The fact that PUBG Esports, they kept guarding the left side of the circle pretty well. But on the elimination feed, Rosemary knocked out. And at the same time, Leons gets Kiddo. Still a matter of who will secure the point. Plays nowhere to go. It's a matter of time, truly, for PA now. And it depends on who will get the points out of them.
Even if one player manages to squeeze through for survival, for the sake of survival now for PA, no more eliminations, definitely going to be tough. TRXIA, the IGL, the last player remaining without being knocked down. Oh, Blaze, slowly swimming and being burned by the blue at the same time. And the circle shrinks straight back to SMB again. Vampires take it on in U2 Alliance. They open fire against the swimmers, so that's definitely given away the position.
Yes, and by giving away position at stage 5, you would know that other teams are close by. Just like what Alter Ego is right now. Close by with Team Flash and also another team behind them. Now with only Alpha left. Last we saw the elimination team, Rosemary got eliminated. So now it's down to Alpha. Not making a sound. The vehicle move past by, but oh, there you go. Position compromise. He has to take the fight.
Two-way angle, and that's done. Team Flash, that was a neat one. He's not just going to stop next to him, knowing the fact that it's going to be given advantage to the one that actually waiting and proning down. It was smart coming from Team Flash. They learned from the mistakes before. But for Team Flash, they need to slowly just advance towards the circle, which is not really a big effort in the first place. It's pretty reachable. They do have those elevations, but the one we're talking about, TRXIA, the last player of PEA, still have to face the wrath of TALON. Try to fish him out. Regardless of that, they will not quit. They're still gonna wait. They have all the time in the world, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. With the circle that they have, I mean, all they need to do is just to hold their ground and defend from any potential incoming team, and they'll be absolutely fine. But the best part is that PEA still has that one member still alive in the water. But now he has no choice but to dock himself, and that is where teams like TALON might take him out.
Oh, TRXIA can actually dock. He actually docked because TALON just shifted their attention towards the center because of how rowdy it gets in the center. So many vehicles crossing and passing by. So they have to divide their attention just to refocus on what's in front here. U2 Alliance just next to TALON. Here comes the greeting. Yuri down, PA TRXIA! And it's gonna be Olio. That one play, they left him pass by just now. The worst timing where boom, U2 Alliance and TALON seems to be in a crossfire.
Yeah, Boom had to come in from behind. They were done with FaZe Clan. Now their next target is gonna be U2 Alliance. It also depends on stage 6 circle. I didn't look. Get out by XL from TALON. And TALON scoring 4 points so far. Boom Esports squishing U2 Alliance from behind. Where is U2 Alliance going to go now?
Boom. Trying to close the distance here. Crush in the center. U2 Alliance, at least they got himself a compound. They got himself the buildings. So can hold their ground as long as they have enough, Nate, to just deny any entry by any team that try to force them into rush. And try to flush them out. TALON do have elevations, a bit slight advantage there. With less than 30 seconds to go, we're going to head into stage number 6. 9 teams left. Team Flash, the furthest one away. Wow, Jimmy. Ambitious indeed. Quite a long shot, man. But a couple of them seem to be clipping. But the problem is, he will just give away all the audio cues towards all the teams that just the bullets happen to be flying over across them.
Or probably at this point, like, it doesn't really make a difference for them since teams do kind of know that U2 Alliance is there because of the beach defense early on. And look who got the circle! Vampire Esports. That's why you could hear the cheers from the home crowd. Excited with the fact that Vampire Esports got the circle, and they definitely need a big comeback this time around. And go for Boom, playing with a fly boy. Now it's their move to get into the circle.
Now the audience in our comment section will also cheer for Vampires now, I assume, but boom, yummy me! Oh, there's quite a damage there coming up from Team Flash. Very crispy and very sharp indeed when it comes to return fires. Tony K tried to spot them out, but there's a tree in between, there's also smoke in between, but there's also the blue zone, which means Team Flash will have to force them down. Walking down here will be tremendous work for Team Flash because it's so open to viewed by the side of Vampires, even NKT from behind.
Oh well, team starting to move. We could Boom Esports towards the area where Vampire Esports is at. Looks like they're going to take the frontal fights, and they're going to start off with the side where Shrubs is at. Coming in, it's going to be Razy knockdown Shrubs. That is down against one. Needs to win the fight against Boom Esports still alone with 2 bullets left. He has to reload right now. Razy still on his knees, so we finish off by Shrubs. And so far, so good for Vampire Esports with the defense. Oh, Yummy!
Yummy May! Oh, Shrubs! And it's down. Yummy May will try to revive, but need to heal himself back out and the last first aid there is. But the problem is they will be visualized by Team Flash, but lucky enough Vampires are pushing Team Flash for advancing. So this is going to be the opportunity, but never mind that Tony K might actually take advantage of this. Chip down Yummy May to 40% of HP with no more first aid left.
And I was kind of surprised that Shrubs did not notice the nade onto him. There were like, what, 3-4 seconds of that nade, and he had time to react, but he just did not. And that gave the advantage to Yummy to finish him off. And with that, BARUZ Esports is still in the game.
He was trying to heal up. He was hoping that he will actually not a full blast that he actually gets, but back to his UDO Alliance versus TALON. TALON rushing in, UDO Alliance, Jimmy with a bites on, trying to find himself any exit out, because staying indoors is going to be the worst case scenario for Jimmy, but the nade's flying in. Oh my god, what a brutal way to go. TALON didn't give them any mercy at all.
Well, same goes for PIGMY onto TALON. As now PIGMY so far so good for the 12th elimination point. And now PIGMY tries to find the final member of TALON Misery, sending him back to the lobby. TALON eliminated number 66 eliminations, and look at this PIGMY, 14 eliminations in the bag.
It's a circle. All they need to do is just defend and wait it out while re-looting all from all those death boxes laying around, getting themselves some upgrade while trying to make sure that they will replenish their resources at the same time. But for PIGMY, high chance they can score the chicken here. They definitely know the terrain more than everybody else out here. And KT and Triple F do have some barricades. These Xaviers love playing around small shacks. It's going to be a main strategy all this one. They love those very small buildings for no reason. Boom, on the other hand, playing in the center across the street. Now, it's going to be them figuring out if stage number 7 still comprises inside of a circle or not. Spotting out the rest of PIGMY. PIGMY, the circle just shifted away quite far from them.
Well, the home team Vampire Esports has the circle. They're in the middle of it, but they still have the 2 members of Boom just right beside them, and they both share the same circle. As for NKT, 2 players left, but one of them on the outside circle, and with the Xavier on his side. The Xavier across them. Probably waiting for exit frags when the Xavier exits the sniper tower. But no reason for the Xavier to really move because they have the circle. The one that needs to move is NKT between the 2 of them.
The Xavier is waiting for the right time to open fire, hoping that the other teams will try to fight against each other. Well, they will try to be the cleaning up crew later on, being the third party later on. The Xavier is still waiting. They definitely know NKT just knacks all across them. Vampires do have the center. It might be a 360 degrees defense if all the teams resort to pushing them in, but boom, spotted out PIGMY. The shots coming out all the way downtown across the other side of the street. Vampires trying to spot out Jabranki. What a spray! Tony K finished him off in an instant. Didn't waste any bullet for that.
It was an open space, straightforward shot by Tony K. But look at his ammunitions. Not much in the magazines. Tony K, 8 bullets on his M4, probably more on his UMP. But he has to be conservative of his bullets. His other teammates are pretty low on ammunition too. So it looks like they didn't really have much time to loot. They probably did a quick loot in Primos and did a quick run into mid to the base. And that's why their loot is kind of limited.
Oh.
But Triple F knocked down by Fluke. Nice nades at the cross.
Who needs ammunition when you got the nades to work for you? Vampires, knowing that they are low when it comes to resources, they definitely just resort to tossing the nades. I'm not sure how much they have left. So for me, that last holding his angle, holding it strong as much as he can, but the blue won't be kind here, buddy. You need to start to move. Davis and NK, start close, lands 100 meters. For Af, well, will play time. He got the circle slightly a bit, but he need to push forward. Well, Yummy May, Boom Pombit, Vampires. Well, we do have a lot of smaller houses, everyone for themselves.
Yeah, and 14 eliminations now for PIGMY, but it could end at this stage since their last player is way away from the circle. And that's going to be Dimsy with BARUZ Esports, Pombit on this rooftop. knows that DMZ is there. Okay, this nade. Okay, nope. Okay, Pop is not gonna do it. But they might as well wait for DMZ as well because the blue will force him to move.
Zone, push all the way back and retreat it is. He knows that they were trying to go for the rush. Possibly Boom to just make gap in between them, and Vampires won't be too far. They need to leave this house, knowing the fact less than 50 seconds away, they will try to run away from the blue. DMZ, like I mentioned, not too far. He got a couple of structures. As long as Boom and Vampires, never mind. It seems like Vampires don't really divide their attention. They just make sure they lock the angles. They even NKT by D Davis. Now D Davis, they're trying to solidify the #1 spot with Utilize nowhere to be seen when it comes to the top 3. If they secure another chicken, that's going to strike gap first and second place once more.
Go timing for Boom Esports here. They can get the knock on the stone. Yummy trying to find that angle, but the nade set across from the other side. Ooh, Ponbin has to evade that nade. Yummy took a little bit of damage as well, but he has no healing utilities. One more there on the Yummy, that's gonna be it! Knocked down by Tony K. The nade side across onto Yummy main.
They're reserving ammunition as much as they can for Vampires. Zampi just keep tossing those nades. They have plenty. Stone trying to clear the corners by himself against one player of Ponbin. Preparing himself with the DPS. While coming up from outside, he's able to try to take advantage. Ponbin cooked the net up. A lovely low toss. Chip down to the stone, but Tony K is so much work for Vampires today.
Absolutely. Look at the 6 eliminations for Tony K. Not between Xavier and Vampire Esports, but the Vampire Esports managed to secure 10 elimination points as of now. Xavier's on the other side, popping up the smoke. Creating a smoke bridge between them and Vampire Esports. It's 3v3. Could be anyone's game.
It's all down to how they spread the formation between the teams. Yeah, they can always be stacked up, opening up the angle. Knowing that it's going to straight one smoke left. Not when it comes to the... But there's plenty more than Vampires when it comes to the first 1 left per stone. Running low with the ammunition as well. Seems to be a big grip for Vampires to close. They ripped 1 bullet point.
This moment is crucial right now. But Vampire Esports, they seem to have a good spot. Trying to stop D-Saber from coming in. Pargin knocked out by Tony K. Giving the opportunity for Vampire Esports. Nice on Mega by Tony K as well. Tony K sprayed out to D-Saber. Shadows knocked out. Only 1 member left. And then could be Daisy on the other side. Tony K put the pressure on the head. He's not able to move. And it is the whole team. Vampire Esports finally scoring big with a chicken dinner in game #4.
That was totally a big fat chicken of how they have left with their resources, running low with ammunition, pretty much nothing when it comes to throwables, but they have the compound. They've been holding so many fights against so many teams trying to push themselves. D-Zave is reluctant when it comes to getting those resources to be at good use, but that was a big advantage for Vampires. They have the confidence, they didn't whiff any bullet, and that is legacy players, legendary. What difference between a great player and a legendary player? When you have nothing, you work with what you have. But I have to break it. You have to give it to Tony K. He gets so much, and he did so much for the team.
Yes, and as a team, they scored 13 eliminations with the chicken dinner, so that's 23 points. And look at Tony 7. That's the first time today from a single individual that we saw breaking the 1,000 damage mark. So great work by Tony K there. And he even scored only like 43 damage received. So undoubtedly the MVP for this round, Tony K, with 8 eliminations by himself.
One of the highest damage when it comes to the grand finals here, but this probably should be the wake-up call for the entire team of Vampires. This guy has been doing all the job, but also you cannot disregard for the team's effort as well. But I have to give it to Tony K. Just open up so many opportunities for the rest of the team to follow up with whatever he dished out just now. Despite of that, look at the nades, look at the troubles. They have the least amount of it with running low of ammunition. We're only like, what, 8 more bullets in the rifles. But let's rewatch the highlight of Vampire Chicken Dinner.
Well, the U-turn for Vampire Esports paid off. Great strategy, great quick thinking by them, and great call at the start. Brought them the chicken dinner and also 23 points in total. Followed by PIGMY with 17 points, and that's the only two teams with double digit. Other than that, the Xavier still very consistent. Always up there every round.
When it comes to PIGMY and Vampires, they're the one in SMB earlier than the rest of the team. PIGMY, they took the liberty and took a bit of risk trying to bridge camp on the left side of the bridge of Sonomska military base, shutting down 7-9 early. Yom definitely give them a bit of a morale boost and keep it going. But unfortunately, from the highs of Chicken Dinner, next is going to be the very zero. This is where we talked about the dropping of the ball. PA, 14 plays. IQOO in the top 3 previously also dropped down in 15 with zeros. So many zeros once more. 2 times in a row we have 4 teams ended up with a 0 this time.
Including 7-9, RRQ, PA, and XERXIA this time, without any points at all. Well, for BTR, another team that has a lot of following, obviously, only scored 1 point this time. And this way all matters. The overalls, the Xavier is still unshaken at the top with 69 points, followed by Utilize 61 points, so that's going to be 8 points between the two of them. And then we have Boom Esports and Alter Ego trying to come up. Vampire Esports, after scoring that chicken dinner, lands themselves at number 5.
From the second page just now, Vampires within one map turn things around with the tiebreaker between them and Team Flash is going to be that Chicken Dinner who just scored himself. It's going to be how important Chicken Dinner is. If you guys have no clue how important it is, it's going to be one of the main tiebreakers so far. RRQ pushed down a lot of swapping of the places after Vampires push up all the way to 5th place, but we're still stagnant when it comes to the top 3. But second page, oh, well, congratulations, Sam 9 cracking the double digit, but XERXIA, oh my god, XERXIA, they didn't score anything yet today, I think.
The only team with a single digit now, that's one. But gotta give it to PIGMY as well. They did well in this round, scoring 17 points, and that pushed them up to number 11. 27 points and very close to BTR, 3 points difference, FaZe Clan 2 points difference between them, and PIGMY as well. But there's still a lot of home ground teams on page number 2. FaZe Clan, Infinity, MKT, and XERXIA. Definitely they need to work out again something to give back to the home fans.
Well, we're probably gonna have major swaps or transfers of players when it comes to the next one. But when it comes to you're comparing with 8 eliminations and 1, but when it comes to damage, it's not much of a difference in between Yummy May and Tony K. I feel like Tony K, after that round of map, he definitely needs a walking stick because he's breaking his back carrying it just now. But for Yummy May, despite they trying to play with the elevation of the roof just now, unfortunately, it just didn't work out when it comes to eliminations. A lot of steals from the sidelines by the teams.
Yeah, and a lot of work done by him, but yeah, sometimes that just happens. But it's just part of the game, especially when you're in a position where you have a lot of teams surrounding you in their earlier position as well. But they got themselves 3 assists as compared to Tony K 2 assists with 45% team contribution. So Yummy May definitely has shown his strength as well, bringing in the damage for Boom Esports. It's just a matter of securing the points, and that is the key factor in this game. You have to be able to secure the points. You can dish out like 10,000 damage, but if you don't get the elimination points, it's going to be hard.
So far, we don't have out of the world number of damage, and the highest we had was 3899 in the league stage. We don't have 3s yet, 3000s and above. We don't have those numbers up yet when it comes to the grand finals, but it's still one of high end here coming up from Vampires at 2575. I love that number. But also when it comes to PIGMY, 1620, 1535 and 1483 by TALON and Boom. Now TALON, definitely they did a lot of work, but they also have some benefit out of it compared to the last one.
Oh yeah, at least for the Indonesian fans, they'll be pretty happy with the fact that 3 Indonesian teams are up here with the most damage, though Alter Ego is not within the list. And yeah, Alter Ego has a lot to prove this season, coming in second the last season and being the champion the previous season. So Alter Ego still needs to work out something though. Coming up with they have to come up with I mean they seem to be on the rise with the fact that Hans for You came in with lineup, but it's still not like the alter ego that normally makes people fear them.
The rise is a bit overstatement. I think it's more like a bump, a slight bump, that they have some elevations with Hans for You, but it feels like what's lacking on their side here right now is the strategy when it comes to approaching the circles. It feels like their rotation timing seems to be slightly off. Maybe they're trying to advance a bit earlier than their usual self in league stage. I feel the league stage was actually the perfect brew coming up from Alter Ego. The way they play, the timing, they actually navigate themselves into the circle, and everything seems to be perfect back in week 2 and week 3. But when it comes to the grand finals, I feel like they're trying to implement something more aggressive, but it didn't work out so well, probably because the other teams happen to be on the rise as well. So it seems to be a lot of clashing when it comes to stage number 2 and 3, and they just kind of losing a lot of men in the process.
Yeah, that's one. And if you want to say like, oh, okay, you put all your cards out during the league stage, and that's why you became the league champions. But if you look at last season, Boom Esports did exactly that, and they were still champions at the grand final. So at this point, having that sample is definitely not an excuse. But no excuses for these teams. They got their chicken dinner, D Xavier, Judo Alliance, PA, and Vampire Esports. But we're going to switch up the map after this. We're going to jump into our first Miramar in the grand final.
Yep. Never mind that. But yeah, also speaking of which, I feel like Alter Ego definitely tried to find their right footing when it comes to trying to process themselves a better strategy for the grand finals compared to the league stage. They definitely want an improvement because they are aiming for perfection. Right now, the perfection seems to be a vortex of abyss that seems to be sucking them in and no way out. Hopefully they can overcome themselves when it comes to, we still have day 2 and day 3. That's good news for the teams, and we've seen them before coming up on the rise back to back. It's doable for them, especially they're not being left behind too far compared to all the other teams at the very bottom, especially like XERXIA and KT. And XERXIA being pushed down all the way across the entire day here. They only scored themselves like 7 eliminations across the entirety of the tournament. But before we head into Miramar, we probably need some break, especially a toilet break for me as well. So see you guys in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วยเปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆปากดีปากกูจัดการให้คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่ไว้เนี่ยโอ้โหขอลองของหน่อยวะเปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลยเฮ้ยเก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่งแล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ยก็มัวแต่ขอของดีเปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไรไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอกเกมเนี้ยเรดดรอปมันดีโอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะตรงจุดโอ้ยเอ้ยขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิลงตรงนี้เลยนะเข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุดเอ้ยมาลวนหน่อยนะโอ้ใครอีกแล้วเล่นอะไรเนี่ยเอาดีใครกันแน่แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ยสกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะเอาไหมสักยกไหมก็ได้หมดอ่ะมาก็มาดิมีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่าจะเอาก็เข้ามาเข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ยยิงดิยิงดิกูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อมโอ้ใครอีกแล้วเล่นอะไรเนี่ยเอาดีใครกันแน่แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ยสกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะเอาไหมสักยกไหมก็ได้หมดอ่ะมาก็มาดิมีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่าจะเอาก็เข้ามาเข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ยยิงดิยิงดิกูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อมโอ้ใครอีกแล้วเล่นอะไรเนี่ยเอาดีใครกันแน่แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ยสกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะเอาไหมสักยกไหมก็ได้หมดอ่ะมาก็มาดิมีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่าจะเอาก็เข้ามาเข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ยยิงดิยิงดิกูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปาก
กูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ย เจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุดโอ้ยเอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
โอ้ใครอีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิเออ
เดี๋ยวกูไปอ้อมเดี๋ยวกูไปอ้อม
เ ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดี
โอ้
ๆ
ปากดีปาก
กูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะตรงจุดโอ้ยเอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุดเอ้ย มาลุ้นตัวหน่อยนะ
โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาสิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามาเข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ
กูไปอ้อม
ผ
ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปากกูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่ไว้เนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เฮ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาลุ้นตัวหน่อยนะ
โอ้ใครอีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ
กูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปากกูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เฮ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาลุ้นโทษหน่อยนะ โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหมก็ได้หมดอ่ะ มา ก็มาดิ
มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิเออกูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดี
โอ้
ๆ
ปากดีปาก
กูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาลุ้นตัวหน่อยนะ โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย เอาดี ใครกันแน่
แบกมาทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาสิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิ เข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ เออกูไปอ้อมกูไปอ้อม
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. I know, it's been a wait, but we will not delay further, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be your storytellers. My name is Cloud together with Juju. We'll jump straight into game number 5. Here we go.
Apologize for the delay, ladies and gents. Definitely, we are deeply apologetic regarding the delay just now. But we're gonna just go for the game here. Regarding that, starting off, we have no clue regarding the circle. But at least it's a mystery that we all can be surprised later on. Which is gonna be the beauty of this match here. Unusual, unique, but it's still gonna be fun to watch. Alter Ego, BARUZ XERXIA. It's quite far, but I think they don't want to overextend their position and also just exploit themselves. Probably just gonna trigger the split a bit and reposition for Alter Ego. They're having a bad start here today for Alter Ego.
Yeah, not the best of situation for Alter Ego, although they did slightly improve with the swap in of Hunts for You, but that's pretty much about it. No, not big of a significant impact yet as compared to how we saw them during the league stages. But yeah, I guess it's one of those day one things. It's just that there will be only 3 days being played in the grand finals, and I'm sure they know about that. But what we're sure is that no team got eliminated or nobody got eliminated, so we did not start any action. But we might just be in time for a small skirmish between FaZe Clan and TALON.
TALON quite ambitious with this distance here. Probably going to try to shoot it from afar, but not the best position. They need to open fire yet. Especially with this distance. Or if they actually have 8 times scope on FaZe Clan, that's going to be TALON seems to be walking right into their coffin bed after this. So repositioning will be the best options here. And for so far we still have 16 teams intact, 64 players alive, which means nobody been taken out of this map just yet. So we're gonna have to wait and see whether any bumps later on. Will there be any nearby clashes? Vampires and Euro Alliance seems to be high chance bumping into each other quite early on.
Well, one change I did notice is that TALON seems to be putting Yoru at the back seat, and they got Linux in the lineup instead.
And Boom seems to be chasing the tail, and finally we get a glimpse on the circle. Now it's going to be quite top of water stream. We have the usual circle, and Katie taking a very slow rotation. The Xaviers cutting across Los Leones. Nobody coming up from the northern side, quite vacant. It's going to be a clear path, and Alter Ego seems to be having the idea to go up north, but Infinity moving in parallel position as well. Now whoever gets there first, hopefully they actually push the pedal all the way in. They'll actually have the advantage over that northern side.
Interesting enough, it's a water treatment circle, so it's pretty similar to what we have seen quite often during the league stage. So teams should be quite familiar with this kind of circle. But of course, it's a different sort of team arrangement this time with this circle. So things might be different. But so far, coming into stage 2, and we're about to move on to stage 3. Interesting enough that nobody got eliminated. Normally, like in the first Miramar, like a first new map of like the grand finals or any stage, we'll see a lot of fights. But looks like I asked for it, and Judo Lights and PUBG Esports having a good time somewhere.
Seems to be a bit of a trading quite far from each other. So I guess it's not going to be any rush from both teams since they managed to recounter back on the side of Boom just now. You do line spot them out first and just shoot them from afar. Both teams will have a bit of recuperation right now. Jimmy will be revived. I'm not sure about the looting phase. Definitely it's not going to be enough when it comes to only one first aid aside of Leon's. But I'm not sure about the rest of the team of Udo Alliance. We talked about them having quite consistency here today. But the others seems to be a bit quiet. I do want to know what happened on the northern side, because last time we saw Infinity and Alter Ego might actually have some exchange of bullets, but no knockdown, 64 players, nobody out yet.
Including Boom and Udo Alliance, they exchanged knocks, but no further engagement. So I guess it's one of those long-range knocks, and everyone just resets and get into a better position after that. So no follow-up from there. But that just means that since we are heading on to the following stage now, and the circle obviously is small enough to not have all 64 players in, we'll see a lot more fights coming soon.
Speaking of fights, PIGMY already gatekeeping this side of a circle, trying to thin out the crowd coming up from the southern side. Here comes the sprays. Vampires managed to just swerve around the bullets and might walk straight into XERXIA's compound. Now that's going to be interesting. Switching over to Udo Lions. Around St. Martin area, but back to us, the rush of Vampires going straight in the crosshair. Oh, what a reflex from Shrub just now, taking out Lobby and Nexton.
Wow, I love the kickstart there by Shrubs. Now let's see the follow-up here by Shrubs and Fluke. Aiming onto the second floor, looks like XERXIA is really caught with their pants down right now. Shrubs, it's another one. XERXIA falling apart. Megamind trades one back by knocking out Tony K, but Tony K is not out just yet. He's still gonna be saved by his teammates. One active player left for the side of XERXIA. Megamind's on the other side, and seems to be kind of busy with PIGMY as well. So for him to really make that move is going to be quite hard.
We need to just secure the eliminations. RNJ and Megamind is here to take the eliminations, whatever left for Vampire, but lucky enough it took them too long to rush in because Tony came in to reset himself. No helmets left, but RNJ tried to flush them from outside, knowing that the compound, they were trying to give a support fire from the back just now, but a bit too far to reach out in time. But here comes RNJ, spotted out Stone's on the ground, but the nade managed to just a tiny bit nick of time. But the second one, you can't just dodge this one. It was a perfect nade by Tony K. What a toss from that angle.
Well, one more to go now. Tony K takes out RNJ. That's going to be another point in the pocket of Vampire Esports. Still a perfect run for them, despite a couple of trades, but so far so good. But they don't have the circle now, and there are other teams passing by, so Vampire Esports have to plan for the next step real quick.
The Lions seems to be going unnoticed by these two teams because they're a bit busy against each other. Too many business to tend to for Vampires. They need to wrap around XERXIA. Megamind still be cornered out. Infinity on the other end. We're changing our perspective here. Which going to be sharing as alter ego. Quite far. There's also Team Flash in between. It seems to be very crowded on top of water treatment right now. Rosemary spotted out Parody, a couple of taps given out, but due to the terrain itself, might be difficult for him to shut him down. Team Flash versus Boom! Rosemary trying to just steal away whatever he can from that distance.
Wow, 3 teams involved with the fight with Boom Esports somehow. And Team Flash is across Boom right now. Goes to scoping out with 3 time. Trying to get the target, but not able to get a good clear shot just yet. Now we got another angle here with Batman on the other side. They sent across onto Razy. Razy now super duper low because of that. And he's knocked down immediately by Gosu.
That was close one. Team Flash lucky they're actually on the outside. And Boom expected them to be indoors. That's giving them the opportunity to just go back in and try to flush another one. Yummy May trying to revive, but the shot's coming out. It's the smoke. It's just the smoke. Yummy May just been divided by the smoke. Almost got clipped down by the sprays just now. But for Vampires, seems like PIGMY managed to take them out with Udo Lions.
Ooh, Vampire Esports. Udo Lions was in front of them. The last time we saw Vampire Esports, and it looks like they got caught on the outside of the circle, and Udo Lions was gatekeeping them from the inside. As for Team Flash, they're not done with Boom Esports just yet. Razy knocked out by Batman. And that should be the end of Boom Esports.
And KT taking on Talon. Flash Batman playing around with the smoke. This has been going on for Team Flash for quite some time. Despite being rushed in and taking a bit of a fight against Boom just now, the smoke actually saved them so much defending their compound. Well, PA, kiddo, this is going to be the team that being a very strategic. Can they actually take any sort of eliminations from the flank side? This ball out by Rosemary. The tap kind of misses, giving away his position. But this was D. Zavis on the other side, switching over to Sam 9 against Talon. And probably PA. Never mind, it's going to be a different team entirely just now, I guess.
Well, for Sam 9, at least they are in the clear, so they can pick up Kenny. Shouldn't be a problem for them. They still have the high guy advantage and no teams nearby. But for DZ, we're kind of busy with Alter Ego. They just took out Poncho. But it seems like a long-range knock. However, 7-9 is still around. But looks like the DZ will fancy themselves a bit of a barbecue.
Oh, nope, not really. Alter Ego seems to be the one that been wiped out due to Sam9 Infinity. There's also so many teams out there that keep on the tab on their side. Even PEA, if I'm not mistaken, have been giving a lot of bullets over this side. Whoever stays indoor, which are going to be these Xaviers, they're pretty much safe right now. Thankfully, if not, it's going to be Alter Ego wiping it out. BTR, Sam9, oh, the spray, bold and brazen. Nice effort coming from Geniez. Unfortunately, nothing seems to be connecting with the very tanky minivan right across them, just beneath the foot of the hill, but they are here. Satar already hike halfway through. Sam9 need to reposition himself. Hopefully, they got enough troubles to keep them at bay.
And for Sam9, they'll need to plan for the future because the circle might move away from them since they're playing by the edge. But BTR is going towards Sam9, and GenForce has arrived. Get away from the teammate Zuxi. Zuxi will take the charge. While GenForce presses Nate, sends across on Sam9. Then Nate they clip a little bit of help out of the members of Sam9 with UI going out to Zuxi.
No hesitant at all coming out from the side of BTR to push down Sam9, who got himself the elevation just now. Now slowly being pushed down, and from push to shove, can Loyu actually do something about this? Even on that side, they cannot just reluctant regarding the counter fires. L is not to be trampled by BTR, and BTR, there's no stopping them. They keep on crushing on Sam9, leaving only Loyu with 10% of HP left, and he knows exactly where it's at.
Yeah, it's a matter of time now for Loyu, it seems. Look at the circle around by BTR, and Zuxi is still going for the front of fight. Spraying the smoke, it does hit out the Loyu, and it's going to be Satar landing the final blow to depth, and Lapa will get Loyu, and that is it for Sam9.
That was a swift and a clean push coming up from BTR. 6 eliminations right now. PIGMY is on the rise as well. Since the last few maps, they definitely get more eliminations than they used to. They're going in very aggressive this time. Wiping out one by one now. Taking limb by limb. IQOO in shambles. Leaving only 2 players left, Access and Snape. But they are in the circle. They will try to defend this as long as they need to.
And look at the elimination feed right now involving BTR and D-Xavier. Back-to-back fights for BTR, potentially a third party by D-Xavier because BTR, they lost a couple of members. Team Flash in the fight against FaZe Clan as well, with Mela getting one for himself. RRQ, one of the players on the outside, just across Jabranki, but as long as they don't take out the members of PIGMY, it's going to be hard for them to save their own teammate.
Jabranki trying to find any sort of information available for him. But oh, the angle nade! What a nade by Zuxi! Holy smoke! You don't see that every day. That was a difficult trajectory that he just executed just now.
He definitely knows his physics there. So great work there by Zuxi. A+ for physics. And with that, D-Xavier eliminated. 9 more teams to go. And look at this, right? You kind of blink and you miss this sort of moment. From 16 teams, now we're down to 9 teams. The Pico will finish up by Billboard, and that's going to be it for the Pico. But 3 other members of RRQ is still active, so anything can still happen to them.
Oh, you cannot overpick them. Jabranki, there's going to be more than 2 set of eyes at watching. We have FaZe Clan across the other side as well. FaZe Clan trying to take out PEA, forcing them out of this warehouse. While Satar also seems to be keeping on track with PEA at the same time. FaZe Clan overpicked themselves on PEA. If they're not being careful, there's going to be a lot of off-angle shots coming out from BTR, but they are quite busy against Team Flash currently. FaZe decided to just go in for the crash. Why not? Take it in all the way.
Here we go. They have to take this fight because they're on the outside circle coming in. Now they have to defend the ground. Here we go. PEA. The defensive team against a FaZe Clan. But we also have another fight here involving Team Flash. And also BTR still. But BTR, the moment they went on to Team Flash, got taken out. Probably just too much action for the back-to-back that they lost to Team Flash.
With Vampire's last member remaining trapped in trouble, he's trying to go for the northern side. Might actually being obliterated there. You utilize Jimmy trying to take as much as he can for the points. Vampire's one last member remaining, and due to the open fire just now, Team Flash seems to be interested to see what's in the back. FaZe Clan, they push PEA all the way towards the back, but for Shrubs, that's going to be the last of Vampires. We're down to 7 teams right now, 26 players alive. FaZe Clan trying to shut down on PEA, but it's not just them, the RQ is in there as well.
Now only 11 XERXIA as well as plays. You can see on screen right now, XERXIA surrounded by his opponent. Blaze at forefront though. Kido will finish off by Mela. And now XERXIA with a Molly buying time for himself. He only has 2 first aids left. No other utilities in his bag. It's going to be a tougher defense for him as he does not have the circle now.
Speaking of the circle, the Infinity do have the center here right now. Once they're done with the triangle war between these 3 teams, it's going to be them who have to face the wrath of Team Flash from the off angle and Infinity gatekeeping from the inner side. FaZe Clan managed to shut down on one of the PEA players, leaving a last IGL of PEA to stand all by himself. But it's going to be IQOO tossing the nade. It's going to be exchange of nade for now. Mela cooking it up. And Nate managed to reset himself. Here comes the Nick coming in towards IQOO. XERXIA is in trouble now.
Ooh, surrounded, but the smoke is buying him time though. Mela does not know he's there. Just on the left side. But Mela focuses on IQOO, getting knocked down to No Mercy. Trying to finish up No Mercy, and he will secure that point for FaZe Clan. Looking for more right now, going up to the second floor, but nobody knows. Everyone's on the ground floor. Mela super below. And Mela won it by having it around too long. XERXIA still holding his ground against FaZe Clan.
Oh, XERXIA clutching by himself. What a game! XERXIA versus the entire crew of FaZe, but finally goes down against the last member of IQOO. Snake, the one to wipe the entirety of it, taking XERXIA down, but PEA, that one particular angle just beneath the stairs, within the smoke, what a hide!
Man, but it was kind of short-lived thanks to Snape. But anyhow, he was up against the FaZe Clan and he got that win against them. But no, just as Snape wanted to celebrate his win against XERXIA, got taken up by PIGMY. Man, it's such a messy round.
Now next, Infinity, the mid-centralizing center of the circle here, trying to just make sure they can deny as much advancements as they possibly can while taking a lot of points from the inner side of the circle at the center of it. Mini 14 8-time scope. You cannot ask anything more than this when it comes to Miramar map. Team Flash, Batman repositioned himself, almost shredded entirely his helmet, spotted up 2 players of UDO Alliance, and behind his back, PIGMY coming in with full spray, coming up from the side of Infinity as well. UDO Alliance have to reposition themselves because there's too many eyes watching from the center.
Oh yes, UDO Alliance with 6 elimination points right now, so they will not play in the center because they gotta take some time to reset, especially picking out how they look. So that's exactly what's happening right now. And by the edge of the circles, we're talking about stage 7 coming soon. They might not get it, but with enough time to reset, they should be prepared to take fights after this.
It's 4v4v4. 3 teams with a full squad down to 1 knock on Jabranki. It's 3v4v4. Now Infinity and PIGMY seems to be sharing the same compound. UDO Alliance, they want to play it from the outside, but the circle just moves away from them. Olio trying to find an off angle, want to finish off Jabranki, but unfortunately he managed to pick up, and it's going to be a fortunate incident for PIGMY. Spotted out IQOO by Adik Luke. What a tap, and just flee this crime scene without being punished at all.
With a mini 14, beautifully done. Don't get to see that very often in the current meta. And with that advantage, they will try to make them move, but they know that the gap between them and PIGMY is just too big. Now out in the open, gotta be extra careful. Infinity now, pressure to UDO Alliance. The vehicle could be blown up. They gotta be extra careful right now. Tiger reloading, vehicle smoked up, and they have to abandon ship.
Now, UDO Alliance managed to squeeze into the small shack with PIGMY Dimsy losing man here. When it comes to PIGMY, 1 by 1, limb by limb taken out. There's no drum this time, but it's very a good suspect when it comes to the top 3 teams here. Full squad, all well and life except for PIGMY. They lost 1 member early on. Tiger X pretty low with their ammunition. 14 in reserve in that AKM. Tony K 94 in reserve of Scar L. He needs to figure out a way to just use it as efficient his bullets as possible. But UDO Alliance aggressively pushing to the side of PIGMY.
And they managed to make it into the circle with a full squad. Wow, impressive by them. Let's see what's going to happen right here because PIGMY is making their own moves as well, but they don't have a full squad. They do have the high guard advantage against UDO Alliance though. Extra careful with the Infinity since they have the compound together with a full team. Now firing onto PIGMY is going to be UDO Alliance that wants to secure the 8th point out of Billboard.
When it comes to eliminations. They want to secure a double digit. Here comes Nate's prepping out. He's going to be hitting on Jabranki, but only a finish off. Billboard close enough. Only chip a tiny bit on Jabranki's side. Another Nate be tossed about. Infinity, they're spreading out. They got themselves quite a comfortable compound. Some slight elevations. But you do Alliance, they have to deal with Pygmy regardless of how Infinity seems to be taking the best position at their prime spot. But they have to figure out, if they don't have any smokes left for you to Alliance, how to advance towards Infinity for the chicken. But Infinity, all they need to do is just wait it out.
At this moment, the Infinity, they have the circle, they have the compound. Perfect scenario for them. Just need to wait for you to Alliance to cancel out each other against Pygmy, that is. And they might come in as a third party later on. So it's all about timing now for the Infinity. But for you to Alliance and Pygmy, it's not about time. Time is not on their side. They have to win fights.
First Nate toss, chip tiny bit on Leon. Zolio keep pushing pressure to the side of Pygmy. Down to last player standing for the side of Pygmy. Two, dividing it to two. You do Alliance, it divided into two sides here. Two dealing with Pygmy, the other two dealing with the whole squad of Infinity. But one man knocked down. Leon this in itself is on revival by Jimmy, but Tiger Axe, They don't know exactly where the rest of you do Alliance right now. Got Tony keep focusing on the small shack. There's nobody there. Here comes the nade. That's the opening they've been waiting for. You do Alliance, but the problem is they're down to only 3 players now.
Well. Who knows? Utilize can come out with something that is against the odds. Let's see what can Utilize do about this. They took out Archer. They took out Jabranki. Udo Alliance pretty much on the roll right now. We're down to the top 2 teams. So it's either Udo Alliance or the Infinity.
Tiger X will have the revival. Back to 4v4. Full squad versus full squad here. It's anybody's game for now. Down to the last stage, which there will be no more safe zone. It's all down to how many health they have left, how many boosters of energy they have left. And also when it comes to the throwables, can they utilize it as much as they can? Jimmy 99 still have a lot of hand grenades. 2 smokes and 1 molly. Still can flush on Infinity, but how to pick out? Now he has to make sure that he will distract, or the other trio will distract as much Infinity on this the other side. Then Jimmy can start to toss. But for Infinity, this is a no-brainer. As long as they wait for you to Alliance to show themselves first, it's going to be chicken dinner for them.
Well, if we were to zoom in onto the space, it seems like Euro Alliance have extra space. And the Infinity could be the ones to be forced out of their compound by the blue. But we know for sure in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, as the blue will start to close right now. The Infinity, they still have utilities. Look at the nades. They're holding it strong. They're preparing to toss out the Euro Alliance. They just need to get the information on where the members of Euro Alliance are at. But Utilize well spread out. So even if they toss a nade, it's going to be hard for them to land it.
Lesser space for Udo Alliance now. Blue start to close in. They have no choice than trying to pick out. And they look too close here. He doesn't have any smokes. He doesn't have anything. All he can do is just pick out. And Infinity, they can climb down if they want to. They do have a bit more space here. Jimmy tried to cook up the nade. Exchange of nade a bit later, but lucky didn't hit anybody on the side of Udo Alliance. But Infinity not being greeted by any nades as well. They got themselves quite a bunker with a wall trying to block any toss from Udo Alliance.
Okay, now looks like it's potentially going to be goal time for these 2 teams. It's a matter of time right now before the zone closes entirely, and definitely we'll end the game before that. There's about a minute more before the zone closes entirely. It's a matter of who will get this first advantage. Udo Alliance forced up to show themselves at the high ground. Smoke being deployed by Udo Alliance to blind the Infinity. Nade after nade tossed by the Infinity, but none of them landed.
Oh, they know the blue zone is closing on their side first. Udo Alliance, they try to fight way through, but Jimmy will knock down by the blue. Oh, he's trying to save himself, but the nade just actually pressure him. They have to force their way in. Here comes Sunny K down to only 1% of HP. They couldn't make it through. The angle's a bit awkward. Infinity, they're taking one last member. There's no way to push this. Infinity finally scores the chicken. They got the prime spot. Everything's on the condition. The blue zone closes on Udo Alliance first. Udo Alliance, that was a tough chicken, but regardless of that, what a fast game we had.
No doubt that the Infinity had the better chance of getting that chicken dinner. Judo Alliance, they really pushed the Infinity to the back of the wall, even if they were put in a situation where it wasn't an advantage for them. So it was in summary, I can say that it was an amazing fight by Judo Alliance. Like most teams in that sort of situation, they'll be like, okay, maybe we just try to rush in and then we see what happens. But Judo Alliance, they played very patiently still, and they kind of wanted to wait to see if Infinity would make any mistakes, but yeah, Infinity did not, and they closed up the game with a chicken dinner.
Plus, when it comes to the elimination, I didn't actually keep track when it comes to the Infinity, how many they scores for elimination. They do have advantage in the center. They've been trying to third party all the way as much as they can. There's so many fights surrounding them, 360 degrees. But how much did they score? Because last time we saw Judo Alliance, they scored 10 eliminations. What a consistent day from Judo Alliance. Now, we don't see these Xaviers coming up in the top 2 just now, or even top 4. I don't know if they will try to overtake these Xaviers on number 1 spot. We're going to have to wait and see that. But speaking of our last round of Miramar later on, now we do have quite a generous circle, water circle as a start. Hence, so many teams seem to be fighting because there's so many land in between. It's not tucked into one corner. So a lot of fights seem to be commencing when it comes to stage 4 or 5. But if the circle for the next one happens to be tucked into one corner now, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, so that obviously depends on the circle. At the end of the day, PUBG Mobile is a very circle-dependent game as well. But and it's really up to the teams like how they want to manage the circle. But the good thing about Miramar is that it's such a big map. There's so much space to play with, so teams can be really creative with how they navigate around the circle and what sort of space do they play with, and also the map knowledge that they need to have in order to navigate such a barren land that is so dependent on terrains, the downs, and so on. So yeah, we're looking forward to see a tougher circle than this. I mean, this is a fairly common circle, and we've seen this quite a lot during the league stage.
It's kind of true, especially when it comes to drop. We didn't actually see the initial drop spot, but I assume due to the flight path, high chance is because it's quite equally divided the map into 2 sides, maybe from the north and south, or maybe from west and east, who knows, or maybe just a vertical is slightly tilted down there. So that's why a lot of teams don't really meet up too soon or too early on, due to the circle was quite in the center as well. So everybody trying to get themselves as scattered about around the circle as much as possible. We saw how many teams happen to be seeing some information regarding the other teams passing by early on, but everybody want to dodge the fight because we saw a bit nothing happen in the first few stages, not even the first block. But the moment the circle just happened to be shrinking on stage 3 and 4, that's where the crazy fights start to happen. I don't even get a glimpse on what happened to Vampires just now, down to only scraps remaining out of the blue, only that one particular player left.
Well, for Vampire, to the best of my memory and the assumptions that they can come up with, is that they want to fight on the right side of the circle, so they got the compound and all that. Great work by them. And then while they were fighting, Judo Alliance actually overtook them to play on the inner side of the circle, and that's where we didn't get to see what exactly happened. But looking at what I last saw, Judo Alliance, who overtook Vampire Esports in terms of positioning in the inner side of the circle. Possibly Vampire Esports, they wanted to get in, and it was just a straightforward crash with Judo Alliance that they lost the fight, and that's the story of Vampire Esports. But because of Judo Alliance, they won the fight against Vampire, a very crucial fight for them on the right side of the circle. That's how they got into the second place that they ended in this round.
Yeah, I agree. Possibly that's going to be the case, yeah, because we do know Judo Alliance love to drop himself around on top of Los Leones, and we do know Minas Gerais will be one of the top spot for even Vampires down there, and especially when it comes to a very centralizing circle, it's pretty much kind of who gets to meet who first. But PA just know what to play by Traxi the IGL himself. Not many people can be so calm and composed despite you being surrounded by 2 teams at the same time. He wiped out the entire crew of FaZe Clan by himself due to the help of the smoke, with the help of the stairs. Nobody knows that he's actually down just next to the stairs. It's like in the plain sight. It's going to be the best place to hide, especially with the help of smoke.
Yeah, and he was proning the entire time, so Mela was navigating around and the smoke didn't help him. I'm pretty sure if Mela were to look back at this live stream and he must be thinking to himself, oh, he should have checked the corner on the left side especially. But he did not check the left side, he checked the right side. But I could understand why Mela did that because he probably had the footsteps from RRQ because the moment he turned right, there was a door there. He went past through, No Mercy was there. And yeah, he won the 1v1 against No Mercy. So he got the audio cue. Because Trexie didn't move at all and he was holding, so he didn't make a sound. So naturally, Mela will focus on to where the sound was at. But you gotta give it to Trexie, like what you say, right? To keep calm. I think a lot of people in that sort of situation, they would just stand up and pull the trigger. But in Trexie's case, he did not. He waited for that fight to end and then he kind of took advantage of when Mela was kind of low at that time.
Yeah, with something out of the box thinking coming up from the side of PEA. And next time, not just checking the corners, check the floors too, because that's going to be the case of the smokes. Definitely a good lesson for all of us who love PUBG Mobile, who love these shooting games. When it comes to Battle Royale, nowhere is safe because you'll be surprised by how many unusual, awkward angle there'll be people hiding and trying to ninja their way out, or in the case, ninja their way to clutch, because just now we saw what a fast rotation by the teams. Maybe some of them do happen to be clashing quite early on, but when it comes to the rise of another team here, we didn't mention enough of PIGMY. Today has been a blast for them.
At least for that game, because prior to that, it was kind of tough day for them. That's why they're like, you know, at number 16. But at least the last game before this, which was the Irango match, it was finally, it felt like, okay, PIGMY it's here, right? They managed to pick up a good amount of points, and at least they came like fairly early into the grand finals, and they don't wait till like, okay, the last day, and it probably doesn't matter anymore. At least they came in at like the 4th game today, so you still have a good amount of games after this for them to collect points in order to give themselves hope of, I don't know, maybe if it's not the championship, then maybe at least a slot to the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, like PIGMY, why I said they are on the rise, it was really rough for the first round of Sunhawk, and they start to balance it out with their placement, slowly build up the momentum, like we mentioned, one step at a time. Baby step is okay, because it's still day number 1, we still have 2 more days to go, so if they want to just redeem their points for their early loss of today, they definitely did so when it comes to round 4 and 5. Just now they got quite a number of eliminations still. Now don't worry guys, we will have the update later on when it comes to the points and everything. You guys have to listen to our ranting right now. We do have some slight tag issue, so we are deeply sorry regarding the tag issues that's going on ground. So hopefully we do have the stats and all the assets back regarding our KPI or our statistic regarding the players, and also even the overall rankings right now that we are looking forward to know, because I do know everybody is quite fidgety and nervous about your favorite teams. Where are they standing? You know, who's taking number 1 now? Will Udo Alliance still be up there? Will they be pushed down? Definitely not being pushed down. But for these Avies and Boom and Alter Ego, especially Alter Ego, after that round just now, it didn't score as much as we hoped for, and it has been quite a rough day for grand finals for the entirety of Alter Ego. What is happening to this side?
Well, you put out a question that I cannot answer up front unless we're there. But based on what we can see is that well, I can only come up with assumptions from based on what we see, right? Since we are like 10,000 kilometers away from them. Well, my best assumption is that Rosemary did not turn up, and it feels like they fall back to the Rosemary Esports era of like, if Rosemary doesn't turn up, then the whole team doesn't turn up. Like the first few rounds, Rosemary got eliminated early, and then it didn't feel like the other teammates were able to like carry the rest of the team towards getting a chicken dinner or towards getting a good round. But unlike how they were doing the league stage. League stage, it felt like, oh, even though Rosemary went out early, they were still able to do it. But this time around, they seem to have fallen back to like, oh, no Rosemary, no party sort of scenario.
I personally feel like there's some sort of this is a discussion. I mean, like, we cannot get absolute facts. That's why we have this discussion, by the way. And speaking of which, I feel like what happened is the same side goes for Sem 9. There's some sort of miscommunication issue between the players of Alter Ego, or even within the players of Sem 9. They do have some how do I say it, like communication issue. Maybe they have different mindsets going into the game, or in the case where I don't know how Rosemary has been doing. Hopefully we get an update, because if he's actually slightly sick, that's where we get to see them lifting the trophy. Because I mean, I'm not jinxing Rosemary to get sick, but every single time he's down with a flu or slight fever, it's always during the grand finals. That's where they start to lift the trophy. If he's being well right now, maybe that's the issue, perhaps. But jokes aside, in the case of Alter Ego and Sem 9, it feels like there's going to be some inter-team communication issue that everybody seems to be a different direction entirely so far.
Team comms is always the hardest for us to assume, right? Unless you get a good clear shot of what exactly happened, or if there's a mic check. But yeah, there's no mic check for us to really see what happens. So all these assumptions, well, at the end of the day, it's down to them to really show that whether they can pick themselves up or not. And I guess if they can do that at the end of the day, fans won't even remember like what happened like in the first few rounds. They'll be like, assuming that okay, they pick themselves up and they become champions, fans won't even remember like, oh, the first sign-out game they got 0 points, second game they got 1 point. You know, it's like it just happens like that. People just think like whatever the latest is at some point. But of course, if they want to have a good impression, somehow they have to work it out at the back end.
Now, also, you guys, we don't know what's going to happen next, whether we're going to get into the game or not. I'm just going to keep you updated. We have no clue as much as you do. We're doing this, we're quite far remotely as well. So hopefully we do have an update regarding whether we can get into the last Mirama or not. I'm looking forward for the last map, of course. But speaking of which, it's going to be official here, 1st of June in Malaysia, GMT +8. This is the first time me casting 2 days in a row, grand finals. I do have it cast around midnight today, which is going to be the start of 1st of June. Happy June, everyone. And also we have later today, we have day 2 grand finals. There's 2 grand finals in a day, guys. Yay, we made it. For Malaysians, for you guys, the rest of GMT +7, wherever you're at, you have to wait for another hour for that to happen though.
Yeah, I know, right? It's already a new month. So I guess I guess if you want to say that, okay, you cast until the following day, been there, done that, but cast into the following month, that is probably something new. Cast to the following year? Oh yeah, that happened before. But yeah, following month is, well, month, year, yeah, pretty much the same there. Anyway, so I guess we will be getting something?
Maybe.
Okay.
But
I
also,
heard
since
we
don't have anything going on, I'm gonna say also happy birthday to our producer. He just shouted in my ears, happy birthday to me. So June babies, happy birthday to you guys. And also, and the 3rd of June, also my late brother, happy birthday to him. He already passed away, but hopefully he has a good birthday wherever he's at. But also for you guys who happen to have a June birthday, make sure you guys play more PUBG Mobile so you can actually get something out of it for your birthday as well, okay? Make sure you buy the Battle Royale Pass. Do something that do something for yourself. Why not? It's your birthday. You're born today or you're born this month. Make sure you reward yourself. Hey, I'm amazing. I'm great. I'm gonna be one of the best person in the entire world starting this year, my new year or your new year. I'm already past my birthday. So So yeah, happy birthday to all June babies out there.
Yeah, but too bad because we are stuck at the broadcast, so we cannot do anything special for our producer. So we have to leave it for another time. Yes, happy birthday. You know, so I'm just looking. Since we seem to have time, besides our producer, so fun fact. So producer actually shares the same birthday as one of our fellow caster, Cross. As well.
I thought it's Cuckoo, but
I wish it was Cuckoo. It would be fun, but unfortunately not. They may look alike, but they are not twins.
Very not twins. That one is confirmed, very not twins. But yeah, congratulations for being older another year. I don't know if that's good news or what. But yeah, we're definitely trying to keep you guys updated with whatever updates we have. It feels like a podcast now because we don't have anything infos or whatsoever. It's a total blank for us. I don't even know if this is quite alarming because I can't even know if my internet is working as well.
Well, you know, if you're done with no topics to talk about, you know, I can just open up a random topic.
I can't refresh anything.
Okay, you're still on the line though, just say.
Oh yeah, okay then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
come on guys, let's talk something else. Okay, I'm just gonna update regarding the maps later on, which we have one more Miramar maps. So we do have a lot of water treatment circle like we mentioned before. So speaking of the water treatment circle, it's going to be down to whoever actually get the circle, whatever they are actually in the center. And speaking of the debate of this season, I think we're back to the debate of inner circle or outer circle. We have seen a lot of players during the league stage for PA particularly because they are the only one that seems to be giving so much impact, playing a bit later circle or outer circle rotation than this inner circle. And when it comes to grand final, it seems to be shifting when it comes to the tempo of playing inner or outer circle. Not many teams want to play the outer circle in the first half of the day, but when you actually shift over to second half, which is already more than a day, we actually do have a lot of teams, especially the last Erangel map, playing a bit slower than usual. It seems like being the center, like how Sem9 played, didn't actually fare them so well.
Well, I come to the conclusion of life that the inner circle, outer circle debate is never ending because you have 16 teams and it really depends on whatever that you think is works well for you at the end of the day. So if you play for the outer circle, your chances of getting eliminations are a bit higher, but you have to have the package of like firepower together with it. If you play from the inside, then you probably don't need to have that level of firepower. You need to be a little bit more defensive. So this is it's just the two different elements, and as long as you have what it takes to have those elements, you'll be absolutely fine.
You.
And yeah, there you go, the points here. And I guess Chuchu will be very happy to move away from the inner circle, outer circle topic.
Not really. I'm pretty much very interested with the topic though. For me today, the topic is always going to be fun because every single season seems to be a very different. But for me, I can't really see the update for PUBG Mobile Wikipedia stats, but never mind that. When it comes to the last map just now, 10 points elimination by IQOO Alliance. When it comes to PIGMY, they pretty much try to balance out 5 and 3 eliminations, 8 in total. But Team Flash seems to be on the rise as well here today. Well, Infinity got himself the chicken just now, but unfortunately, they did not manage to gain as much point as they hoped for due to how they are indoors.
Well, we got our answer about Alter Ego. Only 1 point. Again, another round that is so tough for Alter Ego. But same goes for Sem9 as well. Also another round with only 1 point or very low points collected. PUBG Esports 0 points. I mean, you know what? It feels like this page, majority of teams on page number 2 should be on page 1. In another universe, right?
It seems to be a bit unusual to see Alter Ego boom big names, legacy teams on the second page here. But despite of that, these Xaviers at least they still scored 3. But in the meantime, when we tally up the scores, definitely IQOO Alliance already catch up to number 1 spot here now. So these Xaviers high chance of being pushed down at the second place. And we do know when it comes to the gap between the second and third place, it was around 20 each, almost 20 or probably higher now, with the stretch in between Boom and the Xaviers probably by this time. So when it comes to getting the trophy, I mean, day number 2 probably where we have a bit of a kickstart of the big name teams or the teams that used to be the champions.
Yeah, and I'm sure the fans will be hoping for that since we're already towards the end of day 1 and we only have 1 more map to go. For teams to, especially from page 2, to really boost themselves up to like the top spot. Being a contender with the 1 map is not going to be enough. But of course, it's all about collecting points throughout 3 days. So as long as they can still keep themselves up and do well in the next round, hopefully they'll be able to carry the momentum to tomorrow and bring the points in as a totality. If not, I worry that it will also affect their mental performance as well, because all these, you don't want to end the day on the low, because you have to go to sleep thinking about it, so you want to try to avoid that.
Looking at some players here, been a long day, but they're still cheering each other up. That's the difference between players and normal people. Despite such a long day, they still find joy in the very small things that they can laugh about. Now they're probably gonna ready up for their last map here. We can see a bit of a smack on the desk. Everybody have their gears wet up, trying to equip their gears. Now this shows that it will be our last Miramar map of the first day of a grand final PMSL Summer 2024. Will commence very soon. Now if we're done with this map of the day, that means we only have 12 more maps to go for the teams to just chase for the trophy.
Yes, and 2 more days to go after this, and there's going to be 12 games in total. Teams like Alter Ego will be very wary of their current points, and despite them having starting off with 30 points as the league champions, but yeah, throughout today they were I think they only collected less than 5 points in totality today. We need to review back the overall, but yeah, it's very low.
Who were you saying again? Sorry.
Alter Ego.
They barely got enough, but they still got some couple of elimination points in between, but probably not more than 20 for the entire day here. At least Vampires, they do have a bit of a stable run, despite they sometimes going up and down, but they always balance out the positions and their placement points when it comes to across the map of the entire day. But unfortunately, I think we might actually have a bit more longer delay. The players seem to be resting and calm and composed, relaxing, showing that it probably will have some tech issues once more. We deeply apologize on the side of this tournament. Hopefully you guys can be as patient as we do. We're almost done. 1 more map to go for day 1 grand finals.
Yeah, interesting enough, I think I kind of noticed that Ventora's screen is he's at the loading screen, or that starting area, but doesn't seem to be geared up yet. Maybe he's really taking his time, but looks like he has to gear up right now. We're jumping into it.
Starting off from the northern side, Tori Ahumada down to the southern side of Los Leones, the unnamed charters on the south side of Los Leones. Hopefully they will name that Los Higos. We miss Los Higos so much. Dropping quite early on from a lot of teams here due to the flight path. They just want to try to gain as much eliminations as they can when it comes to this last map, last opportunity for their day number 1. Now PA, they're going to drop on the northern side. It's no-brainer for them because they always love to drop around Torretero Bronca or somewhere that's nobody not really famous for. But Infinity, on the other hand, might actually share the next one. They might actually bump into each other early on.
Just next to each other. Interesting. So it's common for PA to drop up north. Team Infinity would anticipate that somebody is right beside them. But for the other teams, since we do have this kind of flight path, early clashes, maybe not a drop slot clash, but maybe if they want to try to grab vehicles, they might bump into each other, and that's going to be the possibility. But when it comes to straight up drop slot clash, probably not going to happen, since it's fixed 16 teams and everyone pretty much have their own spot.
Speaking of the circle, we do have Power Grid. We've seen this before, but high chance we might ended up on top of northern side of Power Grid. If we ended up on the southern side of Crater Field, we see there's 2 hills and a deep valley in there. If it's ended up right in the center of it, It's going to be rough for the players who are rotating in very late due to the high mountains, and the height is going to be crucial to be as early in the circle as soon as they can. If you're late into that, we've seen that many times happen before, but looting phase, very crucial indeed. They have to make it as fast as they can.
You know what? I'm glad that we get a left side circle because we got that water treatment, St. Martin-ish circle a lot, like during the league stage. So it's nice to see like something somewhat refreshing. Although it's not like one of those stuck in the corner circles like what we kind of like those Impala circles and all that. But I'll take something new for now.
It's kind of true. I mean, like, it's always going to be the generous water treatment power grid circle. We had Impala. We had a bit more towards the Los Leones even multiple times. Don't have too much to left side. We haven't seen any opposite circle for the longest time, by the way. Speaking of which, Alliance, as per usual, dropping right on top of Los Leones. I assume if Vampires want to go against Alliance once more, like how they're dropping themselves quite just on the outskirts of Los Leones, might be bumping into each other. But if they drop themselves on top of Picardo with this circle, or they still might clash with each other.
I'm sure they would have been, they would have done their homework to be like, okay, Alliance takes that left corner of Los Leones. It's a common spot for them. So I guess if they really want to clash, then, well, they'll have a lot of questions because it's like quite far away from the circle, and we kind of know like what happens when that happens because we've seen it time and time again. So I would take the I would make the assumption that they would rotate away from the Los Leones area, probably take the south or either take the north side in, whichever. But I think based on the current circle, it'll probably be a safer route to take the south, since we last saw a lot of teams like to drop on the north side.
True. But northern side seems to be nothing too dodgy or nothing too rowdy in the first few stages here. Might actually have to wait for stage number 3 once more to see some fights to happen or commence. All the players, as per usual, it's going to be the same old PUBG Mobile for you. You drop, you loot as fast as you can and try to survive as long as you can. Because when we had a couple of interviews before, even some of the behind the scene of players inside, some of them actually do comment regarding their facing or their looting phase, where you need to be as fast. The problem is sometimes maybe you be the fastest person on your squad when it comes to looting up the face, but a couple of members might actually have to have extra time sometimes, so that will delay the rotation of certain players in that certain particular teams. So that's going to be some cases of teams that they need to fix it up, because there's not much room of error when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, totally agree with that. Having a good looting routes wherever they drop it opens up options for them. So let's say they loot quick and they are done, they can after that decide like, okay, do we want to come in a little bit later or they want to come in a bit faster? But if they were to loot like late, they will leave themselves without any other option but to come in later. So having a good clear looting route is always good for teams, and it's common for teams to, like, in practice they would time themselves in terms of their looting, like, okay, they will only take X amount of time, whatever it is that suits their strategy, to loot, and nothing more than that. So even if they don't cover the entire area, they will tell themselves, okay, we're done, we'll make our move. And sometimes they just don't take everything in the area.
Warning shots, Bull and Brazen, a pair go, spot our team flash players just across. Go, so that's a long jump, buddy. Oh my god. Why? Why did you want to trouble yourself that way? Lucky them, there's nobody passing by. Team flash. I'll go, so definitely don't want to waste extra time. We just talked about timing of certain stages of each team required, needed so much. It's so compulsory for them to finish things fast, but not that way.
Now, lucky enough, his other teammates were there together with him to hold his hand. Yeah. I guess sometimes these players just need to check their driving license, but yeah. If it was down, like in the open, and there was like another team close by, then yeah, it would be a big trouble. But okay, at least a reset there. But the only deficit is that they will lose using one first aid, and yeah, which could be used in a better scenario. But yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
These Avis today has been a bit of a bummer for them. First Sunhawk, the first map of the day, these Avis called the chicken. It's first half of the day pretty okay for them. In the second half of the day, they start to lose it slowly. It's not too apparent, it's not too obvious, but definitely they start to slow down and tone down a bit when it comes to making decisions regarding trying to take a fight, engaging towards another team. They hesitate a bit too much. Overthinking might be the case here. But back to the side BTR, FaZe Clan. They want to challenge BTR. Genforce managed to heal him back up, but almost shredded entirely. His helmet, and now no more helmet. Straight on the ground.
But that's definitely no overthinking for Genforce. Immediately picked, but got punished for it. I mean, we are talking about some of the best teams around. Pick, you give them a second, and that's how they'll punish you. But let's see, they will continue to punish, but BTR defending the ground well, even though without Genforce. Let's see, also but pick up. The other members of FaZe Clan still around. Apart comes to the back them up.
Need to reload. FaZe Clan, BTR. They have to embrace this push coming up from the side of FaZe Clan. XERXIA definitely couldn't cut the corners there. BTR losing so many members here. With all there's also left, a remaining one player. BTR only have 1-3. BTR, they scored a big one. 4 eliminations in the back, losing none. Only XERXIA just now couldn't cut the corners, and that's just it. But that gives so much high value information for the rest of the team to wrap things around against the last player of FaZe Clan. But they're not done yet. TALON is arriving. They need to just reset themselves as quickly as possible and hope that TALON will not be interested where they are.
Yeah, and it almost felt like the Genforce knock was kind of like a bait, but not a deliberate bait. And that attracted FaZe Clan to come, and BTR was prepared for it. So great work by BTR. Good defense, playing as a trio to be able to fend off FaZe Clan. And you gotta think about it. Back-to-back FaZe Clan, heartbroken by Indonesian teams. And also XERXIA as well. So I'm sure FaZe Clan would be looking back at this live stream and also thinking to themselves that they could be better in terms of picking fights, because yeah, I mean, they had the advantage in like 2 different scenarios back to back.
But these Avis taking a very slow rotation, playing it very safe indeed, going down south, and might actually accompanied by another team just now. IQOO, we saw just now a bit of a pop of a circle. It was quite crowded in the center. PA happened to be stuck with another team. Alter Ego will pass by just next to Vampires. IQOO is sharing almost the next mountain. When circle pops, it's down to whoever get the high elevations of mountain first will get advantage of it. But when it comes to the last few stages, well, it depends. Sometimes mostly the circle do love a bit of a compound or low ground more than those high grounds. A rare sight indeed to have the mountains in the last few circles. But RRQ is spreading out. Vampire's just gonna play it low.
I noticed that RRQ is deploying Hexas this round. So a little bit of a change for them. Well, we can't really confirm whether it's only this round or the previous round Hexas played, but I can be sure that Hexas did not start the day, but he has been deployed to play maybe only this round, maybe the previous round. But it just shows that RRQ is also trying out something different, because maybe it's a sprint, they don't want to be too predictable to the other teams, so they deployed Hexas early in day 1 by now.
Maybe they're just exhausted too for the players. Or maybe particularly for this map, Miramar. We do know there are a lot of teams that love to swap in and out when it comes to 1-2 players in this map, because that's going to be their specialty. But Alter Ego seems to be spreading out. Next circle, these Aves taking such a long rotation. They don't cut across power grid straight away. They're going towards the right side, might cross over St. Martin and just pass by Hacienda de Patron, trying to just entry where PA XERXIA is at. But we do have, like I predicted before, between the mountains there's slightly a valley in between. RRQ happen to be in the high grounds, Vampire sharing the next one. 7-9, the only team coming up from northwest side.
Well, just as when we thought that, okay, we'll get a different circle after that, the Hacienda water treatment circle. Looks like it's a hardship circle towards the right again, and we're going to get something, well, not too far from the previous circle. So, yeah, but even though it's not too far from the previous circle, it's going to be a different scenario. Like you pointed out, the high grounds will be key in this circle. And teams who have already got the high ground, they will have a good advantage as long as the circle is still around the area.
Infinity. Pump it. Oh, he just missed it tiny. We didn't see those indoors. And he opens fire. That definitely gives away his position. And now Tiger X definitely knows somebody's watching him. Boom definitely cannot overstay themselves here. Need to reposition. But there's going to be last player, or is it the entire crew? Infinity, if we have to wait and see. Because the only team that been wiped out early on is the one that we witnessed just now. Probably Infinity all lurking around, but Tiger X is going to regroup and reunite with the rest of the roster.
Here we go. For high ground against the Infinity who just came by. And the Infinity A-OK in the compound. Did not lose anyone during the rotation stage. But at least they're aware of PUBG Esports is just above them. But as long as it's at the circle, they'll be fine for now. They have this compound to defend themselves, and we're still at stage 3, so there's still a good amount of circles to go. As long as they'll be prepared to fight against potentially PUBG Esports if the circle goes up to the high ground.
And that's going to be very soon, in less than 1 minute and 20 seconds. Make it around 1 minute left. And it's going to be stage 4 commencing. We do know that's going to be the great migration happens, where the land won't be enough to take by all 15 teams. And speaking of not enough, these Xaviers taking some actions. Yeah, it's going to be the rush coming up from XERXIA, but they are fending this one off. Lambo close enough to being knocked down. Same goes for Purging, but nobody can actually pick up Shadows. They're a bit busy themselves. Nate T, nobody reaching out to Shadows. They need to help him up. LZ and the rest of the other players. It's going to be them, but boom, they arrive. They're coming up from the back line. This is not great between these two teams.
Well, here we go. Everyone wants a piece of the high ground. Xavier now playing without Shadows. One of the top players today who got the MVP when he scored the chicken dinner. But at least it's a slight reset moment for them. But by the edge of the circle, we're going to see stage 4 in about 10 more seconds. They have to reset quick because they might need to take fights against teams like Boom, teams like maybe XERXIA, depending on where the circle goes.
It's true, it's all about the circle when it comes to the next few stages, yeah. And the circle just shifted away. We can assume there's a bit more towards the left side. Is it Montenueva? We have to wait and see. Yummy May, a bit eager to engage with XERXIA and the Xaviers. Yep, it's close. It's still going to be the same around the valley and the high ground just now. And we've seen this sort of circle once throughout this entirety of the league. Mr. Joe and KT, Team Flash just next to each other. BTR spreading out on the southern side. PIGMY coming in super late, but the one that seems to be overcrowding is on the right side. TALON's the only team coming up from northwest and have capitalized over that side of a circle. Nobody will contend them from that angle.
Yeah, but speaking about contesting, now these teams will need to contest each other. Just look at how the position of them. Oh, okay, this is going to be super duper interesting. Now down south, Hacienda, 3 teams. Here we go, including RRG.
Oh, here comes the rush. Alter Ego. Hexas! He whiffed it. Oh, Rosemary to flee by. Rosemary! You managed to drive, but not so long. Hexas finally, after so much work, but it will be stolen by. Will be finished off by a different team. You Alliance stole them away. RRQ! Hexas must be very disappointed by now.
Well, they still had the opportunity to take out the other members of Alter Ego, but they allowed them to reset. The Alter Ego does have some help from the smoke. It's by Vampire Esports coming by. Schweppes! Last stick of help there. Almost took it down, but finally it was Lapat and knocked down Schweppes, but the point is still up for grabs. Now, no mercy with the nade. He needs to manage the other members of Vampire Esports that's surrounding him.
No mercy. Trying to find every member of the Vampires around the corner. He got himself some elevations, but the problem is not so safe either. It's quite open, bare back, being exposed towards the teams that might marching in. But PEA scattered about, trying to challenge on Alter Ego. A bit of a nade tossing on the side of PA. Kiddo hoping it will land on anybody. We'll wait for the explosion. RQ hit by Kiddo. There was a long toss and a high toss at that one. Alter Ego didn't see this one coming. Alva, he trying to find where the nades come up from, but RQ and Alter Ego in close range combat.
Wow, look at how rough this area is. It's so hard to navigate around. But like what you say, Alter Ego looking for a comeback. Last two players still active. The amount of teams around them is just making it difficult, including RRQ. RRQ quite spread out though. Hexas and No Mercy in two different areas. Let's see how they're going to manage this with Hexas all alone against BA right in front of him, preparing himself with the UMP, and BA just beside that stone.
Oh, this one rock is too big for them to see him through. Try to flush him out and try to clear the corners with that Molly, but it's just slightly over toss. Alter Ego on the other hand try to make do with what they have, with so many right on top of them as well. But Vampire still fought back. RQ taken by surprise by Fluke sprays just now, giving the opportunity for PA. But hey, we're not done yet. Alter Ego still fighting against another team, which gonna be BTR. It's not gonna be BTR. It's not gonna be PA. It's not gonna be RQ. It's BTR. RQ being eliminated just now, but Alter Ego running in blues while facing back to their previous poison, which gonna be PA.
Oh man, and plus this time the blue is on top of them. Look at this, their health goes down, and the moment they show themselves to PA, one shot with the DBS. Took out one member of Alter Ego. One more to go, it's going to be hard for you. There's no way he's going to survive this. PA is going to say thank you for coming back.
Two teams being finished off back to back and make it three, including the Xaviers and Alter Ego just now. PA taking themselves 6 eliminations, sliding down in style when it's not needed in the blue zone. Hopefully it's going to be okay on the side of PA for now, but they need to fight their way in. Now there's going to be a very tight entrance on where PA is at, but finally they hike through it. But Vampires, they're trying to just solidify their positions when it comes to defending against BTR. But are they aware of PA position right now?
Well, Vampire Esports not only have to be aware of PA, but also BTR. And also teams behind them. I mean, look at this. The minimap itself has like, what, 5 teams in it? That's how tight this area of the circle is. But with stage 6 coming soon, we might see the circle move away from here, and that's where it will be a big mess if none of these teams have the circle.
PIGMY and IQOO Alliance might actually cram down Vampire to one single corner here, but we haven't seen any action from TALON as well. They're still waiting. I assume even the next stage they're having a very free entry, but Team Flash might join in here as well. Vampires surrounded 360 degrees. BTR, PIGMY and RPA coming up from around them. Now they have to hug one particular corners for each of the players of Vampires, but PA spotted out the rest of Boom across the other side of the map. But we do have a new contender here. Possibly even TALON might march in anytime soon.
That's where everyone's waiting for third parties to happen. But now we do have another party happening here involving NKT and Team Flash. NKT winning the fight, taking out Conti. The other members of Team Flash on the other side though. Gosu is there, Kwang is on his knees. And another team is actually shooting towards Kwang. So who will get the point out of Kwang will be the question here, as he has about 10% of health left. Gosu, last active member for Team Flash.
Sam9 trying to take advantage, but I think Sam9 is a bit busy with TALON, who's happened to be just trying to migrate himself from the high grounds right on the northwest side just now. BTR taking on Team Flash. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a third party coming up. PIGMY taking on BTR. I'm not sure how many players left on the side of BTR, but definitely not going to be enough if they keep it going like this, because seems like one by one being finished off. Goes in last player off. Team Flash going to make it through as NKT wiped them out, but Team Sam9 take a bit of a jab from IQOO Alliance across NKT's position here.
Yeah, pretty straightforward follow-up to finish off the final member of Team Flash. Now we are down to the top 10 teams. And here we have it, Vampire Esports and BTR at skirmish. The nowhere will the circle go next in about 5 more seconds as BTR starting to set up by deploying smokes and also the molly onto Vampire Esports, putting pressure onto them. And the circle did move away, so now BTR must take the fight against Vampire.
2v2 for Vampires versus BTR, but here comes the entire crew of Boom. Oh my god, they're coming in very fast indeed. UDO Alliance seems to be interested as well. PIGMY down to 2 players, a lot of duos fighting, but PA still having a full squad. Spread it out across the map on the right side. East circle, they're being capitalized over that side. Talon, we're waiting for them. Or are they being eliminated? Probably, because we don't see any glimpse of Talon right now, and KT still having a full squad. So possibly it's going to be 3 teams having a full squad right now, with PIGMY, Sam9 and BTR, as well as Vampires having a duo.
Yeah, time's on their side. 5 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Logan knocked down by Yummy. And looks like Boom Esports against the Infinity elsewhere. Okay, here we go. Boom Esports on screen right now. Podbit still on his knees with other teams coming by. Not only in the Infinity, but they gotta be careful of their backs as well, because that's how close all these teams are with this current stage of this game.
Yummy May spotted out the rotation of Infinity. Here comes the push, but Razy got shot down instead. Where are the 8 and the rest of Boom Esports players? They came in a bit later, willingly giving away their bodies towards the side of Infinity, but unfortunately, lucky enough, but unfortunate for the side of Infinity, but unfortunately also coming up from the side of Boom. Finish off by, if I'm not mistaken, probably PEA on the other side. Yes, and finally Talent start to squeeze in too. Down to 6 teams. PEA, Sam9, UDO Alliance, and KT Vampires, and also coming up from the other side, and KT. It's down to this top 6 to make it the last chicken of the day.
You know what? Before you had started the sentence, we were at 10 teams, and then when you ended the sentence, we had like 6 teams. That is crazy. Yeah, like everything just overlap each other, and that's how fast now it's starting to be. Okay, 6 more teams have 21 players. Stage 6 moving to stage 7. Decent amount of space, but for PEA, let's see how much more they can get out this round. On the south side as well, Vampire Esports, they do have NKT in front of them, and UDO Alliance is actually the team pretty much in the center of the circle with their own area for now. And we do see 3 players from UDO Alliance still active. It's time for them to prepare themselves for the defensive gameplay against all these teams who might want to take over their position.
Talon, NKT, and PA do have a full squad. They do have the numbers, but they're sharing around the same area right now. If these teams happen to be cancel out each other, even Sam9 having a full squad, still here comes the whole cavalry of NKT. But Vampire spotted out UDO Alliance. They are challenging. Sam9 head on NKT. UDO Alliance stuck in between the crossfire of all the teams that happen to be crushing into each other with a full squad coming through.
Okay, here we go. 16 more seconds before the next zone shifts. And this will force all these teams to move. At the same time, UDO Alliance, position compromise. Vampire Esports knows that they're there, but they don't have a good clear shot, so they don't have the advantage against UDO Alliance just yet. But circle time, and all these teams that we can see on screen do not have the circle.
UDO Alliance, the smokes popped up that will give away the positions here. Tony K definitely want to go in for the push. The moment he popped the smoke, he will try to cross over the other side. Might be a couple of nades being tossed around. And KT the GOAT will actually shooting from the back. Sam9, they're taking the lower grounds, knowing the fact the circle will actually cover just a tiny bit around the street area and might actually have a bit of a shift later on. And KT slowly hike up, might spot out the entire crew of UDO Alliance, but the one will shut them down probably will be Talon or PA due to the ground elevations that NKT do have themselves.
Okay, now with NKT not having the ground advantage, they still have to take the fight because they're on the outside circle. Zone will start to close right now, so it's either UDO Alliance. Sam9 is probably a little bit too far, but not only UDO Alliance, let's not forget about Vampire Esports sharing the same area with these teams as well. So let's see what will be their pick. Will they try to clear off their sides? But I don't think there'll be enough time. They might as well focus on the UDO Alliance, but another fight's happening on the other end. PA and Talon.
It's gonna be a rare one. Very aggressive approach by PA this time. Taking down Talon one by one. The moment they got a couple of knocks, go all straight in. Full cylinders out to finish them off. They need to wrap things up quickly. Here comes the rush. Misery got one rock, if I'm not mistaken, in the silhouette. Misery just missed it. Oh, he just missed it. Oh my god. Misery. Misery with DBS. Knocked down on the XERXIA at the same time. He whiffed it. He whiffed it. He's on the right side. Didn't see him through. Oh, but at the same time, that was a close one. They might actually botch that one from EA.
Finally got it at the end, so it's alright. As now we refocus back onto the southern side. PA, they should be on the clear right now. They have time to reset and know what the teams goes by with them. The next action point will be on the south side. South side against NKT right now together with Vampire Esports. Yuhai with the high ground comes in and seems like 7-9 they won all the fights down south, including Euro Alliance right at the middle of the circle. Now it's between 7-9 and PA.
PA do have more eliminations. They're probably already cracked a double digit by now. 10 eliminations probably in their hands already. While Sam9, despite they giving so much effort with the damage output, but unfortunately a lot of steals coming up from different teams, remaining with 2 eliminations in their pocket. 4v4, full reset coming from PEA, repositioning themselves, while Sam9 have a bit of a flanker, which could be Yuhai, going in off angle, Dap going all the way down there just to make sure that they can actually spread out and gain as much information as possible. If they're not aware of this for PA, it's going to be done for them. But Sam9, 4v4, the Malaysian finale for last map of the day.
Well, here we go. It's definitely going to be a chicken dinner for the Malaysian region. Just depends on whether Sam9 might do this comeback in this round, or it's going to be PA having a good day overall. Here, both teams 50-50 within the circle. Stage 9 will close entirely. It really depends on positioning right now, but if you look at based on the spread, Sam9 to have better control of the circle with the spread.
A bit stuck up, clustered in together. PA, they don't have the grounds, they don't have any sort of information. Not opening up their angles too. Have no clue where the players of Sam9 whereabouts is currently. Low U and Dap will be the hard flank for Sam9. Yuhai and Kenny will be the front liner. Now finally slowly trying to open up the angles for PA, but still a bit difficult for them to visualize due to terrain so uneven, with last stage coming up soon, less than 10 seconds here. They need to move. They don't have as much space as Sam9 right now. PA, they will be pressured by the blue right now.
Yes, at this moment, there you go. Pressure by the blue. And definitely PA will be forced to move, put themselves in an uncomfortable position. Whether they go straight, the other members of Sam9 is there. They go down, Dap is there. But if only they have the information that Dap is on the southern side, would it be worth it for them, because they'll put themselves in a lower ground position against the other members of Sam9.
Dap dodging those nades successfully so far. Pretty hard to chip down on one. He got quite a space here for Dap to just avoid those explosions. No use for the Traxi. Here comes a spray. Nothing seems to be connected. Just one bullet going through. But the one that actually having some trouble will be Blaze. From the back line, Traxi be spotted out. Yuhai giving a bit of a pressure. Kido will be ambushed by 3 players of 7 at the same time. And Kido is down. One by one, they're taken out of the equation, making PA just clustered up together.
Go time for Sam9 as they try to choke down PEA. One more goal for the side of PEA. Loyu will let the final blow. And Sam9 finally left the chicken dinner. And it has been a tough day for them, but yet nothing will stop Sam9 from coming back in the final game today.
Sam9, when it comes to the chickens, yeah, unfortunately they don't have as much eliminations as they hoped for, but it's still a good start for them, securing 6 eliminations as the end of the map just now, plus another chicken. That's 16 points in total, but will it be enough for them to be comfortably safe in this tournament? Not so much yet. I personally feel like they need more. When it comes to Sam9, they're starting off at 15th place, around 10 points first half of the day, but then finish off quite a bit more improvement than the start of the day. That's already a good progress, but still have 2 more days to go.
And they definitely, if their goal is to go for the championship, then they definitely need to do a lot more. But like what you say, right? There's 2 more days to go, 12 games in total, so still a good amount of games for them to come back tomorrow. But at least they end the day with a chicken dinner, so you go to sleep happy at least, right? So you don't really like linger around like, oh, we did not perform the entire day and all that. You end the day on a good note, and yeah, you look forward to tomorrow at least.
That's kind of true. At least it's not all bad. But speaking of getting all bad, unfortunately for the teams like XERXIA, things has not been going so well for them, unfortunately. Hopefully they can actually come back tomorrow for the teams that did not perform here today, including Boom and Alter Ego, who got himself the head start points in the start of the league here. Unfortunately, those head start points cannot be used as efficient because they're slowly being dragged down the numbers when it comes to the performance. Today has been not the great day for most of the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, including Alter Ego as well. It's a surprise that they're performing like how they are today. Very different type of performance that they have shown in the league stage. And now it's just mind-blowing to see them do that. But you know what? 2 more days to go. Anything can still happen. I'll still put it out there that not all hope is lost, especially the fact that they have a healthy amount of starting points. Luckily, they have that good amount of starting points, but imagine if they only got 1 starting point, the entire day is probably like only 20 points, maybe, or maybe even lesser than that.
Which is going to be a good lesson for us. Despite they starting off at the very least amount of points, PEA still managed to push up the numbers, even quite consistent here when it comes to the entire of the day. Same goes for UDO Alliance with their quite a consistency for the last map as well. But for the other teams, on the other hand, we don't see a lot of the Vietnam teams except for Team Flash here today. These Xaviers do have a bit of a a spotlight early on. Second half, they start to be a bit more shaky and slowly being pushed down despite they got that #1 spot for the first half of the day of our Day 1 Grand Finals Summer Split 2024. But we do have an interview after this. I don't know who will be interviewed. Hopefully the players' eyes still open and all of us still do. But speaking of which, tomorrow it will be a totally different ball game. We're talking about the teams that seem to be having a rough spot here today. I expect them to turn the table around for tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking about tomorrow, there will be a special opening performance that you probably don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. So I know that sometimes, you skip, you don't really pay attention to like the start of the day, you let the things go by, then you watch like the first game by itself. But I can assure you, tomorrow, you don't want to miss out the starting because there will be a special performance. I mean, it's the grand finals, it's a offline stage, there's audience there, so you can expect something special, something unique for you guys out there. So yeah, stay tuned to the start of the day tomorrow.
I think it's kind of out for the PUBG Mobile social media who will be performing tomorrow, so make sure you keep your eye out for this posting if you actually missed that one out. But tomorrow we're going to have a very similar sort of rotation and timing as per usual. It's going to be as per usual. It's just today we do have a bit of slightly overextended, slightly will be a bit underrated there, but you get what I mean. But also coming up from our side, we apologize from any shortcomings, for a lot of shortcomings here today when it comes to grand finals. Hopefully you guys have been a bit more patient, still be patient with us when it comes to even the interview. I don't know if we still have the interview or not. Hopefully we do. We get a bit of a behind the scene glimpse regarding the players, how they're doing by end of today.
Yeah, if we do get an interview, I mean, there are a lot of narratives, right? There could be the Sem9 narrative, like coming back narrative. There could be like the PEA doing pretty well for the first time in the grand finals. There could be even UDO Alliance as well, potentially being interviewed. So I guess if they were, if any positive narrative that the host might want to put out, probably might be among these 3 teams.
We had quite an interview early on today with a lot of chicken dinner interviews before, so we expect maybe the ones that we kind of missed, or the ones that have like even the Infinity or the previous just scored himself the chicken dinner, which probably going to be Sem9 in this case, yeah, when it comes to the last chicken dinner of the day. But across today, it has been quite a domination of the Malaysian teams. They're having a good start here. We did have UDO Alliance, PA, and Sem9 scored 3 chickens for the Malaysian region here today. But we also have a bit of the Infinity. We have the Xaviers. Sorry if I missed a couple of the last map that I forgot. But speaking of which, we are waiting if there's an interview. Now it's going to be us waiting for the right time.
Yeah, we are looking forward to it though. But yep, we are looking forward to the interview. But there is another potential interview. I would put that out. Maybe Vampire. Number one, they scored the chicken dinner. Number two, they are the home team. Probably fans want to hear from them as well.
That's kind of true, especially with the live audience in the arena. And such a support coming up from the audience as well to stay up such a long day here and still have so much energy to shout. I heard those audios, cheers coming up from the live audience. They're giving so much support still after such a long day and such a very late game by end of today. I do love the enthusiasm coming up from the players and also the supporters. It would be nice to actually have the home country teams to actually have that interview as well, but we're gonna have to wait. Well, we are not there. Like, I'm gonna use your statement, like how you mentioned to me. We have no. I don't know who will they interview. I'm not there. I'm thousands of miles away, so I don't know who will they interview. So yeah, so we're gonna have to wait and see so far. But when it comes to the top three, I assume the numbers are not too far. Especially the first top two teams. I don't think they don't really have more than 15 points gap. But when it comes to the third place and fourth place, probably close enough. But the gap between the second and third place, that's where we get to see whether they can close it up tomorrow or not.
Yeah, you know what? If we were there, at least we can turn around and it's like, that guy's getting prepared. Then we're like, okay, we know who, and we can like act like we don't know. But now, unfortunately, but yeah, hopefully one of these days, it's been a while since we were able to like have that anticipation. But I heard something, but I wasn't so sure what he said.
He said not yet.
Oh, that don't need to tell us, just let us be, because I'm trying to fry something.
Okay, but yeah, speaking of which, when it comes to also, we're just gonna give you guys a bit of glimpse because we're waiting for interview. By the way, tomorrow, yes, we do have a bit of a show for you guys. I think it's sort of a concert, but you gotta watch tomorrow. Also, when it comes to the last day, we do have a bit of show match. I don't know what the show match is about, but when it comes to the final day grand finals, we do have a show match later, which gonna be the teams probably, or just KOLs, who knows. It would be nice if we actually have the D2E, G9, since they are in Thailand, so they are legendary players, still being remembered. If you, as old as I am, you guys watching at home, the PMCO legacy teams we're talking about, like Ernie happened to be an actor these days. It would be nice to call him back, just to have a bit of reunion, because I feel like one of the closest players against with the all RRQ Athena lineup was actually one of the twins, XERXIA and Luxy. So it would be nice if they can actually meet up and play one more PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea though. So if you put that as a show match, like you bring them on, they'll be perfect. And they'll be nostalgic to people around. But maybe for the newer audience, they'll get to know like who these people are. But looks like before we go on to the interview, we'll look at some of the scores from this round. So PEA, they got 12 eliminations despite them getting in second place, but they got more points than the team that got the chicken dinner, that is 7-9-16.
Yep, the last time we saw them before they engaged against Sem9, they scored themselves already 10 or 11 eliminations. And then on the side of NKT, quite aggressive when it comes to the last round. But BTL, we can see a bit of a rise of firepower as well. They start to engage a bit more aggressively when it comes to the last match with 8 eliminations, despite they being eliminated early on. But they still try to push themselves when it comes to the last map of the day. Vampires, unfortunately, they didn't score as much with 1 eliminations, but they placed themselves quite high up there when it comes to the last few teams remaining. But we do have some zeros at the very bottom.
Including Alter Ego, 2 points, but the zeros belong to Team Flash, XERXIA, and FaZe Clan, who doesn't like Mirama too much today. I mean, they lost Mirama to technically both RRQ and XERXIA in the previous round. And this time it was like another early elimination for FaZe Clan. So yeah, I guess they're really not a fan of Mirama. But other than them, got a good amount of other big name teams here as well, like TALON. We did talk about TALON having that potential or that talent for today, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because of like they switch up the new lineup and now it's a new environment for them, and that probably kind of affected their overall performance for TALON today.
True, TALON, it's been a rough day here. They did so much work. They did put so much effort into their team fight. They have been aggressively trying to find a target. But unfortunately, things didn't work out well for them. And finally, we get to see the overall rankings. Yes, IQOO Alliance, since the last map, they already pushed down these Xaviers. But there's not that big of a gap yet. Around 7 points only between these Xaviers and IQOO Alliance. Still reachable. But boom, 20 points. This is the gap that we talked about before. PEA should up straight to 4th place from 16 at the start of our day.
And they are 2 points behind Boom. This is crazy. Man, let's not forget, this is within the bracket of moving on to PMWC. This is going to be insane if PA can actually make it. But of course, we have 2 more days to go. It matters how you end. So that is going to be the big one here. But on page 2, Alter Ego. Imagine the choo-choo. They started the day, number 1, with the maximum points, starting points. Now, they're on page 2 at number 9 after 6 games. What is happening to Alter Ego?
15 points only across the entire day here for Alter Ego. 7 points only for XERXIA throughout the entire day. Oh my. Tough one. No placement points at all. It shows that they're being eliminated way early multiple times. They never get themselves in the top 5. They never get themselves even, 9th place, not even once. So Alter Ego, they need to go back to the drawing board. This is what I mentioned before. They might actually have communication issues between the players, but we might actually have an interview. Not yet. Okay, it's a no.
Yeah, I actually second that on Alter Ego to not getting any placement points at all. I mean, at all. For a team like Alter Ego, it is crazy to not get any placement points, not even one. And XERXIA, no placement points. I don't know. To me, XERXIA is always one of those good teams. Like when they show up really well. But when they don't show up, they get this kind of performance. So it's sometimes very hard to tell what sort of XERXIA we will get to see today. And unfortunately, today was the XERXIA that they don't want to be.
I don't know what to expect here tomorrow, especially with that mind-blowing dropping the ball entirely day number 1, but it's still day number 1. I want to console myself. I mean, we all knows what they're capable of Alter Ego. They even last season, yes, they didn't get the championship, but they're very close against Boom. Now, I've never seen this facet of Alter Ego ever in across the entirety of PMSL so far. But you know what? We're gonna get into the interview right now. Let's jump straight into it.
Welcome back, everyone. Wow, 6 amazing games for today, and now I'm here with the leader of IQOO Alliance. So I would like to say, how does it feel to be on top after day 1, after 6 games in front of the audience here on ground and live audience? Any different from last season?
Okay adik, macam mana perasaannya bila hari ini habiskan hari ini dengan top 1 di depan ramai-ramai orang dekat venue ni? Ada tak perbezaan venue ataupun suasana berbanding last season?
Untuk perbezaan saya rasa tak ada beza pun. Suasana venue sama macam season lepas. And untuk leaderboard pula, alhamdulillah kita akan dapat top 1. InsyaAllah kita akan kekalkan konsisten selama 3 hari.
First of all, praise to God that we managed to play really well for today. We managed to get a top 1 on the end of the day. But then, yeah, still, if you ask me about the different playing in live audience at the venue here compared to last season, I don't think there is any different. It's because of we keep focusing on ourselves instead of the audience.
Wow, what a great answer. And also, IQOO Alliance last year started off really well, but however, you failed to have any consistency. So what difference did you make this season to make sure that you were consistent from the first game to the 6th game?
Okay, untuk kalau season lepas kita boleh tahu juga yang IQOO Alliance hari pertama memang perform,
tapi tak ada konsistensi yang membuatkan korang tak dapat mendapatkan kejuaraan. So untuk season ini, apa yang Judo Alliance akan buat untuk pastikan yang korang tetap konsisten sampai ke hari terakhir?
Untuk season lepas kita orang dapat 3 chicken dinner, tapi 2 hari lepas tu kita orang tak konsisten. Tapi untuk season ni kita orang just nak konsisten tu je selama 3 hari. Tak chicken pun tak apa, janji average point kita orang tu lebih daripada yang kita orang nak. Average 10 lah kalau boleh.
Okay, yes, last season we managed to get a 3 winner chicken dinner, but then we are not consistent. But compared to this season, right now we are focusing on trying to get average point. Our minimum average point in single match is 10 point. So we are trying our best to get that 10 point each map so that we can maintain our performance.
Is there any opponent that you feel is really difficult and may give you problems coming into day 2 and day 3?
Okay, ada tak tim yang adik rasa akan menjadi halangan ataupun faktor terbesar kehancuran Judo Alliance di hari kedua dan hari ketiga nanti?
Saya rasa semua tim boleh jadi halangan, semua tim sama je, semua power, and kita orang akan try the best lah untuk beat dia orang daripada menang.
I think I think all of the team that compete in PMSL is our biggest challenges. Is because everyone come here, compete here, trying to get a trophy. But then yes, we are gonna try our best in order to beat them and become the champion.
Okay, anything you'd like to say to the audience here who are on ground cheering for you and the live audience who are viewing it around the world?
Okay, ada apa-apa nak sampaikan kepada fans-fans yang datang ataupun fans-fans yang menonton dari seluruh dunia lah?
Kepada fans-fans yang datang, terima kasih dah datang daripada jauh. Kepada fans-fans yang dekat Malaysia, dekat rumah, kita orang masih perlukan support korang selama 2 hari ni. And doakan kita orang, insya-Allah kita orang bawa balik piala untuk Malaysia.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the fans that coming from far away, coming to Thailand to watch us, and to the fans back home, keep supporting us because we still need your support. Keep praying for us because we are gonna try our best to bring back the trophy to Malaysia.
Congratulations and congratulations for being the leader on day 1.
Tahniah sebab jadi nombor 1 hari pertama.
Terima kasih.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Judo Alliance from Malaysia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is only day 1. We'll see you in day 2 with more amazing matches coming up later on. And who knows, Judo Alliance is the leader after day 1, but day 2, day 3, we still have more matches coming up later on. But now I would like to send it back to our casters for the final thoughts of the day. Thank you.
Setting goals per round, 10 points, that is the gist of what they are getting for every round. And so far they've been doing so well. So Judo Alliance taking the number 1 spot. But I guess if anyone were to remember what happened last season, 3 chicken dinners in a day, then day 2, day 3 was kind of so that will be something that I'm sure the fans will be observing of Judo Alliance.
Now, if they can overcome their shortcomings, which is going to be the one-day wonder, we call it, for the side of Judo Alliance, it will be a big improvement indeed for this side. Now, so far, setting it simple as it can be, just one thing at a time. So focus on the side of Judo Alliance, definitely give them so much room to think about and try to play around with the teams, not overthinking too much. But definitely it has been a great start, but will it be a great ending because we have 2 more days to go?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. Nobody will remember day 1 if you lift up the trophy on day 3. So same goes to the other teams as well. Whatever position they are in, it's only day 1. Even like if you're like XERXIA, you're at number 16 right now, 2 more days, 12 games, you can still boost yourself up to maybe number 1, who knows? Or not number 1, at the very least, a slot to the next round, PMWC, will be the goal for a lot of these teams as well, because that is where the big bucks are at.
Speaking of big bucks, I don't really have a big bladder. I need to ask our producer, is it good to wrap? Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up, guys. See you. Not yet?
Yes, we will wrap things up.
Yes, okay.
We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.